everybody, how's it going? Welcome to today's live stream where will be checking out iRacing Rain for the first time. Of course, I am the biggest hater of iRacing, the most critical, biased and terrible person on earth. So it's going to be interesting to attack iRacing unfairly, irrationally, and from a position of pure hatred. That's my goal. The update doesn't roll out until, well, the servers will go offline at 1. Probably do some flying, and then the update will probably take like a few hours or something. So in the meantime, we're going to do the last ever dry racing in the MX-5. And we'll probably do some flights, so just take it easy, to be honest. It's a lot of effort maintaining hatred, anger, and misery. It's a lot of effort maintaining that degree of hate. So we've got bananas to keep us going. Hello, The Shine. By the way, The Shine, do you want to be a team manager for Potatona on Saturday, on the 9th? Yeah, I get nice emails all the time. It's not the first one. It's not the first one. But you know, I think it's edgy teenagers, you know, that don't realise that death threats have to be reported to the police. So, and they can, even if something's sent through a burner email account, there is actually ways of tracing stuff. So, like, okay, if you're under 17, consequences are probably a bit of a slap on the wrist. If you're under 18, if you're under 16, definitely a slap on the wrist. If you're like 18 or so, you're really in bad territory sending those types of emails. Even if it's a joke, it's a very, it's, you know, it's not a very good joke, is it? Like, for on their side, it's not. Like, it's. Like, even if you thought it was funny, the consequences aren't worth it for the person making the joke. You're watching Game of Muscle literally right now. Oh, nice one, The Shine. Awesome. I'll let you know more details. We're gonna try and do a practice session as well soon. We've got Thomas. We've got Danny Gorza from from Sim Racing Expo. He's on the team. It's just a 10-hour race, so it'll be awesome. But guys, you need to check out Potatona. We'll do some tomorrow. I think we'll do like a stream to let more people know about it. It should be good. It should be a really good event. Chances to win equipment and stuff. Yeah, it's really good. Oh man, my arm is dead. Last ever MX-5 in the dry, guys. What on earth? Oh, hang on, just got a message. What is going on here? Get too many messages. Right. Oh. Hello, Socrates Resorts. Yeah, I would imagine the update shouldn't take any longer than usual updates. And, at the end of the day, it's, you know, it's just they just have to update all this. I don't know, maybe it depends if they've updated some more serious back-end stuff. Yeah, normally an hour or two. The review. Well, you're going to have to wait a bit longer. We've got some dry driving first. We're just taking it easy. We'll probably end up doing some flying. We've got the force feedback joystick plugged in. Funny enough, I've never received a death threat from flight sim people from me saying that Microsoft Flight Sim 2020 is less realistic than X-Plane. That's weird, that, isn't it? Weird, that's very strange. Sim racers are a special bunch. The cult of iRacing, the cult of sim racers. I haven't done any testing, no. I don't have early access, but I'm too hang on, I'm too biased. I'm too negative and biased to fit into businesses' marketing objectives. Have you... Oh, hello. But they normally do like a bit of polish and then... It's alright, Spitfire, yeah. Slept alright last night, actually. Had pretty bad insomnia like the last week or so. That walk was good. Well... The walk we did the other day was terrible. It was so bad. It was actually awful. But I enjoy walking, so it was good. But I mean, there was the path was flooded. It was good that the live stream didn't stop. I think Google have updated the Pixel in some way, because we'd always have trouble. Maybe it's just colder. We used to have trouble if we'd live stream from a phone for like 3 hours. But we did like who walked like 15 miles in the end, but yeah, the path was flooded. So I kept having to climb through forests and stuff. But yeah, no, it was quite good. It was terrible at the time. I didn't enjoy it, but it was quite a good walk. Backpack was pretty comfortable. So for those of you that don't know, basically my plan this year is to walk across Scotland. So I've been gradually building up walking with my backpack with up to the weight, because I'm pretty unfit and I have some issues with fatigue, so I've been gradually getting used to walking. I want to be able to comfortably walk 15 miles with about 9 kilograms, 10 kilograms I think. I'll be able to do that like 5-6 days in a row. Should be fine. There's going to be a record in Smurf account sales this week. The best kind of accounts. Hang on, what's going on here? Is my wheel not on properly? Right, there we go. Loading. There we go. You think we'll have a surprise car? No, but there are some new cars actually. That would be interesting. Boosted media. It's awesome. Sorry to you. Oh, it's not COVID. It's not COVID. It's I had so back in like 2006 or something when I was at university. I picked up like a cold or something really mild, and I woke up and I got out of bed and I fell over. Because I was like, I couldn't balance at all, like it messed up my head, and I was knackered, I was dizzy, and yeah, so that's something I've had for years. It's not even COVID. Funnily enough, yeah. So I've always had like fatigue issues, but it's just it is what it is. It is what it is, so, you know. Yeah, no. So, COVID. I wasn't that bad, COVID, in terms of, like, general sickness. The problem was I had. Here we go. See, this turned into a Game of Muscle Health stream. So, for, like, 1 week of COVID, I couldn't breathe properly, and I didn't want to go to hospital because I thought, if I go to hospital, I'm definitely going to die. I should have gone to hospital. There was 2 days where I couldn't breathe. Like, I couldn't breathe. I genuinely, I was suffocating. So that I thought I was going to die for sure. So that definitely did have an effect on me in terms of me going, because I specifically was like, you know what? If I die now, I'll be really annoyed. If, like, it made me feel like, oh, you have to just be more honest about everything. I'd rather be, like, yeah, I was just like, oh, just be honest about everything at whatever cost. That's the effect that had. Or just, yeah, sacrifice everything to do whatever. Like, not, it's hard to put into words. Grumpy man. Yeah, it's weird. But yeah, no, I wasn't. I didn't get the fatigue too bad. I mean, it did mess up my lungs, COVID, and I did have it did take me like 2 years to get back to being able to walk properly and stuff. So yeah, I guess it did, but it was all breathing, basically. I feel like that's got better though, actually. I don't. Very rarely do I have breathing issues now, so that's good. There you go. Health talk over. Good morning. By the way, guys, check out Boosted Media, your favourite big screen sim racer. Who needs breathing? No, well, also the COVID thing, when I was suffocating. So I used to do a lot of snorkeling, and I used to swim a lot, and I used to hold my breath a lot. It's a weird thing to do. Swim underwater. I used to love snorkeling. And so I was really used to, like, feeling like you can't breathe. But, like, when you feel like you can't breathe for, like, 3 or 4 hours, it's really bad. So that also really changed my mind on, you know, like, people in hospital when they can't breathe. I would end it. It changed my mind on that kind of stuff as well. I'd be like, right, that's it, done. We're done. Oh, this is a positive conversation. You can't eat bananas? That's random. Cucumber. Oh, is this... You probably got brain damage from it. Yeah, apparently a lot of people did get brain damage. The problem is I already had... I think I was already mental before, so I don't know. It's hard to tell. I've always had, like, really bad short-term memory, and it's weird. It's selective short-term memory. As you guys know, I'm really dyslexic, so maybe it's just a component of that, I guess. I don't know. I was probably dropped on the head as a baby, so I didn't really notice. Some smells are still screwed. Oh man, you full on brain damage. Oh well, at least you're still alive. Yeah, it is funny how some of the stuff is glossed over with it. It is a bit weird. Well, thanks for following. Welcome. Oh, now you know we've said illegal words now. This video's demonetized. The smell of petrol took a year to come back. Yeah, I'm often sniffing petrol myself. It's one of my hobbies. Get ready for the anti-vaxxers in chat, guys. Oh dear. There was actually a study last week that showed the efficacy of the vaccines and the danger, the predicted rate, percentage of people that have adverse effects from the vaccine was in line with what was predicted. And that was like I can't remember what it's called, but you know when they take a lot of data. So I hope they get found out and face consequences. Yeah, I wouldn't take it too seriously. The British weather simulator has been added. Yeah, I don't think it's a meta study. I'm not sure what the word is. You'd have to Google it. Petrol and bananas for dinner. The only thing I dislike about the stuff with Sims is the thing of like, with me being critical and saying a couple of negative things, because most people are not critical because it's really not worth it. They're not publicly critical. Because of that, it then frames me as being like some really, really negative person. Or because people will bring something up and I'll be like, no, this is how this is and this is why, and actually try and give a reasoned response. The problem is, the perception of that is that, oh, I'm stubborn, or I won't change my mind, or I'm argumentative. So that's what I find frustrating. It's the subtext of how stuff operates. So the subtext of the framing that my approach is a negative one. That's what I don't like about these sort of things. And I do feel, I do think that there is actually a responsibility for other influencers and people in general to not be as anodyne as they are. Because they are overly anodyne. Like, I know they're being anodyne. You know, it's in everything. Because they're they're worried that people start going mental on them. So yeah, I just well, that's it. We've gone through this before with a lot of this stuff. It's just like the ACC force feedback thing. It is an objective fact that game does not have dynamic force feedback. You can test it, go through a corner and going on off the throttle. So, and the car's washing out and the force feedback doesn't change. So it's an objective fact, right? But then because I point that out, give a reason or whatever, but there's people that don't know what they're talking about or are just fanboys or whatever, they will keep bringing it up, and then you're like, well. But then apparently that makes you, you know, as I say, the subtext then becomes, oh, you're argumentative, oh, you're not friendly, oh, you're unable to take criticism, oh, you know what I mean? And it's like, so, and then you just get constant ad hominem attacks from people. So the thing is, the barrage of illogical comments, the end result is it becomes an argument from authority in and of itself, as a way to dismiss like perfectly valid points about something. You see this in everything in life. I mean, you can look at look at Israel Gaza at the moment, and just look at how that's being portrayed. And look at what happens to people that are making completely reasonable comments about that situation. It's insane. You know, and it works. The power of argument from authority, the sort of, it's a populist argument. Yeah, but the thing, so boosted media, even framing it as negativity, that's the problem. So, right, the interesting thing then is, what people genuinely just want to be lied to. Like, so I am very aware of how I could frame anything I say in a comedic way, which will make people take it on board more and accept it. But you're basically just lying to them. You're using comedy to lie to them, effectively. Or you can shit sandwich something, so you can say 5 or 6 arbitrary positives, and then point out what is actually a more important negative. But because you've pointed out really obvious positives that everyone's aware of, people are then like, oh, you're really rounded. You've really thought about that. Oh, you're critical. Like, and it's lying. It's another form of lying. But that it's really crazy. That basically what a lot of people demand is for them to, they want to be manipulated into them believing something. They don't want the respect of someone directly talking to them. Personally, I really respect people in real life, even if I disagree with them. I have a really I have a lot of respect for people that are more direct, because life and general stuff is so much better. It's so much easier. Conversations are better when you have people that are actually not, and I don't mean being vindictive or angry or shouting. I just mean like people that are direct. For business, right? In business, if you're doing any business stuff, having someone that just says, yeah, that idea, I think that idea is shit because of XYZ reason, or this is definitely not, I really don't think this is going to work for XYZ reason, is so valuable. So valuable. And it's yeah, it's just really, it's really weird. Well, it's not weird. It's, as I say, it's easier to lie, basically, because you can't get called out on it. Lie by omission is a lot easier. People can't handle the truth. But I definitely do think I do think that influencers do lie by omission quite a bit, and I understand why they're doing it. Like, financially it makes sense. It's just easier not getting harassed as much. You know, I get it. I'm not having a go. Also, I totally understand when people have like other people to support financially and things, whatever, you know. So, but I do think the thing is, I have a personal view that I think people should be allowed to do whatever they do. Like, I'm very sort of liberal in the sense of it's people's choice. So, you know, I don't have an expectation to control other people or to demand that they do stuff. But they need to be aware that the behaviour of lying by omission, effectively, lying's a strong word because often it's not even actually intentional, and they're not trying to do it like that. But lying by omission, the knock-on consequences are you're just making a lot of stuff worse. Before you know it, you have Formula 1. Like, just look at how Formula 1 is. It's like a disgusting, vapid corporate environment that doesn't serve the race drivers. It does financially. It serves people financially, but it doesn't in terms of artistically or sportingly or in a meritocracy or the effort of talent, best race driver or most entertaining product. It doesn't. It serves. This is why capitalism works. Everyone's on the same page for generating money at all costs. So it doesn't matter what the truth is or what reality is. So, yeah. Oh, here we go. We're going racing. Zen Khan. Yeah. Yeah, it's okay, Zen Khan, but it has very obvious problems. I'm not going to go into the conversation in this stream. Interestingly, I think the rain will actually. I'm optimistic. I've not tried it yet. I'm actually quite optimistic that because one of the big reasons why the tyres get stuck over the limit is due to the contact patch overheating, and then the grip doesn't return. So I'm optimistic that, weirdly, even though the track will be lower grip in the wet, the grip will return quickly because the tyres will be cold. So I actually have a suspicion that it might actually be better in the wet. Weirdly. Is it already there? Well, I don't see it. I'm just, I'm driving this. Thanks, King Carrot. Well, don't you think it's weird, like, with a lot of the iRacing content that I've seen from other influencers? Again, I really, like, I think a lot of the influencers do a good work, good like job with the filming and everything that's involved in it. But I am a little bit, personally, I'm disappointed in the... Right, watch Jimmy Broadbent's video, watch Muradness's video. Those are the two videos I've watched. It's really disappointing that their videos are regurgitations of iRacing's marketing. Which, I get it, they're early access preview videos. They are meant to be like previews. They're not meant to be critical videos. That's the point of those types of videos. But those videos are not... The title of those videos aren't sponsored video. An average person watching Muradness's video or Jimmy Broadbent's video would interpret them as honest views from people. Like direct, completely honest, critical views. Because they're in the context of what those channels normally do. And yet those videos are... they are the marketing points just read out. Like, oh look, it looks really nice. Oh, there's the wet line, there's the dry line. It's like, it's fine. I'm not having a go. Like, it's like I watched some of Tony Kanan's video as well, and he's like, oh, I'm going to be critical at the start of the video. I'm going to say some positives and negatives, and then he said like no negatives at all. Like maybe one thing. But nothing detailed. Like it's actually like I like these people. I appreciate what they do, and I understand why they, you know. As I say, I get it. I'm not really having a go at them in one sense. From my point of view, if you were like, the fact is, if you were to watch Morad, TK, Jimmy Broadbent's content as a rando person or a younger person, you would think that they were all talking absolutely genuinely in the same context of how they normally talk. And I'm not saying that they're lying. It's that they are. It is promotional material, and it is a regurgitation of the marketing points. So, which then means if someone says anything slightly critical that goes against, it's like this. The same thing happened with the Apple Vision Pro VR headset. So Apple puts out the headset. The big content creators that have early access to it, they're not going to say anything particularly critical, because that's not what you're not really. If you do, you're not going to be invited to future stuff, and it doesn't really, you know, that's not the point of what they're doing as a influencer. It's not. There's the reason why they got given the headset, right? And but the thing is, I'm not saying like MKB, he doesn't lie. It's selective truth telling. And then there's with the Apple Visual Pro, there's then this narrative that gets framed by the social media influencers, the Apple marketing, and then the general consumption of that, plus their advertising, which then creates this huge argument from authority, where if then further on, if anyone says anything slightly critical, they get absolutely destroyed. Like they get absolutely attacked. And it also, this social media argument from authority thing emboldens people that will then feel like they're part of a cult to then attack anyone that dares to go against the narrative, rightly or wrongly. And it's so to me, this comes across like fascism, and that's why it really irritates me. It doesn't really matter if it's headsets or simulators. It is well, no, I don't think you are aware of how marketing works. This is like a much more modern, Machiavellian, subtle way of marketing that's way more disingenuous. So I was having a conversation with a friend about this last night, how in the 90s, it would be like, oh, there's the advert. Oh, well, we know it's an advert. It's from the company. It's a bit over the top, a bit stupid. There's some famous people using the product. Well, we know that they're famous people using the product. Even when I was like 13 or 14, I was like, oh yeah, obviously they had just been paid, right? The thing is, a lot of the influencers aren't necessarily being paid directly by the company, but honest, like you make so much more. This is the other thing that's absolutely stupendously moronic that people say. if you are anodyne and non-critical and generally positive in your videos, you make so much more money and so much more growth and progress than if you dare to be even slightly critical. And I'm not saying these influencers are lying directly, and I'm not saying that they're bad or evil people. But the result is that they end up pushing a narrative, and it's not obvious to people, and they end up making more money, they end up being more successful, and then the really bad part of it is that if you point it out, they've got the get out of jail clause of them going, oh no, I did say this, I did say this thing, or oh yeah, no, I've done these other videos, or I wasn't paid by the company.
The pace car is out of control.
It's like it. Yeah. It's really like insidious. That's the thing. So it's. It's not that simple, Steve Marshall. It's not about just being independent or not. It's not that simple. As I say, you guys are somewhat missing the point. It's not about just smiling and taking the money. So another component of it is that businesses will select from, because with influencers, there's a large pool of influencers, and same with like presenters for lots of stuff and what have you. There's so many people that there will be some people that are just naturally non-critical, boring people that just happen to be really big fans of something. And so what you do as a business is you select and you promote those people. You select those people that are non-critical, and then you build up a cabal of non-critical people, which then presents a specific controlled narrative about stuff that you're in control of, but it looks like you haven't. It looks like you're not in control of it, and the average person goes, oh well, look, all these people follow this, and so, well, anyone that dares question that is obviously wrong, because, well, why are there 20 independent people all saying otherwise? I mean, it's a really Machiavellian form of like fascism, basically.
Okay, here comes your first time lap.
No, I'm really calm today. I slept really well. Well, I can't agree with Niels on anything, by the way, so air fryers are the best. You know, I actually feel really good today. I slept really well. That's the other thing, right? This actually does irritate me. When you like comment on stuff, or when you say something that's contrary to what someone thinks or whatever, when someone infers that you're angry, or infers that you're like hating on something, it's like an ad hominem straw man. But again, it's these things that are really Machiavellian and like the kind of thing that narcissists use to gaslight people. They're quite subtle. They're like word tricks. Where's the rain? Probably, well, when the update actually updates. I've not tried the ornithopter. We might try it in a bit when the update rolls out.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normal.
It's clickbaited us all.
That is amazing. So it's probably one of the
right.
one of the best.
One of the best.
Practice like even F1 or GT mods. They're really.
You don't know if influence being too positive is a prime example of fascism, but the pervasive edification of the internet. No, okay. the component of it that's fascist is creating. It's not really it's like Goebbels style propaganda. It's using flaws in critical thinking as a way to generate a consensus, which is something that fascists often do to get into power. So it's not fascism in and of itself. It's the tools that are used by fascism, but they're used. It's not just even companies doing it. The problem is, it's so ingrained in society that people inadvertently are doing it themselves. Oh, this is... Oh, no, it's an open setup. Oh, shit. Oh, well. Well, we'll just go for it. So anyway, the point of it is, it's not...
Field is 2,698.
Is there too many messages here?
Let's take opportunities.
Oh, this is
Green
ranked
flag,
as well.
green flag.
Huge error. I think you just...
Still there, hold your line.
You just see a lot.
Clear on the left. Left side, clear.
Bloody hell.
Clear on the left.
I mean,
You've got wheel damage.
this is without rain, guys. That's with...
Okay, let's go.
This is without rain. That's without rain. In an MX-5.
Woo.
Oh dear. It's not even raining.
I'm hot, and you're not.
Car stop on the left. Car stop ahead.
Oh, this is ranked. Yeah,
You've got a slow car on the left.
it's alright.
Mind the gap.
We'll be losing like 150 I rating, but it's alright, I don't really care. Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure. So this is the other weird thing with the rain hype for iRacing. Like, it's such manufactured hype. Like, I'm not saying that. So that it does look like, from the general marketing, it looks like they've technically done a reasonable job on it, and there are interesting aspects to it. So I'm not denying that. Hello, Swolio. Swolio, I've got a bone to pick with you. You're bullshit. You're full of shit. Right, here we go. Swolio's in chat. I can attack Swolio. I watched your Radical video. It was actually really nicely filmed. Nicely done video. Christ almighty. Your bollocks about cold tyres in that video. You go out in your Radical on the cold tyres. First of all, why is your Radical set up so understeery? It's my first observation. You can handle a way more oversteery Radical easy. Secondly, you get into a slide on the cold tyres, and then in the voiceover of your video you say, you go, it's these tyres are just like iRace. iRacing's right. It's like, are you mental? The slide you did in that video was absolutely nothing like iRacing in how it slides. The way the car immediately came back into grip. It's like, why would you even say that? You know it's not true. It's insane. Jeez. Look, I'm telling you, Swolio, he can handle Max Verstappen's setup on a Radical for sure. I guarantee you, if Swolio can drive the Porsche Cup at a competitive level in iRacing, He could drive like the most Max Verstappen insanity radical with no issues at all. Guarantee it. He's got the skills. I want you to put like skid wheels on the back of it. Yeah, look, it's not about the size of the slide, Swolio. It's the fact that you just basically caught it in a totally normal way, and then the car is back to normal, exactly as you'd expect from a real car. I have actually been in a Radical SR3, guys, in real life, so I know what the car slides like. I know what it's like when it's pushed. So it's like, what? It's interesting that Swolo, you've been brainwashed into biasing yourself towards going, oh yeah, that's what it's like iRacing, when it's blatantly not that situation. Go and watch his video, guys. Am I as good as Swolio? Oh yeah, at identifying when a slide is caught in a video that wouldn't be caught in the sim. Yeah, you better win. You will rinse everyone for sure. If you're like, right, if someone is capable of being a,
I don't like ACC.
if someone's
but I do like the
capable
normalist.
of being like an esports driver with a Porsche Cup car in iRacing, which is terrible,
the or not the best.
they will be amazing in real life.
Even F1 or GT mods, it's really good.
Swolio will do really well in real life.
There's an incident ahead. Slow car ahead.
Easy.
You got a slow car on the right.
If you give Swolio a decent, like, if his vehicle's not broken, his degree of precision will be, compared to your average real world racer that's not a mental sim racer, he will absolutely destroy them. It's exactly the same as when people went from doing online poker
The car in P.
and then went into real world poker. Not everyone that did online poker would be amazing in real life, but like if you would have like, out of 500 really good online poker players, 300 of them would absolutely rinse. I've only done passenger laps, Lars. Fortunately, it was being driven by a pro driver, so it gave me an idea of what the car's capable of and how it recovers and what that feels like. Hopefully, you get to save up enough money to actually drive one properly myself. The problem is it's just too expensive. Also, if I do have the money, I think I'd probably do glider flying, to be honest. Yeah, Swolio will absolutely kill it in real life. I just don't think you need to pretend that it's like iRacing. when you go, watch the video. Swolio, link. Can someone mod Swolio? Yeah, exactly. Weirdly, when I had the passenger laps in the Radical, it was actually tamer. It was tamer than driving rental go-karts because you like. This is with my helmet coming off, actually. That really surprised me. 10 minutes in a 15-minute. I don't know how many laps we did. It was around Donington, 8 or 9. It must have been like 15 minutes or so, and then we went out a few times. But 10 minutes in the Radical SR3 was way worse than 10-15 minutes in a rental go-kart around Botmore Park in terms of like physicality on the body. It really surprised me. I think that's mostly because of having a seatbelt. Perry, I happen to know people that own race cars that sometimes are like, oh, would you like a passenger lap? Which is good. It's much.
Clear on the right.
The problem is if you get passenger laps from companies, you'll find that they're not really pushing the car that much because they're trying to. It costs too much to wear out the tyres and It's not, you know, what's the point? Is that Nathy VR Nathy? Guys, it is. It's Pancake Nathy. Are you going to Gamescom this year? It'd be good to see you, actually, and chat a bit more. Guys, you need to check out Nathy. He's like one of the original, one of the OG VR guys from back when, like, 6-7 years ago, when there was like only 5 of us doing VR videos. Oh, I need to. This car's wrecked. I signed up for your fan. I haven't got any fans. I just have haters, Nathy. No, we do have a couple of fans. Yeah. Also, guys, check out Swolio's channel. He's apart from his weird brainwashing about iRacing, his videos are really good. Like, really nicely filmed. If you've ever done... Well, I guess obviously probably no one in chat. Well, there might be some people in chat, like, that do content creation and stuff. But, like, if you ever try and film something with race cars, like, let's say you're driving a car yourself at a track with everything else that's going on, and you know, you've got to get the camera set up, the camera on your helmet, camera on the way to place it on the car, the stupid, like, filtering stuff, everything. Then having it all charged up. Then when they're having it ready to go when you're actually going on track. Then getting the footage off it. Then the audio, everything. People really don't appreciate. I would argue it's got a lot better, actually. Cockpit cars, it's not as much of a problem, but open top go-karts and something like a Radical or a Formula car has got to be one of the worst, absolute worst things to try and get good footage from. Even more so when a car's got like a halo on it, or even more so with actually, if you're still there, Swolio, how do you find the scrutineers? So you put are you using a bullet cam on the car? But, like, in the UK, the tracks are getting more and more picky about where you put cameras, how you attach them to the vehicles, like which specific cameras you can use, which specific mounts, where you can place them. In the last 4 or 5 years, is you know. So, yeah, as I say, Swolio's done a really good job of actually filming his stuff. I'm a little bit jealous that he's driving a Radical as well. GO2, what's that? What's the GO2? I've seen, so there's that cam box cam, I've seen that, but the frame rate's not so good, the quality's not so good. Yeah, those, I'd imagine an in-helmet cam's going to be the best. I saw that. Oh, it's okay. So, a GT3 driver just sent me a video yesterday, actually, of from an Insta360 Go 3, I think it is. I don't know if it was mounted in his helmet or to the side of it, though.
Okay, we'll get him next time.
Well, that's good. If you can, so, because that's the main thing. You could presumably put it in the helmet and then scrutineers aren't going to notice. I haven't tried the 2022 IIFFB, no. Alright. Right, we need to bring up Swolio's video. You need to subscribe to Swolio, guys. He's struggling. Let's have a look. Swolio Almedia. But he also has a book, and he does driver coaching, so that's what you're into. If you want to take all the joy out of, if you want to take all the play out of sim racing and turn it into a job, Swolio's your guy. Now, I do appreciate some people enjoy having a thing to go through. Where is it? I got a ride in a spaceship. What on earth? Well, well, at least your money's gone towards him driving a Radical. Where is it? I can't find his. I can't find it. Go in his channel and watch his videos. Put some bit. Well, we got the. Okay, is there a rain race we can go to now? I can see that if you want. What's this? If you want structured. I don't know. There's nothing with rain on it at the moment, is there? Because the update's not rolled out yet, because I'm not a peak influencer. Yeah, we're doing our final ever dry races. Let's try and do another MX-5. We literally just lost 100 I rating. Oh well. We'll lose another 100 I rating. Why not? Yeah, the update's not even. I sometimes, sometimes when they roll to the next season before they do an update, it's got some stuff on it, but yeah. So you have to. We're gonna do some. We're just doing the last ever dry races. Apparently, we're just getting punted. Yeah, so I was thinking about this. Like, part of me I think it'd be really fun to take like a Formula car, like an F4 car or a Radical, and maybe like a mixture of cars. So maybe like something like an Aerial Atom on slicks, and then on road tires or something, and then maybe like a Radical, so something fast. A Formula car would be ideal on a centrifugal track, and demonstrate to people directly that even a completely shit driver like myself, someone with like basically no experience, can, like, how you can hold a slide like a complete knob can do it, and explain how grip returns back and show that in a video. The problem is that video would cost about £5,000-6,000 to make, and then I was thinking, it's like, well, if I raise £5,000, I would rather that money go to, like, there's currently a genocide taking place in Gaza. There's genocides taking place in Africa. There's, like, people just need mosquito nets. There's absolute shit happening around the world. It's a bit sick to take. Like, okay, maybe so you're like, I justify it by going, oh, you do that video, that makes more money, whatever. So then you can then do more charity and stuff, whatever. You fine, but it's a little bit. That's the problem with that, but I think it'd be an interesting video, so you could lean on it forever, yeah. It would just be funny though as well. Like, if it'd just be funny. And normally, if something's funny, it'd be worthwhile. Rain's not out yet, guys. Andy Mon, yeah, I slept alright last night, actually. Pretty good. I woke up in the middle of the night. Yeah, Lawrence's potato thing should be really good. Yeah, we managed to get like a nice sleep. It's good. Do they hate me? No, they don't. They don't hate me. So from iRacing's perspective, like, if you're a business, you're not gonna send early access stuff to someone that that is a bit critical. Like, I would argue, from my perspective, I'm quite fairly critical of stuff, and I don't think I'm unfair. I'm definitely not like well, yeah, it's entirely vindictive and full of hatred. But you know, from a marketing perspective, why send something to someone that might reduce the hype? You know, so I get it. Disappointingly light tea colour. I don't think it's about being too, well, maybe it's not really too honest, is it? It's unless you are going to shit sandwich criticism and be very, very tentative in what you say, there's no commercial benefit to a business. A business wouldn't want to amplify. You don't want to amplify someone that's going to be potentially. It's not even about being critical. So the framing of it. If I was if I was running a business, I'd be like, oh, maybe I don't care if that person's more or less honest or critical or whatever. But what I would do is I would go, well, we know that they might say stuff. And we know that interaction creates a bubble of negativity. And while we don't want to be part of raising that up or amplifying that, or, you know, we don't really want to be associated with that. Why bother being associated with that when we can be associated with this sort of anodyne general framework? Like, is it from a pure business perspective, that's what you would do. Like, that's what I would do if I was running a business. You'd be like, well, maybe I wouldn't, because I don't care. But like, do you know what I mean? If if you've been employed in a department of a business to do the job of marketing and promotion, you would not you just wouldn't amplify influencers that tend to be more critical. There's no benefit. Like, why would you do it? What's the point? It's not, the update is not out. Not in the iRacing set. Well, I don't know. I mean, yeah, I'm an unpaid employee. Yeah. Well, also, I mean, I wouldn't, if I was American, I wouldn't want to be associated with me in many ways, because a lot of people don't understand humour at all, and that's why. So if you look at stuff like Formula 1, there's no humour in it, because obviously it goes against their direct business objectives. So you can't have any genuine humour in those types of frameworks. The only humour you can have is stuff that fits in a. Basically, it's a promotional. Plays into the narratives that are pre-established, like driver banter, like absolutely corporate. It's basically corporate humour. Says the guy who fantasizes about German. Who doesn't fantasize about German women? Come on. Yeah. So yeah, I was gonna say I'm not gonna go at Americans, but like. So for example, like the Dutch have the best sarcasm that even I don't understand. Australians are even more sarcastic than Brits, and sometimes it goes over my head. But Americans, a lot of Americans, not all of them, but a good proportion of them, really do operate in a very literal way. And also just the way how the internet is, to be honest. The problem is, if you're not entirely literal and anodyne, people always read into, well, not everyone, but a lot of people read into stuff online in a totally literal way, as if there's a singular interpretation of everything, and then they run with it, and then people respond to that. You know. Yeah, I'm not saying they're bad. I'm explaining the corporate reasons why you don't get humour in things like Formula 1. It's weird though, because in America, I think just America is so big because you do actually get really good, say like comedians and sarcasm and stuff from America. But America's so huge, so can't really just lump into. Like saying America is like saying Africa. It might as well be like 50 countries. Well, also context is really important for communication, and the internet tends to strip context. And then people tend to inject their own context for their own benefit. It's just the young liberals. Well, I don't think it is just young liberals. It's people on all political spectrum, to be honest. I don't know. Like, the problem is the word liberal doesn't really mean anything. It's different to different countries. Like if you were to say like a liberal in the UK, it's nothing like a liberal in an American liberal. Yeah, all right. Our country. I'm from Canada. America's small. Yeah, well, I'm from the UK and I drove for 10 minutes and I went round the country 5 times. Take that. Still in the same province after 8 hours. An Australian would just say to you, yeah, well, yeah, nah. I was driving for 14,000 years, and I haven't even left my garage. It's truth. Australians are going to be the first country to invent light travel, so they can go to the supermarket before dying of old age. That's the worst Aussie accent. Yeah, nah. I'm trying. Give me a chance. Now the update will be rolling out with downtimes in at 1, and then the update will be coming out. Coming out from the closet. Yes, it's the gayest update. The most homosexual update will be rolling out at 1 PM. iRacing's going full gay. All the grid girls have been replaced by grid boys. And we're going to have, like, new wallpaper in all the garages. All the cars are going to be redecorated.
Here's the flag. It's over.
The voice in the car is going to be like, oh, that was a very good lap. Oh, well done. You're a minor. Why? That's good to know. Oh, you've gone faster. Oh, that'd be really funny. Oh dear. Oh, the whole thing should be redone. Like, have you ever played Muscle March on the Nintendo Wii? It's such a good game. It's like it's really camp, but it's hilarious. It's like proper Japanese camp. It's not, the rain stuff's not there yet. I can't pull up the FPS counter because it doesn't seem to be there. I got to finish drilling this 6,000 meter hole so the Chinese can heat their homes. Hang on, but the hot air goes up, not down. Oh, I guess it's all back to front. I'm getting there. Yeah, send me a setup, Tom. Oh, thanks for following if you're in the same race. Daughter-ass. Daughter-ass. Daughter-ass? That's something else. Thanks for following. Sickhead Racing, thanks for following. Hang on, where is it? Shared setups. Aren't we getting a new user interface and everything? Is that enough fuel? 7 litres for the race? It always rains. Yeah, to be fair, I do think that voice chat stuff will be the most entertaining. Is 7 litres enough? It should be. We're in a road car. Easy. Yeah. It's fine. Yeah, probably a few hours. We'll do some flying. We can fly to iRacing headquarters.
Tight field today. Look for opportunities.
Tight field. They're hard to plough. Those. When you've got your hedges too close to your crop, and the farmer goes, it's a tight field. We're just donating iRating before the rain, because why not? Probably like 4 seconds faster than what I'm doing.
Okay, let's go.
Woo! I wonder. It will be interesting. I think the hype for the rain will die after like a month. For me, I say, ironically, I'm actually looking. I like rain generally in games and in racing. So for me, ironically, actually, I really like it. I like more dynamic stuff because I think it reduces hot lapping. But I don't know if you guys like. We've got some real drivers in chat, but of the real drivers that I talk to that do various stuff, go-karting, track racing and stuff, they normally complain about rain. They normally hate it. Like in real life, they're like, well, today's pointless because it's wet. So it's funny that sim racers often, that sim racers are like, rain, amazing. And it's like, well, as a novelty, sure, but most people I know, especially go-karters, just complain. Like they're like, well, that's ruined the whole weekend. Might as well not bother going. I think casuals like it. Yeah, is it just really chronic understeer? What you want, you don't want like really lots of rain. What you want is like a light, very light drizzle that's not constant. You want it so that it just makes it different, and then there's a dynamic track, and then that amplifies adaptive skill as opposed to memorized skill. That's when rain is best. I think this car's outdated now, isn't it? Like the real one has a full tin top, or does it not? Has the real MX-5 been updated since this? Because this car was updated like 2 or 3 years ago. I mean, the real MX-5 racing looks awesome with the real world version of this series.
You've got about 5 laps of fuel.
I think we need a TVR race series. And what was that Triumph we saw when we were out walking? 1950s Triumph race series, that'd be good.
There's an incident ahead.
Yeah, I really like Caterhams myself. Oh, that's weird that iRacing doesn't have Caterham, because I think it should be reasonably easy to license. And in the UK, Caterham Cup is one of the... it's a very popular entry-level series. Also, it's surprising... it's surprising that they don't have a... like a Janetta thing in iRacing, because that's really quite big as well.
Clear, car stopped ahead. Car right, you're on the left. 3 wide. Right side, 2 wide.
Why do people just drive into in this? You have plenty of space. That's 0x, probably netcode. Three wide! You don't go too wide!
Car on your left. Still there, hold your line. Clear on the left.
Why would you try going around the outside of that? Really weird. Too wide! Yeah, the problem is you can't force a full manual gearbox.
Car 6 has taken the lead. The car in
Some people don't have it,
just set the fastest lap.
so then people would be doing
0.05.
sequential with a thing. Well, this car's sequential in real life. It used to be manual. They updated it to sequential. I personally, I don't really like racing manual cars unless they're like 1960s or something, where I don't like having to change gear 1,000 times. If it's a vintage car, you're normally you're on vintage tracks, so you're not changing gear like a lunatic. That looks like an accident about to happen. Oh. Yeah, you can add a delay to it, but whatever you do is gonna you're just removing a large number of players from something that's already quite niche. But yeah, I'm not against it necessarily. I'm just saying why it can be problematic to enforce H pattern. But it would be nice to have a as an option, I guess it'd be nice to have as a thing.
You got a slow car on the right. Go left. Car 4 is up the front. That was your fastest lap of the session.
Well, you know the Formula Fords in real life. Thanks for following. The Formula Fords in real life. There's so little space in the cockpit, and also, I personally, I think I would massively struggle with that. Like if I was in a small, even like a shifter car, maybe that'd be all right. I don't know. I feel like in something like a Formula Ford, it would cook my brain. Yeah, it's sequential. I know it might be H-pad actually.
Car on your left. You cut the course. You've got to
That's
slow down
right.
and give up
Give
that
me a
time.
slowdown
Stay
for
on the
trying
right.
to preemptively be as safe as possible.
Stay on the right. Clear.
It's alright. We had managed to serve it going into the braking zone. No, I didn't. But I think I've driven those. Yeah, those.
I am the champion of
Oh,
the
thanks,
ninjas.
Unlucky Vader.
Bedrock 2, Ruined Gamer 5 look.
Second.
Thank you very much for subscribing. Really appreciate it. 1 PM is the update.
White flag. White flag.
We've actually, I'm almost back in the.
2.
We're almost back in the Alton Park zone, but then
3, 7. There's an incident
we
behind.
might be able to do one more race before the update.
You're pulling away from the car behind. The gap is 1.1 seconds.
R4M Watson, thanks for following. Welcome. Well, because I'm British, I'm actually waterproof. British children are cellophane wrapped from birth. As you come out of the canal, the birth canal, they wrap you in a plastic bag. No, I don't have any plans for that. Oh, look. That's probably the last time we see windscreen wipers before they're actually used for their proper purpose. No grinder meter today because we're just... Any plans for quitting sim racing? Yeah. I quit sim racing every day and then I wake up and I forget. Shocks, thanks for following, welcome. Wipers are ready. Oh, car behind's got good pace.
Car stop on the left. Car stop on the left.
Oh, that's the end of the race.
Checkered flag. Checkered
Oh,
flag.
well, there we go.
Better schedule some
Oh,
testing.
last to
Get 'em next
11th
time.
is all right. For every lap you add up 0.2, yeah. Oh, where's the I've lost I've lost race labs. Oh no, it's just not working. Oh well. Oh, there we go. Oh, we gained 6. Wow, go me. Right, we're gonna do another one. That was all because of setup. Yeah, let's do the next one. We might as well. These are the last ones. The last ones before the update. Yeah, I think last race we lost like 100 iRating, which is a pretty good achievement, to be honest. It wasn't really my fault. I was just driven into. There we go. 90. We lost 90 iRating. That's well good. We weren't even last. We were second to last. Don't know what I think 120 is the most iRating I ever lost in a single race. Guys, this is the last one in the dry. The last American race. Well, don't you think that's a bit weird as well, right? So this is something that's strange. All the content I've seen about the rain update is people just repeating the marketing, as I say, and then going, "Oh, well, you know, you have to drive off the racing line like this," and it's like, okay, that's fine. It might be realistic, but wouldn't you, before just saying it, wouldn't you just drive on it and then you go, "Oh, that's how it is in the game." Like I notice this with a lot of sim content, any sim, flight sim, driving sim, rather than people approaching it as a video game or approaching the thing that they're doing as the thing that they're doing, and then going, "Oh, well, how does it work? How does the thing I'm doing work in the thing that I'm doing?" And then let's talk about that, or let's think about that. What they do, especially in Sims, is they go, "Oh, I know how reality works. I know what the marketing has said. I know how this is supposed to be. How can I then confirm, or like, how do I confirm that what I've already got in my mind as opposed to what's in the game?" It's I guess part of the role-playing thing, I guess, or with Sims. People invent stuff in games all the time. Like if you work on games, if you work on games, like, when you do like beta testing of stuff, and you're testing stuff with people, they will invent stuff that's not in the game, and they'll say, "Oh, this was really good because of this," and you're like, "Well, that's not actually even there." But they'll be like, "Yeah." So you as a developer of a game, you could just say something is how it is because of "Oh yeah, we intended it" or whatever. Because you could just make it up, and they will. Lars, Morad and TK know nothing. So do you see what the problem with your comment is there? Like I'm going to humour you here. Do you not see the problem with that comment? So nothing I have said has said that Morad or TK don't know anything. Nothing I have said at all suggests that in any shape or form. You're banned. You're banned from their channel. He's banned. Goodbye. Like, this is the problem. This is what I say, guys. This is a real big issue on the internet. You will, whatever you say, you will have people that will come out with something that's I'm sure Lars is a normal person and not bad, but what he typed was what gaslighting narcissist type of thing that they would say. They've just invented something to create to then use as ammunition as an ad hominem attack under the guise of it. Yeah. It's It's not about being a keyboard warrior. It's about completely misrepresenting what's being said because they're upset about something. or they don't understand what's actually being said, so they then have to turn stuff into an ad hominem. You know, it's really unproductive. Also, if you're going to like talk about, as I said before, I've talked to TK. He's a really nice guy. He's done a lot to build sim racing up and promote stuff, and it's really nice what he's done for his business as well to make money, but also him doing the equipment stuff he's done in America in terms of the supermarket sales and stuff. I think it's really good for growing sim racing, and TK interacts with. Like he doesn't do the whole, oh, I'm a super successful pro race driver. He's really down to earth, really nice person. Morad as well, I know him, met him in real life, stole his race winnings. So yeah, I know these people, I've talked with them. Obviously both Morad and Tony Kanaan have a benefit of being somewhat anodyne about certain things. Like, is Morad going to be able to promote his merch store more if he's more positive about the game he happens to like than if he's more critical about it? Like, I know Morad's not doing everything for his merch store. He's like doing stuff because he does enjoy it. It's what he wants to be doing as well. But he's also a GT3 driver. He has to make money. He's also Canadian. They tend to be overly polite. It's like it's like that. You would still have to think about stuff. It doesn't even matter who the person is or what the person says. You would look at stuff critically. This is what's really strange. It doesn't matter if it was like. It could be Ayrton Senna could be like reincarnated. If he said something, you'd be like, oh well, what? Let's critically look at what you've said. Oh, okay, I understand the merits of the argument you've made is a good argument. You know, or it isn't a particularly good argument, or it's interesting for these reasons or not. And yeah, as someone just said in chat, the funny thing is, Morad has actually been quite critical about iRacing, but that people just completely gloss over it. It's really weird. It's so weird.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist. So that is amazing. So it's probably
and Morad learnt from ACC. He was slightly more critical. He was slightly more critical about ACC, and he got absolutely slaughtered by ACC fanboys, like ridiculous. So he like these, you know, if you're, especially if you're more, like, I'm not very successful, but if you're actually really successful and you've got a proper career in real life motorsport and stuff, you also have like a really big audience. So you also have to be really careful with how you phrase stuff, because people will just take stuff out of context massively and run with it. So one of the luxuries I have is because I have no credibility and I'm a bit of an idiot. It gives me more freedom to say stuff because it's not gonna like you know, iRacing know that anyone can dismiss what I say. They can just go, oh, well, Gamer Muscle's an idiot, so it doesn't really matter what he says about this and that. So it actually works out in my favour. So as you get more famous, it's harder to be more honest because whatever you say carries more weight. Yeah, Tom Wilson, you don't need to drive a real car to have an idea of what's realistic or not. You don't need to fly a helicopter to know if this is like a common it's a common thing. You can know what's more or less realistic without having doing it. Not to a very high detail, like high resolution, but for sure you can take on helicopters, then play DCS,
Green flag.
and there's no way you would conceivably think of take on helicopters as being more realistic than DCS.
Okay, here comes your first time.
So it's a really common argument that people bring up. you can't know unless you've done it. It's like, well, you can. It depends on your prior experience, the evidence that you have available to you. Then that's how the brain works. That's how you don't. That's how you like. So you can predict. You can predict reality. So like if you're throwing a stone, you can probably throw a stick. You can't have an opinion on FIFA unless you've played in the European Cup. All right, yeah. Boomerangs are really hard to actually get working. Yeah, no, I keep saying, like, the irony is, I think I'm reasonably critical about stuff. My personal position on rain in driving sims, this is the same with AC. When Content Manager did the rain, I did a video, and I was like, oh, I think this for me, this is really good if it's used, but for most people it'll be really bad for these reasons, and people got upset with that. But yeah, for me, rain is awesome in something like iRacing. So my skill set in driving is I'm really bad at like memorization. I'm bad at it in everything in real life, but I'm really good at making stuff up on the fly. That's how I am with everything, like improv. So that's why I like sims where you can have a bit more improv to it. If you've got a track that's dynamic and random stuff changing, people that aren't good at like reacting to stuff and adjusting on the fly really suffer. So it gives me a big advantage. So for me, it's the only downside is the visual part of it, and that maybe being hard to like strain on the eyes. But other than that, it's really good. so yeah. But yeah, just because I've pointed out some obvious issues, I've been framed as yeah. When am I going to order? Well, I don't have a car. I don't drive, so it'll be very hard. I wouldn't want to go to a track day unless it was with fast cars as well, or like Formula cars. So I'd really quite like to drive a shifter kart, actually. You like me as a streamer, but you're not sure if it's the same IRL. If what's the same IRL? I don't know what you're saying. I'm well annoying in real life. I'm normally pretty tired, to be honest. That you would like me? Well, yeah. I don't expect everyone to like me. I don't want everyone to like me. Like, why would you? Like, it'd be a bit weird if everybody liked you. Also, like, it would be weird to, yeah. like it's like if you're at work, you wouldn't expect to like everyone. Or like, I mean, generally, I tend to like people, to be honest. I only dislike people that's a narcissist, like really narcissistic, or someone that's hurting other people. Outside of that, like even when I really disagree with people, if they're speaking their mind, I like them. Yeah, confirming people's biases is a really good way to grow a YouTube channel and social media, especially if you can come from a position of authority on it as well, or give an air of authority. So it is a really good example.
Okay, let's go.
You know, like those podcasts with like guys giving like advice, and they've got the microphone in the face, and they're talking like this, like. So today we're going to be talking. We were just talking about the difficulties of being a man in 2024, and how the societal narratives have really changed in the last 3 years. This podcast is brought to you by Huel. If you don't want to spend too much time making food and you want to eat all the calories in a convenient and optimized way, Huel is one of my favourite products, and I love to wake up and have some Huel in the morning. So yeah, as we were saying, we've got here Jordan Peterson, who's really helped inspire many young men and has some really good, deep advice. And we've got Ben Shapiro as well, who's going to be talking about how oppressed white people are in modern society. And you're just like... people lap it up.
The estimated SOF is 3,563.
He's so dumb. And then, like, I think it's like 14-year-olds are like, oh, wow, look at those men. So, I was really successful at my first business. Oh, they're so bad. They're so bad.
Green, green, green.
Now, of course, it was really all about hard work and nothing to do with being from a upper middle class family and being given £300,000 by my father.
There's an incident ahead.
Oh, I'm about to become the incident. Monster.
Right side. You got a slow car
Drift
on the
display.
Left. Still there, hold your line. Go right. Clear.
I think the wet rain is going to really make this better. Thanks to the guy that drove into the back of me there.
The car behind has gone off.
I think the rain is only going to improve this, because the way that I almost avoided it, but then the car from behind, there was no stopping him. He was going straight in. Oh dear, that's so funny. The guy that just hot lapped into us. This is a pretty good, appropriate final race in the rain, in the dry.
Car stopped on the right.
Why don't they just why would they not just turn damage off? Like, if you have people that drive so badly consistently, surely it would make sense to just turn damage off, and then it wouldn't really matter. You'd still lose the race, but at least you're not damaged. Yeah, so that was another point I was saying, is that why, surely with rain to work, surely you would need like safety car and yellow flag stuff working before you did weather, right? Wouldn't that be a reasonable... I don't think that's crazy for me to suggest that, is it really? Is that another one of my hater? Definitely, that's a hater. I really like the yellow flag. In oval, I really like yellow flags. Using logic. That's another death threat in the post. the stupid idea of suggesting that yellow flags or maybe safety cars is probably more important than weather. Death threat. Send another threat, boys. This man's a lunatic. Oh dear.
You got about 5 laps of fuel left.
We'll have the updates in like an hour, and then I don't know why I'm talking like Christopher Walken. But the update's in an hour. Why does Christopher Walken talk like that? But it's going to take a while, so we'll do some flying in between times on the force feedback joystick. I like to put my hand on a firm shaft that vibrates. What do I mean by yellow flags and rain? Flags that are yellow. The best kind. But what's weird is you have a yellow flag to warn you that there's a crash, but there's no reason to follow it. Yeah, I don't enjoy driving ACC though. I find the force feedback so dull. And I find the handling really dull actually as well. It's a lot more controllable than iRacing at the limit. But I find it so dull. It's so dull to drive. Yeah, I'd much rather play iRacing over ACC, even though I think ACC is more realistic in many ways. But wait a minute, this guy is an iRacing hater. How is this possible? A person with multiple views? I think he needs to be burnt at the stake. He's clearly mad. I thought we could only have binary views on what is good and bad. The flags would get wet. That is true. You can get you can make the flags out of like water, like that fluid resistant stuff. You could spray it. What's that stuff called? The agoraphobia stuff. He's a witch. Burn him. Heretic. Heretic. I'm surprised my car's still running. We had like a car drive into us at 50 miles an hour.
Just set your fastest lap of the session.
Hydrophobic, that's it. Agoraphobia is not going outside. Veritasium has an interesting video where he painted hydrophobic stuff on him and then he went in the swimming pool and it looks mental. If you type in Veritasium hydrophobic paint or something, it's just really creepy. It looks like something from like an 80s science fiction film. Oh, the skill issue comments. The skill issue, yeah. Oh, I tell you what, when we got the downtime, we can read through, there was some Reddit posts where people brought up my channel with them just hating on me. We can read through those comments. I saw it briefly. I read through 2 of them. I was like, oh, hang on. We'll save this for a live stream. This is entertainment. Nice relaxing read. Reddit hater stream. Oh dear. Well, to be honest, the way I see it is that I feel quite lucky that we're in a position where people are irritated enough to to like bring up the channel spontaneously. And like, if their complaints were founded and it was like, oh, you know, like if I'd actually done something bad or something, I'd be like, all right, you know, I'd then be like, well, no, to be honest, if someone does write a comment, like even if it's a hater, if they're saying something that's actually insightful, I will take it on board. Obviously, I'll be like, oh yeah, that's a good point. I can totally see, you know. So I do appreciate that. But when the comments are completely on, like, just ridiculous, it's just funny. like it's, yeah, it's not, but it's hard to find really good ones, like the classic, like the tomato eye comment, and the, his words only make sense if you don't know anything. That's, like, it is actually genius as a comment. That is such a good comment. His words only make sense if you don't know anything. That's got to be someone that's not English that's typed that, because it's too clever. Same as the tomato eye one. It's too good. I never had Nettos near me. Is that an American thing?
One more left to go. Still there.
Oh, broken car battle.
Keep to the right. Clear.
He drove off the track. I knew he was going to do that. I knew he was going to do that, guys. I knew that was coming. I also knew it would crash him and not me. That's a shame. That's the last race in the dry, I think. Why didn't I leave him space? Because he left the track and then came back onto it into me. Do we have to go through this one again? So let me just explain it quickly. I mean, to be fair, both of us left the track. I should have held more to the right. There's a bit of bodywork. But either way, the car on the right doesn't need to move over for the car on the left to come back on the track. So it's their responsibility to rejoin the track safely. I think I was already back on the track. So there's no like rule for the car that's on the track to move over, because why should they? The car that's off the track needs to slow down and go back behind them. Otherwise, it's an off-track overtake. So, or otherwise they drive into you. Well, I'll show you in the replay. I mean, in fairness, we did both drive off the track, so I should have kept my car more on the track. He still would have driven into us, but.
Car stop on the right. Car stop ahead.
You think I'm great? Oh, thank you. Great. Do you mean physically great?
Checkered flag, checkered flag.
As in overweight?
Okay, we'll get him next time.
Look, here we go. Just like joining a motorway. Yeah, the only thing that I did wrong there is that I left the track with him. I don't think I got 1x though. So he's actually behind us going into the corner. So at this point here, he's actually behind us going into the apex. There's still a little bit of overlap though. There's no way that this car can make this corner without running off the track. Given that I didn't make the corner either. He's actually tapped us there, so that's on him. That's him driving into us. You can see the angle of his car. So at this point here, he can't make the overtake. He's driven all the way off the circuit. Now he can't drive into us here. That's entirely on him. There's no reason for me to move over to the right. Arguably, I didn't really leave the track. Well, I think in iRacing it's a 1x. Yeah, we left the track by like a tiny bit, but we were hit by him. So yeah, so this guy, he just has to lift. You can't just drive into the car that's here. But iRacers do this over and over again. They will just drive into you. So if you're trying to save safety rating, you need to you move over. But if you don't care, then you just hold your line. I have tried LMU. I thought it was pretty good. Force feedback's not as good as AC. Cars are a little bit slidey. The tyre model's more realistic than iRacing at the limit. The structure of it's nice. Graphics quite nice. Netcode's much better than iRacing and AC and ACC. The cars are much nicer to drive than ACC and iRacing. Oh yeah, actually after the first hit, he actually had space. He lost it into us after the first contact as well. So, do we want to do a quarter muscle on it? We can have a who's guilty? Is Gamer Muscle guilty? Right, we'll do a poll. We'll see. This is how we're doing it now. Start. Where is it? Manage poll. Create a new poll. Is GM guilty? Yea or nay? We have 1 minute to cast your poll. There you go. Polls up. 1 minute on Twitch. Is that's the court of muscle. I need a button. Preemptive button. Innocent, guilty. We're about to find out. I know the rain's not out yet, Shumi. Reply to the incident. Oh yeah, we'll replay the crash again. He's guilty of being a witch. His car's totally wrecked. Yeah, we'll have a look at the first crash as well. So, view results. The Court of Muscle has found... No, I'm not guilty. Oh, I've been found guilty. What a terrible court. How am I guilty? You guys, this is the worst court ever. How am I guilty for that? This is ridiculous. Oh, well, I have to take the verdict. This court's a kangaroo court. How am I guilty for that? Oh, I've been found guilty. Oh, he's so guilty it's lagging. Right, off to the gulag we go. Here we go. Let's look at the first lap one. Bloody hell. Guys, this is a serious court. Serious court. And you guys are... Oh, jeez. Right, here we go. This is what happened at the start. Oh, what on earth was this? This is in the dry. This is in the dry, guys. Oh, my goodness. This is in the dry. Oh, my goodness. Oh, dear. Come on, it says we mostly avoided this. I was like, okay. I'm like, be careful because you don't want to just stop. And I'm like, all right, okay, right. And then we tap him. Fine, but it was a really gentle tap. And then this guy just went, all right. How? This guy had no reason. How do you hot lap into that? How do you hot lap into this situation? Yeah, why? Well, first of all, why is Super Mario not just on his brakes? Why does this guy just drive into it? He doesn't even need to. He could have... Why is this guy not going left already? Or slowing down more? It's really weird. Yeah. Well, let's see who's guilty here. Oh, hang on. What was going? What is this? Why is he doing a 3 wide? What is the point of going 3 wide here? 3 wide! Oh, he just drives into the... like, so... This guy is kind of trapped by the car on the left. The car on the far left turns... Right, why is he turning in as if there's no one on his right? Because I guess he's not aware. The spot would have said 3 wide. So this guy, for some... Like, both of them just come in. Oh, it's Tom Bland. It's always you, Tom. Always you. This guy's having to use his feet to brake. So, you know, he's got... I know, it's Tom Bland. No, let's not give excuses to Tom Bland. Wow, you say that, but you're Tom Bland. Also, where's the ice cream sponsorship gone? What are you doing? Oh my God, Tobias, you idiot. Right. What is he doing? He's got barely no damage here. He's playing Mario Kart. He goes left, rotates, and then turns his car. This is pretty good avoiding here. It's me, Mario. And then he turns his car off the track, and then back onto the racing line. Like, he could have just stayed on his brakes. It's like he was like, how can I take out as many people as possible at the start of the race? What could I possibly do that would ruin as many? First of all, let's be here, so we're going to drive into this car. Oh dear, guys. I think rain is going to make this sort of situation better, to be honest. Rain's not. The update should be rolling out now, actually, and then there'll be like an hour or so. So we'll do some flying whilst we wait for the update. Oh dear! And then the car behind me, bonk. This is actually a really good example of why I say, like, this confuses people that are new to iRacing. SpongeBob SquarePants car. So there's so many people that are new, or they're applying real world logic to iRacing. They're like, oh, why don't you brake more for crashes? Why don't you start? Because this is why. If you brake for crashes, you get more damage from a car rear-ending you. Mamma mia! Bloody boosted media in chat. Struth. Get this guy a ban. Isn't it like stupid time for you? I could have held back. Hang on. Let's see. I could have broke a bit more here. Yeah, I mean, but so in my mind, this guy was not going to roll back across the track on his brakes. So me like, on average, me like really slowing down here will result in this car punting us earlier on, if that makes sense. But yeah, in that scenario, if I'd stayed like really slowed down, we wouldn't have tapped this guy. But we only tapped them really gently, and then we still got rammed by this car. So yeah, that's why I think both scenarios. If this was a real race, if this was real, first of all, I wouldn't be in an MX-5 because I couldn't afford it. Secondly, I would absolutely be shitting myself starting at the back of an MX-5 race. I don't know, actually. I'm a bit... If I had enough money to do MX-5, where I didn't care if I wrote the car off, which is the scenario where I do MX-5, I'd just do the same thing. You know. You just wouldn't expect this guy to roll back across, would you? I guess in reality, this would probably be like an instant yellow, wouldn't it? Because all this shit would have to be cleared off the track. So you might... this is actually where safety cars and flags... Obviously, this is a silly sprint race. But this is the type of scenario where safety cars and flags... James Andrew in the Lidl. He got Lidled as well. Safety cars and flags would mean that people wouldn't charge through crashes because they'd be like, oh, there's a huge crash, I might as well just slow down because when there's a safety car or if there's a yellow flag for a lap, and that means we have to stay behind the cars in order for one lap, then why bother charging through? Do you know what? That would be a really good catch-up mechanic if whenever there's a big crash... I'm not saying this is easy to detect, but if there was a big crash, you then had not a safety car, like a virtual safety car, but you don't keep the gaps. You actually compact the whole grid. That'd be an interesting game mechanic. I'm saying it'd be instant, basically. So like, So even if you're doing a sprint race, you wouldn't have to do the whole waiting for 3 laps and everything. It would just be like, big crash. Okay, now there's a safety lap. So it would be the same as like an out lap. Not necessarily. There would be a lot of yellows for sure. Yeah. Like if you play oval racing. Yeah, instant. So this situation here... I'm not saying this is a simple thing to detect. I think that's the tricky thing, I'm just being hypothetical. But like this situation here, so now, you know you could do it by like if there's, that's it. It is punishing other drivers. That's how safety cars and it's really good in motorsport. It punishes everyone. It brings the grid together, but it punishes. Yeah, it's unfair, but also makes it better. So you've got. I guess the rule you could have is if you had 3 or more cars pointing the wrong way, then that's a safety car, and not safety car. It's a yellow flag, which basically means you have 1 lap where it's single file for 1 lap. I'm not saying that's the right solution for iRacing. I'm just saying that I think that could be an interesting way of doing it. The problem with the penalty for passing under yellow is you end up with a scenario where you determine where you're passing under yellow, and then you end up with people just slamming on their brakes to avoid passing under yellow, and you don't know if it's a yellow flag if you're right next to it. So it's a difficult one. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Neanderthal. Because normally 2 cars crashing doesn't really matter, but when you have a 4-car pile up in any of the series, even in a sprint race, a full track yellow flag for 1 lap would actually replicate probably closer to the scenario that occurs in real sprint racing. Like if you watch F4 or Junior Janetta and stuff. Well, we can't race, can we? We're going to look at hate comments. Because iRacing has gone down now. It's down. Right. I'm ready for Potato now. We're going to read these Reddit comments. We had a bunch of hate on us, so let's try and find them. Let's find these hate comments first. is it? Let's see. Yeah, hopefully it's not too long. Oh, here it is. Here we go. Hater muscle. We could do. Oh yeah, Kirith. I was competing with Kirith for hate posts. I'm trying my best. Let's get a scene here. Right, here we go. There we go, you can see that. Here we go. So here's the comments. This is a nice comment section. I race to be fast. It's not a bad name. It's funny to me, the anti-iRacing crowd will still find ways to discredit this amazing groundbreaking update, as well as a Daytona 24-hour winner as a driver. So presumably they're talking about Morad. The only legitimate criticism for iRacing is that it's too expensive. The only legitimate criticism for iRacing is that it's too expensive, which is also its biggest strength. It's the legitimate criticism, but it's also its biggest strength. 410 upvotes for that comment. This is on our sim. This isn't the iRacing subreddit. This is on Sim Racing Reddit. This is where we're at with Sim Racing, guys. This comment again. It's funny to me that the anti-iRacing crowd, nobody's defined, no single point, nothing pointed out, just iRacing, anti-iRacing crowd, will still find ways to discredit this amazing groundbreaking update. So in what way? Like, surely, yeah, people might want to be critical. Why is that? Why was that amazing? Oh, thanks for the raid. Who is it? Well, thanks for the raid. Who's raided us? Oh, we're reading hate mail. Thank you very much for the raid. Really appreciate it. It's broken. Welcome along. Where's the SA? Thank you very much. We're just reading this. For some reason, my name got brought up with people being angry, and we're enjoying our Sim Racing's critical thinking capacity. Oh, thank you very much, Wazza S. Guys, check out the channel. Wazza, I'll check out your channel after this stream as well. The only legitimate criticism for iRacing is that it's expensive, which is also its biggest strength, right? So, first of all, you can't say that's the only legitimate criticism. Like, who says that? Well, who's the arbiter of legitimate criticism? What? And then also, it's not a strength that it's expensive. It's a strength for iRacing. They make money out of it, so it is definitely a strength for iRacing. But there's a meme that the price makes the driving cleaner. You just saw the last race we had, and you know what the average race in iRacing is like. It's the same as LFM. It's worse than LFM, to be honest, and I think it's worse than Le Mans Ultimate. Mostly due to the netcode and the collision, not because of the drivers. I think iRacers actually drive quite well. The netcode and the collision causes the big crashes, and the tyres not being controlled by the limit. That's what I would wager that iRacers are better drivers generally than Le Mans Ultimate drivers. But as I say, like the Le Mans Ultimate's more forgiving and better netcode for car contacts and things. So yeah, so well, there you go. That's 410 upvotes. So that's the type of comment. That's what you need to say. Right. Yep. IndyCar champ and Indy 500 winner plus Daytona winner talking very positively. Here we go. But watch Gamer Mooksel. Rebrand on the way. Gamer Mooksel. I mean, I'm dyslexic. I can't spell, but that is a good spelling. Mookschool. Gamer Mookschool. Roll up and say they're wrong because he knows IRL drivers that don't like iRacing. Yeah, well, yeah. So he's been sarcastic, but the weird thing is, it's like, yeah. Right. Actually, think about it. If someone says, oh yeah, no, I've been, like, let's say boosted media. If he was like, oh, I don't think this part of Euro Truck Sim's particularly realistic because I happen to know. No, the new Australian Euro Truck Sim DLC comes out, and boosted media is playing it, and he's like, oh, I don't think this is particularly realistic because it feels a bit weird to me. It seems a bit off from compared to other truck sims I've played. And I actually happen to know a bunch of. I've talked to people that are full-time truck drivers quite regularly, and I've been doing sim racing content for 20 years, and I have all the best equipment, you know. And then if boosted media said that, you'd be like, oh, okay, yeah, that's quite actually, yeah, it's reasonable. It does seem that'd be interesting, and it would make sense, right? You wouldn't be like, oh, boosted media, you idiot. Well, do you know what, boosted media? We're going to ignore what you've just said and that. And Euro Truck Sim has worked with 2 Euro Truck Sim fanboys, or 2 people that only play Euro Truck Sim and are very active at promoting it. And their channels basically only play Euro Truck Sim. We're going to only listen to what those 2 people say. It's right. This is what's bizarre to me. I don't mind someone saying. I mean, I don't mind whatever someone says, but like, the weird thing is, it's just logically incoherent. If as a argument against me, like, there's really valid stuff you could say. You could go, well, this is incorrect. I think this is incorrect for XYZ reason. It's just really weird.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist.
No, you have to ignore this. Ignore this part.
Probably one of the.
Oh, here we go.
One of the. Well, one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like.
Oh no! Ignore this.
GG mods. It's really good.
Ignore that. Ignore that person. Not to mention, Morad said he drove a rain race at Sebring IRL and said the way it's puddling up is almost the same, with fast wet lines being almost the same. Yeah, no one disagrees with that. He mentioned that it's harder to drive in wet conditions on older tracks due to more rubber build-up. No one would disagree with that. It's still unrelated to the comment. Pro drivers were tutoring Kerwin and Malone how to take wet lines because it isn't just a graphical deal like most other sims. But that's not like a new concept. I'm pretty sure that there have been other sims where they actually do have a racing line. I don't think it's fully dynamic. I think Project Cars 2 actually had a somewhat dynamic racing line on it. But it's quite a well-known thing that the rubbered line of the track can be more slippy in certain conditions versus the offline, and then the aspect of tyre temperature and the aspect of how slicks and wet tyres operate. You don't need a professional driver to tell you that. Like, you can go on the internet and research and understand these things. But also, how is that to the point of, like, this is all constructed with no actual point. Like, none of this is a counterpoint to someone saying the tyres aren't particularly realistic at the limit. Gamer Muscle has the worst takes of all time. I can't disagree with that. That's fair enough. Again, what other than some people are just obviously frustrated, and so they don't make an argument. They're just like, oh, we don't like that person, or we don't like what they say. Can you guys in chat, would any of you go on a forum or a YouTube channel and just type boosted media's a moron? Like, you might, I'd say it in private. I'd say, boosted media's really annoying, or I don't know, Daniel Gray is an iRacing shill. You say it in private, but you wouldn't like go on their live stream and be like, or in a comment on a video, like what what's the point? Yeah. Dude, I can't watch that guy for more than 5 minutes. Gives me a headache. To be fair, that's fine. I accept that. I mean, 5 minutes is pretty good going. Given that our videos are like, if our video's 8 minutes long, 5 minutes is pretty good viewer retention. So why would he watch for more? He'll watch for 5 minutes. That's at least 1 or 2 ad breaks. So thanks for the support. You don't go to online forums in the first place. 44 upvotes. Right, here we go. Lamo. Every time I join his stream, he's either trashes iRacing or talks about some sensitive political issue that really doesn't fit with the whole idea of a chill sim racing stream. Right. First of all, right, hang on, guys. This thread, I haven't brought... this is not my thread. I've got nothing to do with this thread. These guys... This is a random post on R Sim Racing. This guy did this. I'm not in this at all. I've not prompted this or done anything. So this whole thread is nothing to do with me at all. Like, I've not activated it. You know what I mean? Nothing to do with me. So these guys have themselves brought it up. It like... also, my streams are humour. Like, I'm not very good at driving, so I just like force feedback. So he seems to. And where's the whole idea of chill sim racing stream? Does all stream have to be? I think my streams are pretty chill. Do you guys think the streams are chill? I think it's pretty chill. To be honest, it's mostly. Yeah, I think it's pretty chill. Hang on. What's this comment in chat? Hang on, what did you type? And we had a hater in chat here. Right. A lot of people made comments about your take on things. Typically, when that many people make the same point, you should maybe take note. Daniel Case, right. So, yes, if they are making a coherent point. The problem is, if you say something that goes against a mainstream narrative, you're going to get a lot of people that are going to take issue with what you say, even if what you say is completely true, right? So, yeah, you can take note of what they're saying. All you can take note of is that, oh, yeah, it's quite expected that someone going against a mainstream marketed narrative is going to get more backlash. So what's your point, Daniel? What? Come on, Daniel. You've contributed to the chat here. Explain to me that. So if you actually play it through, so basically the solution is for me to stop being honest, right? That's where it would go to. I can't say anything that I basically what you're demanding is for me to be really anodyne, not critical, and go along with the narrative, which basically that's what you're asking, right? So this is a really good example of what I was talking about earlier about the Machiavellian nature of how this operates as a way to politely tell people to shut up without looking like you're aggressively telling people to shut up. So. My ad hominem against Jordan Peterson was pretty amazing and not overly simplistic. So that was because we were making a joke about Dude Bro podcasts. So we were talking about the argument from authority in that context. That was a joke. It wasn't a serious conversation about Jordan Peterson.
Okay, let's go.
Did you not pick that up? Yeah, we could have a separate conversation about Jordan Peterson specifically and aspects of what he does that are mental and aspects that are actually quite constructive. but that's a whole separate thing. It's a bit weird for you to bring that up. I guess you're trying to just make an argument. Daniel Case, I agree it doesn't mean you're wrong. It just, there might be something to it. Yeah, there might be, but unless someone makes a coherent point, you can't learn any. I can't learn anything from it. The only thing you can gather from this type of thread and this type of conversation is don't say stuff that goes against the narrative. Oh, thank you. I'm what's going on here? Was that a follow or helplistic? Thank you very much. Right. Hang on. BI13. I think the point is that you're trying to discredit people who have a lot of credibility. These racers use iRacing as a training, so they want it to be as realistic as possible. No, the point is, right, so why would you assume it's about me discrediting people I talk to? I know, I've met, this is so insane how people operate in their heads. I've met Morad in person. I've chatted to him online. I got his image into ACC because ACC didn't have his image in the game, and it was hilarious. I got Morad's photos. I harassed Aris and got Kunos to put Morad's photo in ACC. So this is the thing. People create these mental narratives from what they see based off some arguments that are created by people being absolutely moronic on the internet, which is completely separate to reality. And this is what creates this anodyne, boring reality, corporate environment. And the people that are producing this, they feel like, we're making things... They're so unaware of how stupid they are. Also, unless someone makes a comment... you've got to make a comment that's logically coherent, otherwise no one can learn from it, regardless of who's right or wrong. Hang on, that's a cop-out though. Self-proclaimed critical thinker isn't necessarily correct, especially when one has strong bias towards... So in my case, what is my strong bias towards? I enjoy playing Assetto Corsa. I enjoy its force feedback and its tire model. I think it's the most enjoyable. I play iRacing a lot though. I don't enjoy ACC, so I don't play ACC at all because I don't enjoy it at all. I don't think it's very entertaining, so I don't touch it.
I don't like ACC, but I do like normalist.
Yeah, I'm sure there would be a degree of bias there, but it would be separate to the point. If someone's saying
of the or not the best,
we can't drive, we're waiting for the update to roll out.
Even F1 or GG mods, they're really good.
Yeah, I don't know why some people don't seem to be able to understand the difference between reasonable comments, someone making a point, and then just dismissive comments. You hate Morad, UK West. Yeah, so that thing before. So what was someone saying? Yeah, it's saying that I'm attacking attacking Morad or Tony Kanaan. It's the irony, as well, as I said earlier, is that Morad was really aggressively attacked by ACC fans when he said pretty clear, critical stuff about Assetto Corsa Competizione, and they were going mental at him. Oh yeah, so the comment was that those drivers want it to be realistic. Yeah, they do. So do I as a player of Sims. That's a totally separate point, isn't it? Like, how is if someone makes the way this should work, I'm sure most of you in chat understand this. The way conversation should operate, the way things operate, is someone makes a point, and then what you do is you go, do I agree or disagree with that point, and you look at that in a non-emotional way for the sake of going, that's quite interesting. This is on anything. That could be interesting to think of it this way or that way, or here's some more information about that point. Yeah, also, so this is a big misconception in sim racing. A real-world driver or anyone or a designer or someone telling the physics programmer this is how it should be, this is what we've got, this is my experience, this is what the data shows. Well, first of all, different real-world race drivers will have different opinions on stuff anyway, so that's always missed out. As I know, well, you can talk to Max Verstappen, you can ask many real race drivers, they'll have different opinions. A lot of them do not like iRacing, specifically how it handles at the limit. But then a physics programmer can't just get into the brain of these people. Like the reality is with driving sims, the physics programmer has to basically have the data to hand, and their model has to basically work, and it's through like black magic of trial and error, testing stuff out, getting data, working out what the limitations of the current physics engine model are, working out how to make their current engine operate with the content properly, or ways that the content can be developed pertinent to the project fast enough with the physics engine, how everything can hook together. It's not... Physics programmers have known for 15 years what is generally quite realistic from a tire model. It's not like super secret stuff. It's just very, very difficult in real time to get a complex tire model to operate in all the different scenarios, like very, very slow driving, operating normally when you're getting up to the limit, on the limit, and over the limit. If you've got a full tire model that does all carcass heating and multiple contact patches and interior heating and all the other stuff going on, and then how that then relates to the grip, different compound, all the stuff, right? If you have a really complex model, it's really hard to then get that model to behave in a way that you want it to behave. So any real-world driver could say, I've just driven the car in the sim that you've made, and my real car, the grip returns much quicker. The physics programmer would be like, oh, okay, that's great. I understand that. Fantastic. They can't just go, blip, 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 blip. Oh, okay, now I fixed it. This is the whole point of like, this is the advantage. Neil's, I don't know if he's still in chat. Neil's the air fryer hater is on the page with this, and this is my view as well. A big advantage of simplistic physics engine, not simplistic, but like less complex tire models and physics engines that an artist or a car implementer can put numbers into to manipulate to get a certain result out of it. A big advantage is that the artist can get a certain desired result out of it and fiddle with it until it gets that desired result, ideally with putting good data into it. Whereas if you have an insanely complicated tire model, everyone can know it's broken, even the programmer, but it can be nigh on impossible to get that to work in all the proper scenarios, or work in the specific scenario that you want that model to operate in. Most sim racers just don't understand this. They seem to think that a pro driver talks to a physics programmer and then, oh, well, now they know. Boosted media, don't understand why it needs to be a competition in the first place. Well, so I think there's a separate conversation there, boosted media. So the point would be a more realistic tyre model, in the sense of the tyres have a realistic grip, general grip, and general realistic sort of behaviour at the limit and grip. The reason why that is good is it's good for gameplay. It's actually fun for gameplay. It's realistic tyres are quite forgiving. That is enjoyable. That's why people spend a lot of money doing racing or just driving the car around tracks, because that is fun. That's the game mechanic of it. So that's the only reason why I'm concerned if a simulator has a realistic tyre model. It's not like some obsession with realistic being better, in some abstract sense. It's that like AC, for example, or even LMU in many ways, that is more fun as a video game than a game where the car just bins you at the limit. Like, the more agency that you give the player of the video game, the more enjoyable that video game will be. If you... So like a good example of this, if you're playing a game like a first-person shooter, or any game where you just take control away from the player and you just push the player out of the way, it is really, really annoying because you've taken agency out of the experience of what the person's doing. So if you play Team Fortress 2, what's that thing you can when you bonk them as one of the enemies can fire a thing at another player and it freezes you and you can't move. It is so infuriating. Or when you're playing Counter-Strike and you walk into another character and you can't move, it is really, really like jarring and horrible, specifically because player agency has been removed. So from a game design perspective, that also applies to driving sims. If you have a tyre model where when you're at the limit, which is what you're supposed to be doing in a race car, if the agency is taken away due to the cars getting stuck, it's a worse game. So the thing is, like, obviously not everyone's done game design or not everyone intuitively understands this. So I've thought about making educational videos on this, but it would take I'm not good at doing that kind of stuff, and to make that also accessible and also entertaining as a video would be a full-time job. Steve Marshall, you blame Americans when they started getting all loud and watching golf. What else is going on here? Oh, Dragon's Lair. Yeah, well, Dragon's Lair, so for those of you who never played it, really good. It was one of the first. It was like there was a period in the 90s where you got laser discs and you had like cut scenes, video disc. It wasn't even laser disc; it was video disc. And then basically the player could just push a button, and then it was like a choose your direction story. And then the whole marketing around it, they're like, "Oh, it's amazing! Look at the graphics!" But all you could do as a player is go, "Oh, you've got to do that at the right time." Yeah, and it's very, very frustrating because of you're not really doing anything as a player. Looks really good though. There's an emulated version online worth trying. Zertil, I don't care if a sim is not exactly like real life. For me, as long as the car is enjoyable to drive and the physics make sense, I'm happy with it. It's never going to be like real life anyway. So the most important thing, in my opinion, is competition, and that's what iRacing excels. I agree, but so first of all, nothing's going to be like real life anyway, so you can that applies to everything, so that's a moot point in the argument. Your point about if it's enjoyable, and as again I just defined that enjoyable is player agency, taking away the control of the car at the limit, which is where you're supposed to be driving in a car, is demonstrably going to be not enjoyable. Like that is why that's the part of iRacing I think is not enjoyable. That's why I talk about that, and that's what we just talked about there. So that's why AC, for example, or Automobilista 1, or even LMU, any game where you've got more agency, that's why that's more enjoyable than iRacing. The competition, though, I totally agree. You do need competition. You do need the ranking as well. It's a very important component. That's why, like Rocket League, Counter-Strike, if you just play them with randoms, it's crap. You need ranking systems for games that are dependent on a skill level. So, I mean, the problem is the weird thing that I find strange with Sims is the backlash against someone suggesting stuff. No, you weren't doing this; you were just making a separate comment. But the backlash that I get for saying this. If the tyre model was this way, it would be better. It was like the grass. I kept saying for 3 or 4 years, I'm like, the grass needs to be more grippy in iRacing. It's more realistic, probably, but it's also going to make the racing better. And I got the same backlash for ages of people going, it's not realistic. Why do these real race drivers, blah, blah, blah. The iRacing changed the grass, and guess what? The driving was a lot better. It's just games designed. It's just games design. It's like, and it's not these are not like itty bitty tiny things. So it's utterly crazy to me how iRacers themselves actively want their game to be shit, like, or be bad, not improve. It's bizarre. Like it's like a form of dogmatic thinking about one's video game based on an argument from authority from the developer of that video game and the narrative surrounding it. And it's not just iRacing. There's fan bases for all these games and everything that operates like that. Deshwan Wilkins. Why not just make a genre called racing simulators instead of putting every racing sim next to where you can find the likes of NF on the Steam page? Let the creators decide if it's a sim. Well, that's a whole separate debate, isn't it? I would argue the sim, if something's a sim or not, it's down to the developer's intentions. That's the art debate, isn't it? It's like if someone is sat down and they're trying to make a sim, or they're marketing it as a sim, then I think it's fair to question it as a simulator. If someone is sat,
I don't like.
Go away, Max Verstappen.
Like the normalist.
If someone is sat down with the intention of creating an arcade game, but it also happens to be very realistic in many ways, you would review it and you would look at it with the expectation of it being an arcade game. And in both scenarios, they could be good or bad games. It's just marketing and intention. Right, let's keep reading these hate comments. Dude, I can't watch the guy for more than 5... Okay, we've read that already. Every time I join... Oh, we've done that. He also trashes ACC. So, trashes ACC. So, he's inferred... I mean, to be fair, I have said it's pretty shit. So, that is fair. I do trash ACC. Considering what ACC is from AC, that is fair. I'll take that. Yeah, but like, so he's responded to the person that said, I only trash iRacing. I almost feel like he's a sim racing YouTuber that shits on all the sim racing titles. Right. This is why people are not critical at all. Being critical about specific points is then reframed by the people that are upset about those points as you shitting on them, unless you are really anodyne, you use a lot of comedic emphasis, you're shitting on it. And I'd argue, if you're really anodyne, if you shit sandwich, and that's saying a bunch of arbitrary positive things to then get to the negative thing, or if you use comedy to hide the actual point, in my view, that is lying. That is a form of lying. My view is, I feel like I'm being more honest by being direct. Obviously at my detriment, but I think that's more respectful to people. And at the end, all this type of stuff and the death threats, what it does to me is it makes me go, oh yeah, I should just be dishonest to people. Like, it's motivation to lie to people. I'm not going to lie because I don't know, I'm an idiot. But like, that's the lesson, is people genuinely want to just be lied to get their confirmation bias tickled. Hang on, here we go. He thinks AC is the only game with good force feedback because it's the most unrealistic force feedback. Right. Okay, rest of his comment. Sure, AC gives you a ton of information through the force feedback, but it's not even remotely realistic. It's almost self-driving. Right, so first things first, if something is the most realistic or the best implementation of something, why would you not use that as an example? You know, like if I was going to talk about flight sims, I would mention DCS with helicopters. I don't play DCS, but when I have played it, it has some of the most realistic helicopters. There's the what's the helicopter mod by Fly Inside for Microsoft Flight Sim? It is the best one of the best helicopters for Microsoft Flight Sim 2020. So I would use it as an example because they are the best. It's not because I'm fans of them. Like, you can't then go, well, we're dismissing what you're saying because you keep mentioning the thing that's better as a thing to contrast. What do they want you to do? What do they want you to do? Not ignore the thing that's good. Yeah, this road car, we're not going to compare it to the current market leader because if we do, then well, you're just obviously you're biased to that thing that's the best thing. Also, it being realistic or unrealistic force feedback is irrelevant, and you can actually argue that AC has realistic force feedback in many ways, as much as it does have unrealistic force feedback. It depends what settings you use as well. AC, sure, it gives you a ton of information through foot, but it's not remotely really. It's almost self-driving. If you've driven a real car, a lot of cars self-align quite aggressively. AMS1, even, to be fair, like even iRacing, if you're playing with a direct drive wheel, like with an F4 car, you can describe it as self-driving in many ways. Like when the rear starts to come out, it countersteers, the self-aligning torque. That's unless you set your caster back to front, which people did do with some cars in the past before power steering because it makes steering lighter. But if your force feedback set up correctly with any simulator on the market, it should not. You shouldn't be fighting. And I think he's just being hyperbole, but a real car, separate to the steering, you feel what the car's doing through your body. So that's how you drive, and you kind of need that feeling, I would argue. In some form, you need to be able to feel that G-load, the tyre limit, to be able to drive in a natural way. I would argue, if you're someone that drives reactively and from feel, my argument would be you need some form of that in a simulator. Without that, it's going to be more abstract than putting the abstraction of that feel into your force feedback. You can have a debate on that. You can have an interesting conversation on that. The fact is, as well, there are cars with literal force feedback in the sim. No added rotation or anything. That have a lot of detail in the steering wheel. Also, there's real wheel cars. There's real wheel cars that have a lot of information through the steering wheel, and there's real wheel cars that have nothing through the steering wheel. What started this? I got brought up into someone wrote it's this comment at the top here. I'm not going to read it out again. And then someone brought up me. Basically, all straw mans of everything I've ever said. This is the thing. I love people arguing what I've said or arguing with me. You can't have a conversation with people that just straw man everything. And it's actually got to a point of insanity. So much so that I go to Sim Racing Expo, I go to real world events, go to esports events. I talk with people in person, and they're like, "Oh yeah, that's quite reasonable what you're saying." And like you can see that they've just been reading the straw man comments about what I've said. What I say is stuff that's so reasonable and would make sim racing better for everybody. That's it's like such a reluctance to like just I don't know. It's actually crazy. Here we go. Let's continue. This is good filler though. It is funny. Any comments in chat that I'm missing? Sorry if I missed stuff in chat. My sim is better than all your sims. It's so realistic. Makes all other sims look silly. Mine cost 2,400, which is pretty good for a full sim hardware included. It's a Ford Focus. Ford Focus is not a good sim. Get out. I am using the internet wrong. I'm using these comments to time fill whilst we wait for the update to come out. I think I'm using it correctly here. Here we go. I get hella tired of all the discussions about which sim is best. Why are you in a thread talking about it then? Why do people do this? I get the most enjoyment out of ACC. Others from iRacing and AMS2. Does that impact my enjoyment? No, it doesn't. So just play what you like and shut the F up. Or people can be critical. What? Right. This is another really weird argument that you see coming up a lot of times, where basically it's another way of saying shut up. Don't talk about things. Now, I do understand there's context where you don't want to talk about stuff. Like when someone's died and you're at the funeral, maybe bringing up the fact that they're a child diddler, probably not the right time. Maybe talking about some contentious political issue at Christmas dinner. Well, happens in my family all the time, but a lot of families don't like that. So maybe not at that point in time. I get that, but on an internet, on a forum, or in a live stream where you're talking, like my streams are targeted to sim racers. It's not. I'm not like invading people's faces. I don't really post shorts and things or. It's weird that people are so happy to just tell people to shut up. Right, here we go. Also, he's not made a point. The point he's made is he doesn't like people being critical, which is an argument in and of itself. So, he's vented his frustration and made his own argument, which is a less constructive argument than someone. Yeah, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything. It's another one of those anodyne, seemingly innocent comments, but he's actually really, right, here we go. Cappy Uncaged. I think the issue for Gamer Muscle specifically is that he plays sim racing games 12 hours a day. To be fair, I won't disagree. That does cause mental health issues, and physical issues. I'm having to do less sim racing because my arm's messed up. So it is unhealthy to do anything for 12 hours. Like even walk it. Like, why did I do a 5-hour walk the other day? 15 miles through floods. That I definitely have an issue with starting and stopping things and doing and being. Yeah, I agree with that. That is an issue. But it's how I am. It's how I've always been, and it's been fine. So, he doesn't really like any of the games beside AC. No, I actually do. So why straw man things? iRacing's frustrating, but it is really entertaining. The reason I play iRacing is it's very entertaining, and the ranking is really good, and there's people on it all the time. Anyway, let's read the rest of his comment before we. You simply can't find good racing in AC. You must play ACC or iRacing or leagues in other sim racing to find good racing. But if you want to race 12 hours a day in well-balanced splits, iRacing is your only option. I don't disagree with that. Even LFM has its super slow periods of time of the day and not close to the same amount to be engaged for 12 hours of streaming. Yeah, that's fine. So while I hate Gamer Muscle, where did that come from? Where did that come from? He's like pandering to the haters out of the blue. Yeah, so while I hate him, I hate this guy. I've never met him. He's been on the internet. I hate him. I've made my mind up. I hate him. Oh dear. While I hate Gamer Muscle, I'm sure he's just talking about the ethereal brand and online, whatever. I don't take it personally. I think he's just projecting in 4K HD the fact that he has to play iRacing and doesn't like it. Otherwise, he goes broke. This is another one. Guys, right? Boosted, if he's still there, he'll appreciate this. Oh, my God. Right. People, your average sim racer doesn't know or understand where YouTubers make money. They have no concept of it. So first of all, I make less money live streaming than I do making videos. You get less growth. I'm more directly critical because I can talk to people in chat. So it dilutes the harshness of what you're saying compared to like a random comment. And I can talk directly with people. So I'll be more critical. And I feel like I can be a little sort of more honest in a live stream. Anyway, the result is you make way less money live streaming in terms of hour to wage. Live streaming is terrible. Like, you don't do it. It's stupid. For me personally, in fairness to the comment, you will get more viewers. iRacing is a more popular sim. So on Twitch, not on YouTube for me, but on Twitch, you will get more viewers. But I would get more viewers if I played Gran Turismo or Forza and was always anodyne and positive about it. Or F1. I would get way more viewers than iRacing. But yeah, you do generally, out of the more realistic sims, you do get more viewers on Twitch than other sims. But if I was just doing for pure viewership, as I say, Gran Turismo, Forza, F1, whilst being anodyne. I mean, look at Kirith's progress. Look at Iris's progress. Jimmy Broadbent, his explosion and growth. He's very good at what he does. He's very personable. His growth was from Gran Turismo. Super GT, it's all from like console games. I grew a lot from playing Project Cars 2. Grew my channel a lot. So did Counter-Strike Go. When that came out, I did like that silly Killed You With a Wheel video. It has like 1 million views. So anyway, the point is, generally speaking, live streaming is really not good compared to like videos. For money, right? I have videos on YouTube that I did 6 years ago that still make like 20p a day. So, whereas in a live stream, you're making money whilst the live stream's on, maybe some donations. You don't make money from it. I make like 5 to 10 times as much money. If I was to just do hardware reviews, I'd make about 20 to 30 times more money than if I'm doing live streaming. Yeah, man, Sean, 20p a day over 6 years when you have like 1,000 videos. I'm not saying all my videos make 20p a day. I'm just saying if you do hardware reviews, even 5p a day over 10 years adds up. When you've got, if you have 1,000, 2,000 videos, that sort of thing adds up. Anyway, the point is, hardware has long tail to it. And doing hardware reviews on YouTube, people are Googling it. The adverts are going to be placed better. So, like, this meme that live streaming is a way to make money is so, like, as I say, the reason I like live streaming, because I think I find it addictive. I enjoy doing it. It's fun to talk to people directly. And I like spontaneous, stupid humour. So, also, when I've got chronic fatigue or I'm just really tired, I can normally get through a live stream. Whereas I find it really hard to be creative and structured to do a video. But yeah, I do more hardware videos. I've got more hardware. Sim review videos, yeah. So anyway, this idea that if you don't play iRacing, you go broke, for me is ridiculous. Like that could apply to Matt Malone. Like, it doesn't, because he's got another job and he could do whatever. But like, if you were literally just an iRacing streamer on Twitch and you didn't have a YouTube channel, that could apply. But even then, it wouldn't really apply. So anyway, the point is, people make really bizarre assumptions about where YouTubers make money and how they make money. So, and Boosted can attest to this. It's really surprising what you can make money from as well, and what ends up being successful. So, like, sometimes you do like a video and you're like, oh well, and it does really well. And other times you make a video and it's like, oh, I put a lot of work into that. Oh, you know. Right, there we go. Anyway, that was that comment. Ah, dear. Hang on, what's a hard concept? Who's he replying to? Oh, he's replying to this guy. Just, yeah, we know. We've gone through that. The wars! Here we go. Kimi Balakaninanan. Jevons, thank you. Oh, thanks for sending me money on YouTube. Appreciate that. Oh, I said that balloon looks like a cookie. It was a bit delayed. It's a bit delayed coming up on the... Oh, the alert's not going to come up on the screen. I don't think it's going to come up on the screen because I've got the wrong scene on. Are you all right with me just calling it out with it out coming up on the screen? I really appreciate $10 is very generous, so thank you for that. Right. Yeah, well, how dare you interrupt the ranting with by sending me money? What are you doing? Right, here we go, guys. Continue this. The wars. The wars. The great wars. Yeah, Matt Malone's a legend. As I've said, I've seen Matt Malone's sausage. It's very long. And I have. I'm not even lying. I have. The wars about which sims are the best come from the limited player base sim racing has. People fight to convince... I need to read this in dramatic voice. The wars of which sim is the best
come from a limited player base that sim racing has. People fight to convince others for their favourite sim is the best, because that increases their sim's player base and consequently makes their experiences better.
I just thought I sounded like an 80s film intro. There we go.
Some money.
Thank you very much, Devons.
This is how you make money.
Thank you very much. If every sim had so many players that everyone could match against those that they're on the similar level, they wouldn't have this war. Unfortunately, to be fair, that's a reasonable comment. Kimmy's made a good point. I do think I totally agree with him. I think a lot of, so you notice this with like AMS2 and games that have smaller player bases tend to be a bit more angsty because I think that they feel like they can't play the game that they want to play. So that's a completely valid point. Well done. How many comments have we read so far? And we've received, and there's one in this thread of someone saying something reasonable. Kimmy, well done, mate. Well done. Sure, AC gives you a ton of information through force feedback, but it's not even remotely realistic. I'll quote. That's a bold... Oh, here we go, from Voyager. That's a bold statement. What are you basing it on? Fair enough question. Here we go. Hundreds of hours in it. The entire point of AC force feedback is it lets you feel everything the car's doing through the force feedback. I'm talking about AC, not ACC. Real cars aren't like that, although you absolutely need this information to be able to drift well in a sim. That's why AC is by far the leading drift simulator and used for all esports drifting competitions. It's not that it's bad, it's just unrealistic because you simply can't get that info through the steering wheel in real life. It's very satisfying but gamey feeling, and I actually really like AC but enjoy racing more than drifting now. And it's objectively terrible racing simulator. Well, if you play LFM, I don't think that's necessarily the case. From the curbs, that's fair enough, to the collisions and the netcode, arguably as iRacing has problems with that as well. So, to the community, it's simply not comparable to iRacing. I like generally agree with that. That's a reasonable comment for the most part, I think. I would say there is a meme though. There is a meme that AC has designed unrealistic force feedback. Now, I'd have to speak to Stefano about this because I'm not actually sure if that's what they were setting out to do. I think the force feedback in AC still basically comes from the steering rack. I'm not sure if it's generated from the tyre model directly. I've not, so I'd say I'm a Kunos fanboy. I've liked their company from Netcar. I have never seen any press release or anything that whenever I've talked to anyone at Kunos as well, I've talked to Aris at Spa 24, and at no point did they ever say we put in artificial force feedback aside from the track rumble and the enhanced understeer, which are settings everyone turns off. So it's just that it's got detailed force feedback. Also, the Toyota Celica I drove in real life had very detailed force feedback that was very similar to Assetto Corsa through the steering rack. The Ariel Atom I drove didn't have very good steering through its force feedback. Some go-karts I've driven have had quite good force feedback, and some have had no force feedback. In real cars, it varies from car to car. Obviously, you can feel what's going through your body. So, yeah, I think people assuming that AC has unrealistic force feedback or is intentionally extra detailed force feedback. I don't think Kunos have ever commented on that. Yeah, the steering ratio. Yeah, every single. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I'm not saying that it is realistic. What I'm saying is it might be limited. No, the point I'm making is Kunos were trying to make it as realistic as possible, as opposed to they were setting out to make it as detailed as possible. Or Stefano. Yeah, that was my understanding. Also, when AC1 had an update applied to it that made the suspension better, arguably. At that point in time, I actually had Stefano. I used to message him on Steam occasionally, send messages. And I complained that the force feedback got worse, and then he never messaged me again. He was like, oh no, that was Stefano is quite a sensitive guy. But yeah, at no point was he ever like. At no point did he ever suggest to me that it wasn't them trying to do like literal force feedback. Like maybe they did, maybe they did try to do abstract stuff. But you know, it's weird that people have just created. This is like a meme that people have fabricated, and then now it's become like a thing. Oh, here we go. Voyager. As far as I know, AC1 force feedback is purely physics based. There are 3 sliders that you can enhance canned effects. You can disable them. So you don't race real cars. So you didn't race real cars IRL, but claim it's objectively terrible racing simulator. Force feedback's very subjective. Even real life racing drivers have vastly different opinions. Like exactly. Curbs seem indeed wrongly implemented. Yeah. Do you know what? In iRacing, the curbs have been flat. There's no 3D curbs. Last update they added 3D curbs, and it strikes me weird that Kunos didn't make their curbs flat, because that would just have a texture. It's the same as the road, but different texture with a rumble effect applied to it, and then you wouldn't have the issue. So it's really weird to me that. So this is actually a good example of developers trying to do something realistic when the simulator can't support it, so the end result is less realistic. So if you can't have, with a single contact patch, if that causes the car to like suddenly spin out when 2 wheels are on a curb or something in a weird way, you can't then have 3D curbs. The solution is to unrealistically make the curbs flat. But Kunos' philosophy has always been, we need to try and do it as realistic as possible. We can't fake things. But if the end result is less realistic, what is more fake? So this is the same argument I make with iRacing's damage, for example. If your netcode is such that the cars are coming together in unrealistic ways, you can't use realistic damage, because it's not going to. The end result's not going to be right. If cars are invisibly contacting each other, you can't just pretend that reality's not operating in a certain way. When you produce a video game, you have to account for. You have to look at. You've got everything that's involved in what's going on and what the end result is. And then if the end result is wrong, well, you're going to have to do something. Like, even if what you do is arguably incorrect by what the math says or whatever, is if what you do is wrong but it produces the right result here, well, surely you're going to do that, aren't you? Like, it's stupid. Crappy Uncaged. It's a terrible racing simulator because the racing is bad. There's no matchmaking in splits. That's fair. And even if there was, there's not enough people. To be fair, LFM, until they mess things up by adding loads of weird series and too many cars, LFM's actually really good with AC. Still reasonably active, but nowhere near as active as iRacing. The racing, if you have people in LFM when it's ranked, the racing is actually better than iRacing racing, because when you've got tyres that allow you to overdrive without getting stuck in understeer or oversteer, it gives the driver more options and it makes the racing more dynamic. Again, it's more player agency, so that actually produces more racing. If you ever watch real world racing or have done real racing, there's often multiple lines through a single corner, and if you take what would physically arguably be like the worst line when you're side by side through a corner, you can overcome that worst line by balancing the car better, using up more of the tyres by balancing the throttle better, so that you could have both cars can go into the same corner on different lines and come out in the same position, because one has maybe used up more tyre wear, one has required the driver to be more finessing. You know, you could have there probably is a debate on that in an ultimate sense. Once you got to the absolute limits of what's possible, like mathematically, you could probably break things down to that actually only being one line. There's probably a deep philosophical debate in that somewhere. But in practicality, in most racing, there's multiple lines through a corner that are productive. Also, if you watch Formula 1 qualifying, they're not all they don't drive perfectly. They're like they set the best lap time with a bit of slip and a bit of correction. Right, I'm reading chat here. Boosted Media. Boosted Media's typed. Gamer Muscle, how are you so sexy? I've had feelings for you all this time. I'd like to leave my wife and children to live in your Boosted, keep that to yourself, mate. Ultimately, the goal should be to provide the driver with as many cues as possible to develop and an understanding of what the car's doing further. Yeah, exactly. I totally agree. Yeah. Because people play it, it's not a real simulator. No, I don't think that was his point, Pids. I think it was just saying the practicality. The practicality is if you don't have ranking, you can't play it properly, which is a totally valid point. That was the case with Counter-Strike and like games like Rocket League. So if you never played Rocket League, before Rocket League, it was supersonic battle cars, and it was really, really good, but it didn't have any online ranking, and it wasn't marketed at all, and it was a bit all over the place. But when they with Rocket League, it was really simplified. The ranking was really simplified, and the way that you got into ranked games, and so that made Rocket League super compelling because you're like, oh, what's my rating? Can I get it higher? I'm playing with similar teammates. I'm playing against similar people. You see that progress. So the you need the online ranking system not only to like make it so you're driving against similar skilled people, but it gives you a gameplay loop, an extrinsic motivation in your rating. So that's like the World of Warcraft leveling up your character, and that extrinsic motivation then makes it feel like each race is worthwhile, or each race has consequence. If you don't have any consequence to the individual race, people start to feel, oh, it's pointless. It isn't pointless. The extrinsic motivations in life are almost always bollocks and almost always wrong to focus on. It's about the journey, not the destination. But having an extrinsic motivation can be good to give you something to target and something to aim towards. Calvin, Gamer Muscle's never driven a car. I have. I not many, probably like 8. A Ford car, a Volkswagen of some kind, Toyota Celica, Aerial Atom, a Nissan with a locked rear diff on a drift track. Can't remember what else. Some other stuff. Yeah. But I wouldn't ever say I'm like a pro driver. I don't drive. I'd have a driving license. I don't enjoy driving on roads. Well, this is another thing that's really weird. People post that as if it's like some reveal, as if like I'd be like, oh no, people have found out I don't have a driving license. So I'm proud that I don't have a driving license. I don't need one. I mean, I'm going to have to get one to do track day stuff, but I've been really happy to not have to own a car. I've saved a load of money, a load of stress, and as bad as public transport is in the UK, I don't like having to... I have driven car. I've got a provisional license, so when I'm with family, I've driven their car and stuff. I don't think it's fun finding a car park. I don't think it's fun paying £5 to park in a grotty car park and then thinking, oh, your window's going to get smashed. Yeah. Well, I'm going to have to get a car eventually. I really was hoping that my first car could be an electric car. If I lived in the countryside, I'd really like to have I'd like a Shelby Cobra. That's where I'd be at. Hello, Days of Blunder. Where are we at here with this? I click continue thread and then it's messed up. Oh, there we go. Well, hang on, what's this? Worth watching if you haven't. This video's 3 years old and completely irrelevant to iRacing. Oh, is this the draw? Hang on, let's have a look. It's just someone comparing stuff. It's just people getting upset. Here we go. Let's go back to this. Jevins, you went ice drifting last week and was surprised how much throttle control translated over. Yeah, the car I drove, I said that Nissan, I don't know what Nissan it was. What I don't even know. They had a wonky lock diff. Is that drift limits? their track that's next to a prison, and they can't make too much noise because otherwise there's prison people. There's a car that drives around the prison, and if drift limits are too noisy, they get told off by the prison. It's really random. They have their skid pan track, but it's surprisingly easy to actually like. I only went around their little skid pan track like 6 times, and within 2 circles, it's low speed wet track, so it's shit drifting. It's not. It's. I know it's entirely different if you're drifting a actual at speed. It's different, totally different. But the point is, as someone that doesn't drive at all in real life, within a minute, 2 minutes, less than a minute. Within a minute, I was able to turn, counter steer, and link up a slide within a minute. So, obviously, it's at low speed, but I mean, I didn't just magically gain that skill, did I? I played like AC drifting, so you're like, oh, yeah, it's different to real life. I think there's more delay in the. So there's more delay in the throttle application, and then the rear's then responding to that throttle application, and the steering in a sense was less direct, but then the actual vehicle felt like it had more mass and more balance in a way than Assetto Corsa. So it was like more delayed, less responsive, less precise. But the actual nature of the vehicle was more accommodating to that, if that makes sense. That was the impression I got. That was the same with the plane that I flew, the Cessna I flew in real life. It felt less direct than flight sims, less responsive, but a lot more depth and a lot more forgiving to like what you were doing. Like you could actually be way more brutal. Which is ironic because every time you see videos on people flying planes, they're like, oh, I'll be gentle. And it was like, no, actually, compared to X-Plane, which is what I played before. Oh, thanks for subscribing. Who's that?
How dare you give an opinion that others don't agree with?
Thank you very much for subscribing. I'll read out the subs after this because it's on a different scene. Really appreciate that. Anyway, right. Let's keep going. Yeah, guys, if you ever get a chance to do like a discovery flight, I really, really recommend it. It's so fun. Like, if you like driving sims, flying is amazing. I'm really hoping to do some glider flying eventually, but flying's so good in real life. Like, it's fun in flight sims, but in real life, it is. It's actually, to me, I've had fast passenger laps in Radicals and stuff, and GT4 cars, and driven Atom thing, which is nice, fun experience. But like flying is, it's just on another level. You're flying, you're flying. I mean, and in a light aircraft, obviously you've probably flown in a passenger jet. To me, that's amazing as well. But actually, in a light aircraft where you can make tiny little corrections on the yoke, and you really feel it all, and it's moving, and the way that you land compared to a passenger jet is like landed like a boat, whereas a small aircraft is really it's amazing. You need to try it. It's not too expensive as well. It's cheaper to do a discovery flight than it is to do a track day. Here we go. I'm hell of a tired of the discussions about which sim is best. Oh no, I said we already read that. Have we got through all the oh, here we go. Here we go. Ah, here we go. We're back to the hate. Zesty closed desk. Yeah, that dude is pretty annoying, to be honest. Pretty annoying. That's not too bad. Pretty annoying. Could be worse. Of course, it doesn't help that it reminds me of Ahmad Dajjal. Oh, yeah. Ahmad Dajjal. I do. Hang on. Yeah, no. Look, guys, Google this comedian. He's right. It is. To be fair to him, it's a comedian. Honestly, Google it and you'll see. It's a fair comment. Boost Loaded TV. The small airport near me has a bunch of guys that will take you up in the planes for free every other Sunday in the summer. Yeah. Well, so they basically, pilots just want an excuse to fly, and they normally have a seat and they like to fly around, and there's no, So actually, if you just hang around an airport, there's like a local grass strip airport, you probably could get a free flight out of it. Or if you offered to pay their fuel, which for like a 30-minute flight won't be a huge amount, then they'll be like, oh yeah, sure, because they wouldn't have got any money anyway. So just if you're not in a rush and you're willing to hang around an airport, yeah, I know. But I'm like player number 7 in football games, like average face. I did a mixture of both, Megal. There's a lot of people that do flying in the same way that people go fishing. They're building up flight hours, or yeah. It's like some of the pilots I've spoke to, it's like like people do cruising in Assetto Corsa. They're just like flying around, and they're like, it's exactly the same mentality as people cruising, which is understandable because it is awesome, like the view you get, and it's a fun thing to do. Right, agreed. But after watching him a bit, I think maybe it's his shtick. What's my shtick? The shtick of being mildly critical. Oh, hang on. No, here we go. Oh, here we go. Here's some more beef. It's not a shtick at all. He's a know-it-all who definitely believes he has all the insight that no one else has. All the insight. all the insight. All the insight that no one else has. It's weird because he's not even mediocre in iRacing. I got 5k I rating. We're on 3k. It's not that bad. Like, how many mediocre... Like, I don't disagree. I would frame myself as actually being mediocre at iRacing. Like, if I'm comparing myself to actual talent, like someone like Emil or esports drivers I know, so this is like Sam Soyd, for example, is way better than me at driving, like on another level, right? And he wouldn't even put himself in the vague ballpark of like alien sim racers, right? So, but what you have is like you sort of average sim racer. You have pretty good sim racers. Then you have like people like me that are like driving whilst talking and doing everything else, and obviously, like, to get to 5k I rating, you have to be able to like drop, like, whilst live streaming, whilst doing driving for 10 hours a day. You can't just be mediocre. Like, I'm not like tooting my own horn, but you really cannot just be mediocre to live stream for 10 hours a day and finish like not be. Let's say we're at 3k I rating now. You would have to be beyond mediocre by any metric, right? And if you can get to 5k I rating, even if it's by farming or doing whatever you do, you would have to be beyond mediocre. I'm not saying I'm good, but do you know what I mean? It's mental. Also, know-it-all. Again, saying that the tyre model is unforgiving at the limit, which the vast majority of real race drivers that are professionals I know would agree with, is not really saying you know it all, is it? Who believes they have all the insight that no one else has as well in anything? Even if someone was like the most arrogant person ever, they still wouldn't believe they have all the insight that no one else has. Right, the absurdity of this, again, is that all I have ever said is that iRacing, the tyres are unrealistic at the limit because the grip doesn't return fast enough, and the force feedback doesn't tell you what the car's doing in terms of braking or where the limit is, which is a fact. Like, people use the audio of the tyre scrub sound to know where the tyres are at in iRacing. They don't use the force feedback generally. You can a little bit, but not much. They use the audio. Those are the two, and then the net code, which I think everyone would agree with, those people bouncing in the cars. Those are like, the way that is framed into these complaints is so absurd. Yeah, well, they ignore that. Peter Den, Morad has said it, but they all ignore that because apparently I'm going against what Morad said, even though Morad has said these are known issues. But the thing is, people don't say it clearly, do they? Because they know what happens if Morad was really like fairly critical about the tyres in a clear way every time he did stuff. So if Morad was like, yeah, the tyres really are actually quite unforgiving at the limit in a way that really is detrimental to the driving, and he said that as often as he said the positives that he said, well, people wouldn't be really happy with him, would they? Like, because that's really, if you say the tyre mod at the limit's a bit wrong, you're calling into question the entire religion of the simulator. There's a difference between saying the tyre model isn't perfect in every time. Yeah, but it's Bentley. I don't say it every time we spin. We say it when there's the specific spins. But also, if the tyre model doesn't work at the limit, pretty much every time you spin in iRacing, it actually is a result of the tyre model. Especially when you're talking about driving an MX-5, Formula Ford F4. These are all cars that we'd never spin in any other sim. Or GT3. Like, and when I play, we don't really spin ever in. We spin in LMU and AC because it's racing and some weird shit's happened. We don't spin because we're just turning into a corner slightly too much. So it is fair to be critical of the tyre model when you spin in a result from the tyre model. Obviously, people will then go, oh, you're just blaming the game for your inadequacies. But it's still a fair complaint to make, isn't it? Like, you so what, do you not mention the fundamental thing that's causing the problem? He's too overconfident that he knows everything, but he sucks at iRacing, so I'm not sure where he gets his confidence from. None of these comments actually make a point. They're just all they're ad hominems. Also, I don't know what his I rating is. Also, I wasn't particularly vocal about iRacing's tyre stuff until I'd also spoken with a lot of professional race drivers and esports drivers. I think it was in our Sim Racing Expo toy, Moritz Lerner, so he did say it on camera, and he did say he didn't mind it being in the video. So he said, I was like, oh, what do you think of iRacing's tyre model? And he went, oh, I think it's absolute shit, right? And I was like, oh, fuck, now I'm worried that he's going to get attacked and it might affect his esports career in some way, because I know what people are like. I've spoke with other drivers and had comments on video, and I don't publish those videos because I know there's no benefit for them. So the irony of it is absurd. The irony is mental. Pantini 23. Oh, by the way, guys, Paul Smith in chat. Go and subscribe to him. Really good. Terrible streamer. Awful. Likes trains. Gamer Muscle. See also the Dunning-Kruger effect and illusory supit. Right. Oh my god. Right. So ironically, he doesn't know what the Dunning-Kruger effect is. Guys, it's ridiculous. He doesn't know what the actual Dunning-Kruger effect is. This is what the big irony of Dunning-Kruger effect, the actual original paper, is not what people think the Dunning-Kruger effect is from how the Dunning-Kruger effect is talked about in a lot of popular science. So the irony is you have now a load of people going, oh, Dunning-Kruger, they think they know more because they don't know what they do know, so they think they know more than they do. That's not what the Dunning-Kruger effect actually is. Like, the point of the original Dunning-Kruger effect is the ability, the predictive ability of a person to estimate their knowledge within a certain field, right? And the curve of that and how that works. And actually, a lot of people actually overestimate their ability. A lot of people underestimate it. And the interesting part of the Dunning-Kruger original study is the distribution of that, but also, yeah, no, it's not a simple case of stupid overestimating, intelligent underestimating. It's really not that simple. It completely misses the point of the original study. So, so these oh dear, it's the irony. Javier Sato, obviously, thanks for stoking my ego. I am really, I'm too hard on myself on a lot of stuff, like to a real detriment. This has been a problem I've had. And it's really common. I think I'm not bringing this up with sympathy. I'm very dyslexic. I went through special needs stuff at school. I was really fortunate that my mum was an English teacher and my dad was a special needs teacher, so they were able to get me to be tested for dyslexia when I was at primary school, to then get the proper support to then go through that, to get as much help as possible. My mum spent ages, like, she was stupid because she would come back from work and just go through words constantly just to, like, make sure I could read and stuff, right? Which is ridiculous. Like, the amount of time that they invested in me so that I could function. So the thing is, though, if you go through school where you're like struggling, you're like, I can't. You read the board. I can't remember what was on the board. Oh, I can't do this. You're gonna think that you're an idiot. Like, I probably, yeah, still am a bit of an idiot, but you're gonna be like, you really are going to doubt yourself disproportionately. So Manshot, no, these comments are fine because I'm old enough to find them entertaining. But yeah, it's weird what people just assert. Like, they just make it up. Like, fortunately, it's aimed at me. But imagine if it was a streamer that's like got serious mental health issues, or someone that's actually genuinely. So I got messages of people going, you're depressed or something, or like often I am depressed, but it's not a problem. I just feel depressed I wouldn't say it's healthy, but I think everyone goes up and down for different reasons. But like some people are medically depressed, where they have actual issues. They need to see a doctor. But you get these. This is this really weird like comments you get where people send messages where they're like, you seem really depressed. Basically, they're upset, so they frame it as you're depressed, or you're angry, or you're whatever. So if someone actually has mental health issues, these are really dangerous comments, because someone with mental health issues would read into those comments in a weird way, like, and they might not be able to dismiss it rationally. So. To be honest, those, I think, for people that actually have mental health issues, those are the worst sort of things, which is why that's the really dangerous side of social media and online messaging. I've really close friends of mine have had very severe mental health issues, so it's something I've been around a lot. Right. Scope 72. I think self-doubt, Harry Lynch, self-doubt is a biggie. I think self-doubt is actually really quite good, though, to be honest. But I think it's always going to be a hard balance. I think because what you have to do is you have to be quite mindful, and you have to be quite critical, and then you have to go, right, I this is how I'm interpreting stuff. This is the information I've got. This critical information is a valid point that's actually logically coherent. Therefore, yeah, I take that on board. That's useful. but then there's also like, there's just different things where you there's no point in scuppering yourself, or there's no point in doubting, preemptively doubting yourself more than you need to. So there's a balance there, because obviously if you just have insane confidence, you're going to be an arse, aren't you? So it's good to have, it is good to doubt, and also I think it's fun to doubt what you can do and then actually do something, and then what you have to do is recognise that you've done something that was beyond what you thought you could do, and actually recognise it. So this is a really common thing that people that have depression and mental health issues, people with anxiety, is they don't, we've talked about this before, but it's worth saying again. They achieve something that for them is a really big achievement. It could be basic. It could be just getting up. It could be having a shower. It could be going to the supermarket. It doesn't have to be a big thing. But for them, for what they're experiencing, it could be a really, really big thing. And then they don't recognise it. Like they do a walk. They're feeling shit. They're depressed. They really don't want to do anything. And then they just go for a walk, or they have public anxiety. They just go to the supermarket. And then they don't recognise that was actually a huge achievement for them. For some people, they might have to do, like they might need to do a big event or something. Like, do you know what I mean? For some people, it might be something really big. Like they might need to get a degree or do a big presentation or do. Well, I don't know. It could be. It's different for different people, but people need to recognise where they've been successful, and it's very easy for someone to not self-recognise. You've been walking home today mainly because you need to lose some weight. Get in there, Paul. Yeah, I need to lose weight, so I've not been eating biscuits. It's been hard. Right. What is this whole post about? Someone was just I didn't post on this. This is people bringing me up out of the blue. Oh, here we go. Dan Tiff. Tyre model on the limit is not a legitimate criticism. Oh, this guy got upvoted. Here we go. Funnily enough, Morad is known for being a major tyre model critic for GT3 cars and iRacing. So it's not like he's being paid by iRacing to hype them up. Well, he's clearly not been enough of a critic of iRacing's tyre model, given the backlash that... It's almost as if, guys... It's almost as if people frame their thinking of things from the authority of the person saying it rather than the actual information being presented to them. It's almost as if a large number of people are severely lacking in very basic critical thinking skills. It shows you the power of authority, though. This is why marketing works so well. Hang on, if you grow up with ADHD, spend your entire childhood being told you're stupid, maybe you were stupid. That's an easy joke. Yeah, no. The thing is, right, even if a child was stupid, it wouldn't make sense to call them stupid. Like, what? Right, if you know someone that is a bit dumb, there's no benefit in calling them stupid. And also, the thing is, stupidity doesn't work like that. We talked about this obviously many times before, but like some people I know that I'm quite good friends with, they're not the brightest bit. They're not like intellectual. They're not interested in that at all. But they're really, really nice people, like really caring, really nice. Like I love spending time with them. They're awesome, absolutely amazing. So they themselves would not describe themselves as being like academic or like they really just don't think about those things. It doesn't matter. It's utterly irrelevant. Yeah, talking about Paul Smith. Yeah, the point is, if someone is actually really, if someone's empathetic, a humanist, caring, and just nice, who cares how bloody clever they are? Like, they're still going to be able to do, like, they're still doing stuff. Like, they're still valuable. So the framing of some notion of intellect as the value of a person is a weird one, isn't it? It's just kind of normalised. What a conversation here with Phil Master Muscle here. Jealousy is the root. No, I don't. Speak for Sim Racer. You're saying jealousy is the root to all evil. I don't agree. I don't think it's that simple. So, yeah, I don't think. I agree. Jealousy is not healthy. There's no point in being jealous, but often I think. So one of the memes you see, and this is also what you see on like a lot of dude bro podcast type things, is they go, "Oh, these people are just haters because you're successful. X is successful. You're being successful in business. So the people that are being critical of you are just haters. They're just jealous." And it's like, well, no. A lot of the time, people are successful in business because they screwed other people over. A lot of the time. Even in sim racing, there's some absolute bollocks, guys. I can't go into details, but there's some absolute bollocks. And it's not jealousy. It's that people are being absolutely screwed over. So, hello, Steve! So, yeah, there's quite a few examples in sim racing of complete shit. And it's not jealousy when people go, that's bollocks. Or when even some people are being successful and someone else might say that's unfair success. And even the person that's being successful, if they're being reasonable, from my position, right now we have like 300 people watching on YouTube and I don't know, 100 people on Twitch or whatever. That's incredible. I don't deserve it, obviously. Like I happen to do sim racing YouTube at the right time, and I happen to have a relationship that was falling apart at the right time, and I happen to then do sim racing, and I happen to have a weird sense of humour and a British accent, and so it's just luck, isn't it? So there's other people that have put way more effort, deserve stuff way more. So yeah, we're getting the German wife. We're working on that. It's up in the air at the moment, though. The German wife we might have to hold the German wife. So we'll see what happens. But the German wife is the end of year goal. So yeah, I can't remember what we were saying. Yeah, jealousy and unfairness. I think sometimes people dismiss other people's views as jealousy when I don't think it is a lot of the time. But yeah, sometimes people are jealous, for sure. It's Bentley. Was you hoping to find one in the wild in your walk the other day? No, I was hoping to not drown in the floodwater. Smileable. I would hope you would hold your German wife. Why are you gay? Okay. Well, is that a question? Why are you gay? Why? I know. No, is that like, why are you gay? Or is it, why are you gay? It sounds like you're angry that someone could be gay. Why are you gay? It's like their child's just come out to them. Or like their partner, they've been with their partner, the partner's decided they're gay. Why are you gay? Oh dear. Oh dear, that's pretty funny. Right, here we go. Hang on. Yeah, but I don't have it, therefore I need to tell myself it's not worth having. Who's he replying to? That's yeah. People do that thing where they make a preemptive argument. They're basically saying, a dissenting opinion is someone trying to rationalise. I can't see that. Where's the? Oh dear. Who was this?
Adoherdic, the fallen one. I have been watching you, James, and will pray my light touches you and gives you a greater understanding of my words and wisdom. Go in peace, my son, blessed be the day girl, and may your FFB be strong and informative. Amen.
Informative. Thank you very much for the donation. It's not come up in the chat or anything. Really appreciate it. Hopefully I can check through afterwards. Thank you very much for that. Who was that? You shit. Really appreciate that. It's super generous sending me money. Yeah. Well, I need a cup of tea and some stir fry. Here we go. This, though, is so expensive, and I'm not yet consistent enough to be able to compete, so I'll have to keep finding my excuse not to buy it. Well, you know what? With iRacing, I do think that the pricing of it is really exclusionary, and I do think it's a really big problem. And I know iRacing could charge more. And, well, the updates, we're waiting for the update to roll out. Star Fox will take a while. Yeah, but it's more a question, Paul, of you want things to be inclusive. You want people to be able to take part in something. And it's better for, in a ranked system, the more people taking part, the better the ranked system will operate. So you want it to be accessible, and also as an activity and a hobby. As much as iRacing, I think, is terrible in many ways, you want people that want to enjoy it to be able to enjoy it. Like if someone, it is the most active online racing game, so you want more people in it. So why would you want to exclude people? That's the thing. Yeah, that's where the whole point of ranking systems is. It divides people by skill. Surely that's better. Why would you want to exclude people from an activity using wealth? All right, Boosted, thanks for popping in, man. Have a good night. It's fine for you to tell your wife your undying love for me. That's fine. Watch out for box jellies in your bed. Hang on. Jimmy Bobby, to run a viable business, iRacing isn't a charity. Right, so... right. First of all, you can duplicate digital items infinitely. So, there's not the production cost of a physical item. Secondly, you can model things in the sense of going, right, you can actually, by having a wider audience, you can make more money. You can also have access to a product while still being able to monetize a large part of the user base. iRacing, I think, are missing out on a lot of revenue, even within their current structure, by not fully capitalizing on dedicated, fully paid up subscribed members, because they're not selling. They could be selling like in-car whatever, anything. There's something they could do. Stickers for vehicles that are only available, official iRacing stickers that you can put on your livery that are only available through iRacing, or I don't know, something. There's stuff that they could do that would still fit in with the realistic remit of motorsport, but would be something that big fans of iRacing would be happy to pay for because they're fans of iRacing. You'd be surprised that whales, that's what they're called, these users that are willing to pay a lot, you can make a lot of money out of them. And there's definitely, you can see it whenever there's new content released for iRacing, there's people that just buy it anyway. So the problem is, every time they release new cars, it segregates the user base and segregates the series. Whereas if you have content that you can monetize that doesn't segregate the user base, that would make a lot of sense. So iRacing as a business are so uncreative in monetizing their own product, and they are operating in a 90s video game paradigm of how you monetize a video game. Now, I understand they've established how they've established it, and it's risky to change business and how you do stuff. So if it's making money, it's making money. But it's just bizarre to be so uncreative with how you can monetize a product and ways you can make more money. Is it working for them? Yeah, but it can be working for them better, and it's clearly excluding a lot of people. So, I mean, like, is it working for them? Like, you could say that about any business. Retail video games were working for retail, and then Valve did Steam. There's lots of things where you improve stuff. You don't just go, well, this is the current paradigm. You go, oh, hang on. Maybe there's other ways that we can generate more revenue and open the game up to more users. Until there's competition, Yeah, stickers competing for official iRacing events that you can put on your vehicle that show that you took part in that event, or official stickers from esports drivers or whatever. I don't know. There's loads of things. Yeah, there's loads of ways you can do things. Anyway. Why is test drive? I don't know. I don't know what they're doing. They're probably having to update back end stuff or something. Or maybe they didn't do test drive for this season. I don't know. Maybe they want to enjoy sim racing instead of maximising revenue. That's not how businesses work, is it? Also, if they wanted to enjoy sim racing, you would make the service have more players on it. You don't want users, Star Fox. You don't want users selling content. You want people to maintain content. Have I missed the death threats? No, we're just reading through a comment thread with people complaining about us whilst we're waiting here. Right. Trust me, you're probably better than half the player base because you care about being consistent. I'm around 2k I rating, but I was 500 I rating. You're better than everyone there already. I don't need to watch you race. Simply caring is enough. Okay, I don't know what this comment's about. That's so kind. Fair enough. I think that's the end. That's the end of the game of muscle hate. Oh no, here we go. Here we go. iRacing still has a lot of issues, although it seems the rain isn't one of them. How do you know? He's not played right. How does he know from Jimmy Broadbent, TK, Maradness, and random streamers what they've like? None of them have been critical particularly. So how would you know? It might be really good. How would you know? Either way, it seems like they've nailed it. It's a good note. Right. How would you know that? Again, I'm not having a go. I do think Jimmy, TK, and Maradness could be more critical. I think they're in a position to be more critical. I understand why they're not more critical. You know, but the point is, I watched TK's video, I watched Jimmy's video. I don't actually normally watch people's videos, but in this case I did, and I watched Maradness's video. None of them were critical at all. Like vague comments of like, "Oh, the AI's bunched up a little bit." You wouldn't. There's no way for you to know. Right? It's insane. It's insane. It's so amazing how much you can. How much you can like just frame stuff like marketing. Technically it looks interesting, but until you try something. So this is an interesting point I was thinking about, is that they make a big thing about the dynamic track, the dry line, the wet lines, and all this stuff, right? And how it's dynamic. But think of this. If when it rains, a track has holes where it has holes. When you're driving on a track in the dry, people tend to drive the same racing line, right? Because that's the fastest line, generally speaking. Why would it actually need to be dynamic? If it's always going to be mostly the same, why would it actually need to be dynamic? Why could you not just have a baked? This is the driving line, and it's X value depending on the temperature values, the other variabilities, and the water values. This is the off driving line, and it's X value, for all these polygons of this area, depending on these variables. If car passes over X amount of time, that means Y. That's dynamic in a basic sense, but like you could totally fake it. You really could actually just have it so that the whole there's the dry, there's the other line. They're set at fixed amounts, and depending on where you are in the race and where you are and everything else, it's always just the same, basically. It just changes through time. From a player's perspective, no, I'm not arguing for less features. I'm just explaining. Oh my god. I'm explaining the reality that even puddles, they're going to form in the same place. So you don't technically need a mesh system that actually calculates where the water falls into it necessarily. You might want to for a development perspective of when you build a track, when the artists build the track, the rain will operate consistently across everything. And I think iRacing, actually, that's how they approach their development. Their philosophy is that this is also an obsession with physics programmers and programmers in general. They like things to all just work automatically, even though it never does. But yeah, you might want to have it so for production. So you're like, well, build the track and then that kind of operates how you'd expect. But you could just have the puddles be artistically done. Like from the player's perspective, it wouldn't really make any difference. It's really weird that people read the marketing and then assume they're like, oh, wow, dynamic. Okay, another example of this is like dynamic lighting in video games. Like real-time... what's it called? Ambient occlusion and stuff, and real-time lighting, right? If you've got an outdoor environment with and you're doing levels where the sun's going over it and it's like armor or, you know, like a world survival game, you know, fine. And in a sense, if you can do it in a way where it can be processed and it's not too much on the graphics card or CPU, great. However, if your video game is always happening at the same time of day, or is all indoors, or, you know, within the design of your game, why do you need a really complex dynamic lighting system when you can just bake it into the scene and it will run faster, it will look great? Like, I do get that there are benefits to going down the route of fully dynamic systems, and it does make sense for certain games, but the point is, it's not universally
The pace car is out of control.
necessary, but there's this thanks for following, guys. There's like this.
The pace car is out of control.
Yeah, you guys are missing the point. I'm not talking about in racing games. The point is people just automatically assume that dynamic equals better. Yeah, we're having a conversation here. I don't see why anyone would complain about it being more sophisticated as long as it works properly. No, I think you're kind of missing the point of what's being said. It's interesting. So the real argument would be, why do something more? You can do some. If you can do something simpler, surely it's better to do it. If it works in both scenarios, the more simple way of doing it is often going to be better. And if you can do it simple, fine. The point of the conversation is the assumption that more complex and more dynamic is better. And there's something that a lot of sim fans and a lot of people consuming video games fall for without critically thinking about it. It's a marketing fantasy. That's why I brought up the example of the dynamic lights. I'm not saying in this scenario it might not be. I'm not saying it's not interesting. But for example, iRacing's tyre model is very interesting. It's very complex. It's very dynamic. The end result is worse than R Factor 1. It's worse than the Assetto Corsa in terms of practical end drive of the vehicles. In many scenarios and many use cases, it's worse than something more simple. So in some scenarios it's better for certain things. The TAMP. There's a fantasy of dynamic being more realistic, whereas conscious artistic decisions can make the experience more realistic. Yeah, I would argue that that there's a narrative that more complex is better when that's just not the case in reality. There's reasons for either that are equally interesting. You'd have to have a conversation on. Warned, creating a simpler graphics pipeline is actually much more labor intensive. Yeah, it is and it isn't. It depends, doesn't it? But the whole point of a real-time graphics pipeline that calculates it all is ideally that it reduces the workload and produces a better end result and reduces time. But if you've created an artistic pipeline for producing stuff and that works well, and people have got really used to it, then sometimes that can actually end up being faster, especially once you end up getting to like a crazy dynamic lighting engine. It might be that the game just doesn't actually run very well. So like Unreal 4 is a really good example of that problem, where okay, you can have a lot of dynamic lighting in there, it can do a lot of stuff in real time, but the like ACC, for example, just doesn't run very well on normal equipment. so it's like, okay, well, now we then have to spend a really good example is Hell Let Loose. The amount of effort that they have had to put into stopping stutter and all the crap that's associated with Unreal 4 engine is probably more effort than if they'd used a more simple engine or a less real-time dynamic engine. As I say, like in the long term, it totally makes sense. It's like with the physics. Thanks for following, guys. Physics, for example, when PhysX first came out and you had like really advanced physics engines, at first it was a bit stupid, but once you got to the point where every graphics card can do cloth physics, every graphics card can do ragdoll, it doesn't really have an overhead, you know, you pass a certain point where it can just be done for free almost, and at that point it's like, okay, great. There's a really interesting debate and argument and which video games it applies to and why you'd use it in some scenarios and why you wouldn't use it in other scenarios. That's not really the point I was getting at. The point I was saying is just that the assumption that dynamic and complex is better is the problem. That was the point of it. I think it is actually a really interesting aspect of video game art. It's quite an interesting thing. What you can really, so I have a big, quite a not a hobby, but like quite an interesting sort of PS1, PS2 era, like the early 3D games, Nintendo, like GameCube, Wii and stuff, and like the way that you make games on those platforms, PS2 and stuff, and the artistic tricks required to make stuff look nice is really, really interesting. And also the technical tricks are really, really interesting. But the artistry that you see in like some of the Mario games, some of the Nintendo games is fascinating. And some of that I think does get a bit lost when you start brute forcing stuff. But then I really appreciate the artistry involved in like programmers. I knew a graphics programmer quite well when I was one of the companies I worked with. They showed me a lot of the stuff they were doing. Built our own graphics engine. They built it. Obviously, I didn't do anything. It's really interesting. So, you know, it's just different. It's like I'm more on the art side. I'm more on the physical art side. Is what I am aware of. I can't program, so to me, when I see the math involved in just doing normal maps and things, I'm like, ugh. It depends if you're doing stuff. If you're faking stuff with like arts versus if you're faking it with math in a graphics engine. But that's a whole different conversation. Star Fox, isn't the point that the water disperses dynamically, and although puddles might start, yeah, but so for example, you could arguably do that with a more simplistic approach, where, well, here's the puddles on the road that are defined by an artist. If a car passes at, like, if environmental temperature or sunlight is at this value with this progression, then the puddle reduces. If car passes over the puddle, it reduces the size of the graphic or changes the graphic, changes the grip. You know, they're still dynamic. There's different degrees of doing it and different complexities. Also, you're noticing video games, right? The marketing will market this vague sense of dynamic and procedural as a sort of snake oil component, and people always lap it up uncritically. So, like, what's that game? The space game. What's that space game? It's all procedural. No Man's Sky, right? So the marketing behind that and the way people lapped it up was because they're like, oh, it's an infinite universe and all these things, and oh, what will you come across and what can you explore? And it's like, well, no, the reality is there's a limitation to the procedural math and how many combinations can operate. And then really having 1 billion stars, is that actually good gameplay? Does it really matter? So like, it's just in and of itself, it's utterly meaningless. Like, things need to be defined. But basically, it's Peter Molyneuxing it as well. You're like, oh, if you describe stuff in really vague, exciting terms, it's use a sort of an argument from authority of like, wow, it's technical, new tech, wow, amazing, and we're so clever. Then your average pleb consumes it going, wow. And it is still, I'm not saying it's not amazing. No Man's Sky, whatever, it is amazing, but so is Mario on the Wii. So is bog standard iRacing as it is now. It's got cloud system, it's normal road. So's AC, so's R-Factor 1. Like, in terms of your average consumer perspective, any video game in real time, like if you delve into it, is insane. like if you look at the code, even for a 2D game, for most people, if you were to break down a Nintendo, a Super Nintendo, SNES game, or even even an Atari game, it's actually bloody magical. And it would be well beyond, even now, it'd be well beyond most people's capacity. You could talk about the code involved in that ET game, like ET or the ET the extra testicle, extra testicle, ET the extra testicle. They probably do have one. But you look at the code for those games, that is mind-blowing. Yeah, like you say, assembly code. Like, look at the code for Roller Coaster Tycoon. So that's the absurdity of it. It's like, even if you don't do any programming. So I programmed a traffic light system in assembly as a part of I did a IT course. And even that, which was only like a few lines, it's very simple stuff. Even that, for me, I was like, I've got traffic lights working in assembly. And I was still like, So it's just weird how much people's sense of how good something is and how impressive it is through manipulation of marketing. Basically. Because I don't know any better either way. David Adams, I'm a principal DevOps architect, and old game code is absolutely magical, even to someone who understands. Yeah, well, especially like when you see like really novel, efficient ways of doing stuff and efficient solutions. I can't look at the code and understand it, but when people explain it to me and show me the code, I'm like, I get that. I say modern. What's he called? What's the Australian guy that does the hack? Old games console stuff. His coverage of it's really, really good. Modern Vintage Gamer, really good channel. The only development I've ever done was some stuff on Wii and a lot of Flash, AS3, Flash, some iPhone stuff, C#. But I've never programmed. I've worked with programmers. I don't program myself. I'm too thick. Right, let's continue going through this. Hang on. Rebin V's. I need a cup of tea. My opinion on the rain is I agree, and especially from a business standpoint, there's a reason why no one does it this way. That said, I'm happy they did it. So we see See if it's a valuable addition compared to traditional methods. Yeah, exactly. No, I think it's interesting, but the other thing is, you've not used it. I'm not having a go. I'm not saying you. Like, we have not used it, and we've not messed around with it. It's not unknown for developers to really embellish. They're not lying, but really embellish how the thing they do works and how significant it is and how it operates. And they'll also not say things which leads people to certain conclusions. So I don't know how people they are so is it incredulous? They're like just not skeptical. Like I'm not saying be negative, and I'm not saying be overly positive. I just don't understand how, like, with so much stuff, people are just automatically negative or positive, and they're not equally skeptical. Yeah, marketing 101. Don't lie, but allude. What does what mean? I don't. Other sims aren't just all grip sliders, Shift A and B. So Project Cars 2 actually has a relatively dynamic track surface in terms of where the wet occurs. It can rain on different parts of the track, so the whole track isn't wet. Puddle build-up is actually a procedural process, but it was crap. So, like, the end result was crap. And AMS2 is the same as Project Cars 2. They just changed the grip parameters of various aspects of it. The Ubisoft quadruple A. Yeah. Oh dear. You're not sure how impressions can be really bad. Well, they can't be good or bad. That's the point. You could. So my stuff I've said in other videos, the points I've made are related to, if a sim can't do dry physics, how on earth is it meant to do wet physics? And with rain basically making cars, you know, they're going to aquaplane. And then if a track is actually realistically wet, so what happens in real life with slick tyres, when a track's slightly damp, it makes the grip loss more abrupt and less predictable. So in order for that to operate in any way that makes any sense, a sim would also have to already have force feedback as good or better than Assetto Corsa, and in the dry it would have to have tyres that the grip returns when you go over the limit, because as soon as you're making the scenario harder for the physics engine. So then it's completely reasonable for the points I've made, where how can a sim do rain if it doesn't do dry? It's like, how can a toddler run if it can't walk? I mean, it's possible, it's just not very likely, is it? Like, if you can't swim, you're not going to do Jason Murphy, thank you very much for subscribing. Really appreciate that. A cup of tea and coffee. Yeah, but so aquaplaning is something that you can do very simplistically. You can do it complicated as well. Netcar Pro, which came out in 2007, had rain puddles on it that worked really quite nicely. Like when you...
I am the champion of the ninjas.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Another month, another cup of tea for me, or coffee.
Yeah, when you went over puddles, the car would aquaplane. And it worked really quite well. So... yeah, also, so this is other people going, oh, the footage looks really positive. Well, if you've got wet tyres on a GT4 car, in some scenarios, they can be really forgiving in real life. Like, I've not driven a GT4 car. I have seen GT4 driving in the wet with some really bad drivers in that, and GT3. There are people in there that are shit drivers. They're just rich, and they are totally fine. The cars, like the system, the TC and everything else is on so high. The tyres are designed for those wet conditions. They basically just drive fairly similar to if it was in the dry. It's just, you know, the tyres. If anything, the wet tyres are more progressive than the slicks, because wet tyres structurally operate more similar to how road tyres operate, in that they have a more gradual fall off in grip. So yeah, if it's full on downpour, there's some really hilarious videos. I'm just saying, it depends on settings and a whole bunch of stuff. But what don't you agree with? You can't just say I don't agree at all, because I made like 5 points. What don't you agree with? Which part? Tell me specifically what bit, because what's going on here? If it's well, I don't think you can update my air fryer. It's pretty simple. Oh, here we go. Driving in the dry on a dry track is very dynamic. Already is. That's not. You've not disagreed with what I've said. So you don't disagree, because that's not what I said. I didn't. So at no point did I say that driving in the dry isn't dynamic. At no point did I say that driving in the wet isn't insane. I was pretty specific with my words that in some scenarios a wet tyre can be more progressive in grip loss because it's more similar to how a road tyre operates. You design a wet tyre to clear water and to still have tread in contact with the road. It would depend how waterlogged the track is. And with it, oh, I've got a hype train. Thank you. I don't quite get what you're disagreeing with. We want to get the VAR in action. Thanks for following, Ryan. Thanks, Amber Saber, for subscribing as well. Appreciate it.
I am the champion of the ninjas.
He spoke the truth, but they did not want to hear it.
Yeah, I don't think we disagree. What time is iRacing scheduled? It's whenever it is. Oh, here we go. Right. Yeah, I wouldn't follow here. The problem with iRacing is that it's not a premium service. It just has a monopoly of online sim racing. It's not the most realistic sim. It's well known that it has the worst tyre physics, at least in the dry. Its force feedback isn't one of the best either. There's a huge difference between what is a fair price and what is the... This is a Bible. What is the price people are willing to pay? We're obviously willing to pay the price, but for most people, that's largely because there isn't another alternative. It has the same community size and is competitive online setup. Studio 397 has now improved online to be competitive, but they don't have the same community. Same with things like LFM. Then you have other sims with large online community, but they don't have the same proper setup. Only iRacing combines both, which is why people are willing to pay the price. I totally agree. That doesn't mean it's a fair price, though. Totally agree. The cost to buy other sims is the cost of 2 months of iRacing. Exactly. Their DLC costs way less. rFactor 2 has the next most expensive DLC, 10 a track, blah, blah. Yeah, totally agree. Not to mention, every other sim has DLC packs that effectively being this price down quite significantly. The content is also of virtually equal quality, so you can't argue against paying for more there. The base game also doesn't come with more content, so you can't argue the content makes the base game more worthwhile. The physics, the force feedback, the graphics are also not as good as other sims. Weirdly, I like the graphics in iRacing. This is I must have like opposite brain when it comes to graphics, because I really like how iRacing looks. It has a sort of nostalgic sim feel to it. The only main thing it does better than other sims is proper online mode. Yeah, I'm the only one that likes iRacing graphics. It's just me. I feel like I'm in a 90s film sim. It looks like it'll end up doing rain better too, but we'll have to wait and see. There you go. Do these half major improvements make their fair price not only equal to other sims, but far higher than theirs as well? Not really, if we compare it to other games. People don't pay it because it's a premium service. They pay for it because it has a monopoly. That doesn't mean the price is fair. iRacing isn't business class. It's economy class. On the only airline that takes baggage. Business class to me would be a sim with iRacing's online system, rFactor 2 physics, and FFB and FF1. rFactor 2's got shit force feedback. So this guy's ruined his old comment. Right, this is a meme. rFactor 2 force feedback. You cannot feel where the limits of the tyres are in rFactor 2 compared to AC. I don't know why. rFactor 2 is very controllable at the limit, so it doesn't matter so much because you can go over the limit and bring it back. But rFactor 2 does not have as good force feedback as AC for describing where the limit is. I don't know where this rFactor 2 meme has come from for its force feedback. It's a bit over the top, I think. AC's modding, VR, AMS2's usability. I get what he's saying. And AI, fair enough. iRacing's got better AI than AMS2 though. So ACC's graphics, no, wrong. And race room sound, debatable. Currently, every sim is nearly perfected something and done very few things really well, but some big misses. No sim is business class. I think everyone could agree with that. At the moment, there's not a single reason to choose economy over business outside of the cost. Every sim has a good reason to be used over another. It's just which reason is most important to you that determines which one you use the most. None really have a reason. Exactly. Yeah, I agree with most of what he said. Like 95% of that. That was a reasonable comment. That's a well thought out comment by Mr. Kochlach. We'll say his name like that. The good thing about iRacing, Hugh Bart Racing, good thing about iRacing is that there's no driving exploits you can do to go faster. Yeah, no, I kind of agree with what you're saying. I get what you're saying. You can do certain tyre prep, but that's not to do with the actual driving. Yeah, I sort of agree with what you're saying, but at the same time, the iRacing setup becomes really prominent, especially as you get to higher levels. And then also there's like Smileable, I think he's just talking about in the general public stuff, not like at the super top level. The stuff in iRacing is normally set up, and then when people find weirdo exploits with tyre cooling and things, but I don't think he's talking about that. I think iRacing is just part of that is just because you can't actually drive the limit problem. I don't know. I get what you're saying though. I think I agree with what you're saying. I don't know what I mean. The way that you fix exploits in other sims is often by limiting setup stuff, and I think there's setup exploits in iRacing as well though. But in terms of like general public online racing, yeah, for the most part. When are the servers back up? When the iRacing gods deem you allowed to have them? King Pie Face, thanks for following, appreciate it. You can download the update now, can we? Can we download the update now? 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 Can we? Can we down How do we download the update? Ask Williams Racing about updates. Let's do that then.
The pace car is out of control.
Quincy, thanks for following. We've got 288 people watching on Twitch and 276 people on YouTube. What on earth? You're all idiots. Do you know what you're watching? You're watching the only channel where his words only make sense if you don't know anything. You're watching the Dunning-Kruger, the Dunning-Freddy Krueger effect, embodied. You guys, you shouldn't be watching this. You're watching the Amid Dajali channel. Do you realise you can only watch this channel for 5 minutes before getting a headache? So you know, you really need to think about what you're doing, guys. I'm well excited for my some food. I'm starving. Go and do some work, yeah. Why do work? I do appreciate people sticking around. Here we go, download the updates. I really appreciate people suffering the adverts. And, yeah, and the donations we've had and stuff, thank you. Jevins and Sim Racing Wales, thank you very much as well. I think I missed some of them. We're downloading the update here? Updates required. There we go. Download them all. Select all. Download. We've got some new cars to get, actually. That'd be interesting. I can't believe YouTube still runs ads even on a channel. Yeah. But I do. The thing is, for me, if I'm doing live streams, I do need to add revenue. Otherwise, I won't be able to do it. Because this is my job. So... it's a really hard job, you know. Basically, it's like being down a coal mine, really. I'm having to sit here with my pigeon at the risk. If the pigeon falls off the rig, gas leak.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist. But that is amazing. So it's probably one of the
best. Max Verstappen always harassing us. Trash. Have I done racing and driving it now? I did a drift limits in the UK near Leighton Buzzard. Have a sort of little play track thing that they put water on. I drove a car around on that. So it's had a lock diff. It was actually really controllable at low speed, to be honest. But I wouldn't. That was with road tyres, and I wouldn't really relate that to anything in particular. Like, I wouldn't take that experience and then be like, oh, that's what I expect. It's good. Yeah, they did. Who was there? Driver 61 was there. Some other like big car YouTubers were there, but I didn't really know them. And I was with some other people there, like, oh, do you know who that is? I'm like, no, I don't know that. They're like, oh, do you know who that is? Oh, I can't believe it. They weren't that excited, but they're just like, oh yeah, God, they got like 2 million subs, 5 million subs. I'm like, oh, okay, I don't know them. I don't know who they are. I ain't in the car world, matey. I'm just an idiot in a sim rig. 2 separate downloads. Download Bonanza. Hugh bar to racing. In R-Factor 2, you can overslip the fronts completely and get away with it. Yeah. I think R-Factor 2 is a bit weird in some ways. So a GT3 driver sent me a video yesterday because they were responding to a comment on Reddit, and I was like, "Oh, DM me. I'd like to. It'd be cool to see footage because I really like seeing onboard footage from like real driver onboard footage. Just interesting." And they came out the final corner. I said, so the thing that's hard to come by is real driver footage from someone that's an okay driver. I can't show you the footage because it's not public. real footage, onboard footage in a fast car with a good skilled driver losing the car or like having to correct like quite a big thing or whatever, right? There's not a lot of that on the internet. So anyway, it's quite interesting because he comes out at the final corner in Barcelona and the back comes out and he has to counter steers it, right? And you see the car like go, but then you see the tyres just instantly grip in the front tyres, but it loses so much speed, and you can sort of through the video you can sort of just see how the car's like tripping over itself, which is something that I don't think you don't really get in any of the simulators, really. Like the degree to which cars don't do like big washout slides. The tyres are still grippy, but then you can still get quite aggressive oversteer and yeah. More like you can sort of if you do go-karting, you know, even like a rental go-kart. It's surprising how rubber in good conditions. It's weird how rubber operates. Yeah, I'm downloading. 8 gig? That's like that's bigger than my Windows 95 PC. Trash, glad you have it off today and it's raining here. You're going to reenact last year's 6 hours of the Glen qualifying from last year in the LMP3. Yeah, I don't think rental carts are pretty horrendous in the wet. I've never driven a go-kart in the wet. Yeah, I always found it weird that rental carts and go-kart centres, I'm surprised that they have the go-karts are really super grippy and they're set up that way. I would have thought it would be way more fun if they had thinner tyres that were more slidey and they were even if they were slower, so that your driving would be more like 1960s style driving. So you have an underpowered go-kart, but it's sliding more. I would have thought, even if that was just as an optional thing, basically you could just replace the tyres. I think you could maybe have something that was maybe a bit more like Skip Barber, but in a rental go-kart, as opposed to a rental go-kart is more like a Radical but scaled down. Yeah, so yeah. See, I would have thought that would be more fun for most people. And also more overtaking and also balance things out more. Like, whenever I've gone go-karting, it's always been with good go-karters, so it's probably why. But, like, it's like, oh, there's the really fast person, there's the next person. then, like, everyone's just spread out. So go-karting only really works if everyone there is good at go-karting. Do you know what I mean? Your average go-kart race ends up being like bloody like a rookie race in iRacing. Everyone's just spread out because there's the people that live at the go-kart track, there's the really good go-karters, and there's the people just trying to work out what to do. Yeah, the tyre model. Thanks for following, guys, really appreciate it. Facebook and Instagram are down. Oh, what a shame. Also, rental go-karts, it'd be really nice if they bloody had seat belts. Now, I know they don't have the roll cage. So, there are some places where they have rental go-karts. They have a roll cage on them, and then they have these straps to stop your arms for getting squashed. So, I understand why they don't do roll cages or strapped in. But the thing that I really don't like about go-karts is you having to put, like, not being fastened in. It's so uncomfortable. As a bit of a fatty like myself, it's a bit rubbish. So I think go-karts would be so much more fun with you fully strapped in. The most fun, it's the worst. You always end up with crazy bruises. When I've gone go-karting, I'm more bruised than when I've fallen off my mountain bike. Yeah, but ironically, you have to push yourself to the outside of the corner. It's all back to front. It doesn't make any sense. Go-karting doesn't make any sense. No, it's all counterintuitive. Yeah, bruised ribs and then on your knee, on the inside of your knee where you're resting your leg on the fuel tank to try and hold yourself in position. Yeah, you need Gozzy, you need to get the padding. It's really good. You get like a girdle that stops your ribs getting bruised, but you can buy like seat padding if you're smaller. Ingenuity 1, you still enjoy the TVs over monitors? Yeah, I just use one TV though in the middle. I still have the setup, but I just use one at a distance. I think if I had an ultra wide that was like 144 hertz or more, then I'd use that. We've got well, I'll tell you what, I'm gonna get some food and a drink, but we have we're gonna be putting these in the stream PC soon. These AverMedia capture cards, which AverMedia sent us. So this does 144 hertz pass through. My current setup, I can do it. I use a complicated setup. I can't really explain it, but it's quite complicated splitters and everything. But it'd be really interesting to use this with like a wide monitor. I've got the cheaper one here, but we're going to put those in. That's going to be interesting to try out with the monitor. Also, it does variable refresh rate, which is cool. It'll be interesting to try out. Even karting's pricey, where €15 for 15 minutes is a bloody bargain. Where do you live? Like, I know it depends how much income you get. If it was €15 for 15 minutes, I'd be at Buckmore Park. I'd be going every day. I'd be like, right, off to Buckmore. It's like in Buckmore Park is like £70 for 30 minutes, so it's like €110 for 30 minutes of driving, and that's the cheapest thing you can do. It's mental. Absolutely insane, and that's considered cheap in UK. You know, they've got to make money, and a lot of people are doing business stuff, so fine. But it's just funny. It's like so unaffordable for most people. You don't have any outdoor kart tracks. I'm just gonna get food. I'll be back in a second, guys. Give me 5 minutes. Oh, guys, I'm proper stressed. I've run out of tea bags. I've run out of tea bags. It's an absolute disaster. I thought I had another. I should have some loose tea, but Why can I hear her talking? Oh. Sim Formula Europe video. Me talking in the background. Right. Nice. YouTube's going down. Oh no.
I am the champion of the ninjas.
Dr. King Schultz, thank you. Welcome to the Doodle stream. This is my... So at the moment I'm eating unprocessed food. Yeah, he's running 200 kilometers per second. It might be a while. Yeah, it might take a while. 0.5 of... Oh, it's fine. Yeah, I'm not eating any biscuits. I'm barely eating meat. I'm just eating like vegetables and fruit, and we're being healthy. Well, we can pretend it's the 90s. Any series with rain? I'm not sure. I don't know if there will be any rookie ones. Yeah, I'm sure it's probably going to be a bit longer, but we might do some flying in between times. Fly to a racetrack. Oh, I have driven ACC in the rain. Here in the UK, use U-Fiber broadband. I've always used Virgin and BT. BT own the network, so but it's not the best value. Yeah, I'm getting 200 kilobits per second. I'm getting a pigeon flying through the window with a floppy disk. Imagine if that's how everything was delivered, carrier pigeon. In theory, if you could reliably train pigeons to carry like parcels, couldn't you get them to do Amazon delivery? Best British food for an Aussie to try. Fish and chips. We're just spitting food out here. Isn't Aussie basically British though? You guys eat the same stuff. The only thing you eat different is kangaroo. We don't have that. Well, you can find it, but Aussies are just British people that went on a boat for a bit. Yeah, the best English food is whatever's been stolen from other people. Tim Tams, I've never had one of them. What did someone send me from? Someone sent me from New Zealand. Pineapple chunks. Potato Nation. Yeah, guys, on the 9th, is that on Saturday or Sunday? This weekend, on the 9th. That's the day that matter. On the 9th, we're doing the Potato Nation Potatona. It's going to be a really good, big event. You guys should check it out. There's going to be like prizes if you like donate. It's like a sort of raffle thing. It'll be awesome. We've got a team running on Saturday. There we go. We got a team. There's going to be like interviews on Lawrence's channel with loads of sim racing stuff, sim racing people, sim companies. All the sim companies are involved in it. It's going to be awesome. There's teams for like Housingveld, Ace Attack, loads of sim companies. It's so it's going to be a proper battle. I don't think Beef Wellington is English. I think it's a French thing. Yeah, raising money for real world drivers. Obviously, real world drivers are some of the most impoverished people. If anyone deserves money, it's real world race drivers. But you know, maybe they'll win and then they'll rep sim racing and they'll feel guilty. So when they become millionaires, successful Formula drivers, they'll have to donate to like mosquito nets and stuff. So basically, what we need to do is guilt them into it's an investment in future charity. Yeah, most people don't know this, but Max Verstappen, Lewis Hamilton, most of the top Formula 1 drivers were actually homeless before they got picked up into go-karting. People dying from malaria or race drivers. Who's more important? How come in the UK noodle bars are so expensive, given that noodles are like really cheap to make? Like, I bought a bag of pre-chopped stir fry, bag of fresh egg noodles, not fresh, but you know what I mean. They weren't dry. And some sauce, and that was like £2 from Lidl's. that was, oh no, it's like £3 I think total, but then that's enough for like 2-3 meals basically. That would have cost like £10 in a noodle bar. Unbelievable. Yeah, that's the thing. Street food in the UK is a rip-off. Yeah. Look here, Magro. You're just part of big restaurant. Yeah, everything in the UK. Well, German doner is what, like £8 for a kebab? 10? No, it's about £12, I think, for a meal. German doner kebab. I don't buy kebabs though when I'm at home. I only buy I only get kebabs when I'm travelling. Normally when I'm in Germany. It's my rule. I just think it's such a waste of money. If I'm in London and I'm meeting up with friends or I'm visiting family, I'd be happy to eat out or do takeout or whatever. But if I'm not doing that, then it just feels like wasting money. So in my mind as well, so I buy most of my food from either Lidl's or Tesco's, and in my mind, if I've not spent money on a takeout or even like a Deliveroo or something, I'll be like, oh, I can eat whatever I can buy. Like, you can Lidl's, I can go in there, I can buy whatever I want food-wise. It's healthy food. I can buy anything I want, which to me is amazing. like to me, that is like, like mind-blowing. Not quite the case in Waitrose. That's why I like Lidl so much. Well, weirdly, so kebabs in Germany, kebabs are actually quite cheap. So in Cologne, you can buy like a a really nice kebab for like €7. And they cook it on a like you can buy for €8 you can get fresh char grilled like kebab steak, like not a doner kebab, but like chicken kebab, whatever, on a thing. Even in Munich, in the centre of Munich, in the town square, there's a really famous kebab place. It's just a window, it's just a hole in the wall, and they do like mixed doner, chicken sandwiches and stuff, and they got really nice breads as well. And I think €8 for a box with salad and mixed kebab, and that was like a proper tourist. For some reason in Germany, they're what's Capsalon? I'll be going there next year, RetroCon. So. Also, I might I'll probably go to Gamescom this year, and I might stay in Maastricht for a bit before. To visit a friend. Be good. Food is generally pretty cheap in Germany. Yeah. Yeah, also Germany has those so they have those dining hall things so they're like student kitchens, but they're like community kitchens. I don't think they're everywhere, but basically it's like a community kitchen where the food's like affordable and you can go in and get a warm meal. I don't know what it's called, but that's a really good idea. We don't have them in the UK. Not sure if they're maybe for homeless people, and well, we do have some in the UK, but they're just for homeless people. I think community kitchens should be a totally normalised thing. You Sikh temples do food. No, it's not cooked by students. It's a similar thing as like a student kitchen. Ah, it was good. Nice noodle. Try Turkish shawarma in Bolton. What's the one in central London near? It's between Leicester Square and Covent Garden. Is it a Dishoom? Everyone goes on about that, but it's quite expensive. It's always packed as well. There's a theatre near you. Now playing section, 9 screens, and they're showing one showtime of old movie a week. Okay. Thanks for that. I was thinking about getting one of those Odeon passes, you know. It's like £15 a month, and then you can watch as many films as you want. And I was thinking, if I think I don't really like watching films in public, but if I was to go when it's going to be empty, or if I was going to do it, if I was going with like a woman, then it could work out quite well. I think I'd probably do it then. I'd probably go like rock climbing or something, and then watch a film. Oh, I hate children in cinemas. I really like children, but I think people are awful at being parents. So they like people that shout at their children, so then the children shout. I don't know what's wrong with them, but like, and then children in public spaces, like they've not been taught how to like be normal. And then for some reason, if we went back to like the 1950s, if a child was being noisy in a public space, an adult could tell the child to shut up. Whereas now, if a child was being a shit, and I went up to him and I went, look, you need to stop doing what you're doing, the chances are I would get like in trouble, which is so messed up because you have like teenagers these days. Do you know what I mean? Though, it's like, just mental. No, somewhere really nice. The contrast. I mean, I'm sure it's always been like this. Like I've been like out on my kayak and like there's been teenagers doing stupid shit and I've said, "Oh, be careful," and they're like, "Oh, sorry, yeah, no." Like I've told this story before, but like when I kayak, when it's warm, you often have teenagers swimming in the lochs and the rivers, and they don't realise how dangerous it is. So I explain to them, "Oh, you know, watch these videos on Delta P, and then continue swimming in the loch if you want." Welcome to introduce you to Delta P. I've now given you nightmares for the rest of your life, but it might save you from getting your intestines sucked out by a locked door. So that's the thing, Poods. Yeah, bring back the cane. Steve Worrell. Bit overhyped. 2 hour. Look, Steve will know. Steve is such a shit. Of course he would know. Of course he would know. Of course. Like, of everybody in chat, Steve would know. And, like, guaranteed, 100%, Steve Worrell would know. If I had to predict one person in chat that would have a review of Deshooms, it would be Steve Worrell. They probably served him a coffee that wasn't perfect. They didn't have a Vectron Pay. They didn't have a Vectron Pay machine. That was the problem. Oh dear. What about videos on not throwing frisbees near electrical substations? Oh, they were the best. That's where it was at. Yeah, playing on train lines. But then I always used to play on train lines. The videos did not work. By the way, guys, anyone younger watching, don't play on train lines. We used to walk along the train lines. Like, we were bored. I grew up in the countryside, and we were bored. There's nothing to do, so we'd put full like military camouflage on, and then we would follow the railway line for like 10-15 miles, pretending to do like missions. Like, you know, what else are you meant to do in the countryside? The train line was the only fun thing to do. The risk of getting run over by a train, that was where the excitement was. Yeah, we made a tree house as well. Good times. There was actually a train did come down it way, but it was a disused rail line, so but occasionally they would, when they had trains that they need to put in storage, they'd send them down it. So yeah, we had there used to be a train line at the back of my, like the house I lived in was, the train line was right behind the house. So like if you went, there was a fence, and if you went through the fence, you would get on that, you get on the train line. Well, good. That's proper exciting when you're like, that would have been when I was like 7 or 8 or something. When you're that age, a train line behind your house is really cool. That's like so cool, and like really exciting every time a train went past. They were just coal trains, but how will you know when the update's live? When I start complaining about tyre models again? Just listen out. You'll be able to hear it. It's like that noise that some people can hear. That's like a deep noise that they hear in the chest. And they're like, "Whoa, what is that noise? Oh, it won't go away." Whenever I play iRacing, you'll hear like this time model. Oh, the update's out, guys. Ultrasonic muscle whinging. Andy Mon plays. I remember playing Soldiers at your bro's birthday party. Soldiers. Oh yeah, that game. One of the kids put some mud on his face, and it turned out to be well, yeah. We're still waiting, Thomas. Yeah, you can download the update, but it's actually going at 800 kilobits per second now. Lava Chemist. A man was killed by a train 2 blocks from your house a few months ago. Well, that's unfortunate. Yeah, it's easy to get stuck on the rails. Or the really common thing is when you have trains going in 2 opposite directions and people like, oh, there's a train, and they move out of the way and then they get hit by the other train. Or they underestimate how far away the train is because you can't tell how fast it's going. And they also underestimate how wide trains are. And then they also get stuck on like the bits between the rails and the switching stuff. Oh yeah, I'm like super paranoid on train lines. There's some of the walks I do near me, you pass train lines that have quite a lot of trains on them.
I'm hot, and you're not.
Yeah, but to be honest, if you're in the countryside and it's quiet, normally you can hear the rails make a certain noise.
Okay, let's go.
Which is a pretty good clue. But yeah, well, because back in the 50s, back in the 50s, there was nothing else to do. Nowadays, you can just die of global warming, so you're always on your toes. Also, these days, we've integrated poverty and wealth inequality to such a high level that they just getting meals to eat for most people is, really difficult. Back in the past, they had to have a war, or they had to have like polio, exciting things that would kill you. And then they would be like, oh, let's go in the ocean, let's do, these days just trying to live is hard enough. We've gone back to the 1800s. Smeed to work as a train driver. I say don't cross when it's warning, or if your car gets stuck, leave it and try to alert. As a non-train driver, I say make sure it's Smeed to work driving, and then when the train's coming, go like this: stop the train! Because you'll find if you wave your arms fast enough, the brakes work better. The robots are coming. iRacing is the worst for updates. Yeah, them run in slow motion. Where do you drive your train without doxing yourself? What line are you normally on? I'll look out for you. If you're near me, I'll be like, hello, hello, train driver. I'll knock on the door. Hello. Leave me alone. I'm driving my train. Hello. You in my chat? Oh, hello. Knocking on the window. You're like, oh shit, I turned this job because I didn't want to talk to people. Hello. You in my live stream? What the fuck? Oh, he intended to be hit by the train, right? Yes, a bit. Yeah. Anyone that's feeling miserable, don't walk into trains. It's unfair for the train drivers and the passengers that you're delaying. Go and speak to a doctor if you can. I know it's difficult in the UK. There's helplines that you can call, so do that. Phone one of the helplines. They're actually super. Those helplines are really good. Even if someone was just mildly miserable, not like massively depressed, they're a good thing to have available, to be honest. It's one of the few things that I think is actually pretty well done. Sweden drove cargo trains for years but switched over to only driving maintenance machines now. Swedish trains. Where do you like drive? Is it on snow a lot of the time? Do you subscribe to Paul Smith? He does loads of train. If you like train sim stuff, I'm just assuming like. That sounds weird. You'd normally think, oh, someone's a train driver, they'd hate watching train games and sims. But There's a lot of people that drive lorries all day and like lorry streams. Yeah, you could teach Paul how to not spad. Here we go, Paul. You can get a lesson in train driving from a pro. He's not a crazy. Yeah, you're not like Paul. He's a crazy train watcher. He's one of the worst. The pilot of MH370 liked playing flight sims. So did the guys that flew into the World Trade Center. I think there's a common connection here. What is Paul Smith going to drive a train into the World Trade Center? Nobody told him that there's no train line that goes into the new World Trade Center. He's like, my terrorist plan has been foiled. I've been training for years to drive my train into the World Trade Center. Curses! If I just didn't think of this one small problem with my plan. Damn you, rail infrastructure of America! That's a fast show sketch almost. Train terrorists that are trying to drive the trains into buildings. It's well good. No. Paul Smith could be a terrorist. They wouldn't expect it. And he could use his flat cap as a disguise. Train terrorism is a fertile comedy ground for sure. Of all the subject matters, nobody realised the gold that was to be found in the subject of train terrorism. On the face of it, you would think, trains and terrorism, not an obvious place to find comedy, no. But actually, it is. It is the ultimate. Hang on, do you think ChatGTP has this in its archives? They didn't ever do a speed with a train. Oh no, in the first Speed film, they had the underground, didn't they? It was on the bus. Or was that in the second Speed? No, it was the first one, wasn't it? Or was it in the second one? It was on the bus, and then they get off the bus, and then they're in the train, right? Or is that the second Speed film? I don't know. I've not seen that Netflix film. Oh. This has been a very intense and exciting live stream, I have to say. Bosses are like trains that don't have tracks. Oh, have you seen that? There was a short on Instagram of it was like it's a picture. It's a video of a tram coming down a road, and then it says, "What happens next?" It pauses and goes, "What happens next?" Tram hits a bus or car. Something else happens. Or the tram starts drifting, and you're like, probably it's a car. And then the tram like goes, so, have you seen that? It's really funny. Well, I thought it was funny. I was laughing at it. If you Google for tram drifting, well, I don't even know what happened. I think the rear axle of the tram fell off. Eco-terrorists threaten to plant trees on train tracks. The long con. Yeah, it wouldn't work, would it? That because they would get knocked over before they got thick enough to derail it. It's actually really hard to derail a train. It's a common misconception. In World War II, there's a really good video actually on YouTube of it's a military training video from 1940s. It's showing how to destroy rail lines, so you derail trains. It's actually, you can't just break the track. Like the train will, if you like cut a bit of railroad off and separate it, or blow one bit off, the left-hand side of the rail will hold that part of the train. It'll just go over the top of it. Yeah, it's surprisingly different. When I was younger, I used to think, oh, train derailments, that's probably something that happens easily. It's actually really quite difficult. Oh, we're on 900 kilobits here of the download. 7.6 gigabytes. Amber Saber, we should bring back intentional derailments as a form of entertainment. Oh, yeah, I mean, it would spice up people's commute into London. You'd be like, oh, will I make it to work or will I die? And people would stay seated and they wouldn't talk on the phones because they'd be like, oh, I need to make sure I'm in a position in case the train derails. King Pieface, did you ever feel like you would encounter quicksand? Yeah, who grew up in the 90s? We, on TV, as kids in the 90s, would have this constant thing with bloody quicksand. Was it Challenge Annika? Would be like, oh, it's quicksand stuff. You'd have kids shows where people falling into quicksand. It was constant. I've always had an irrational fear of quicksand. Funny enough, I almost drowned in quick mud. So it didn't help. Yeah, why? What was that? That stopped. That's not a thing anymore. Snowmobiles are basically tanks without armour. VAPS 5, do we know when servers back up? Nobody knows. The only person that knows is one person that works in the iRacing server farm. And they're drunk. They're very depressed. They're a bit miserable. They're just running around the servers, smoke coming out. They're like, oh. They tried to unionise, but iRacing don't like unions because iRacing's an American corporate business. So they shut down the union and sacked all the employees that tried to unionise. They were like, oh, how dare you try to have a bargaining power by collective bargaining power by forming a union. Get out. By the way, but just in case iRacing are particularly litigious, that is a fictional story and I don't know if they union bust or not. iRacing offices are actually it's just actually one guy with a 486 in the basement. That's iRacing's run off that. They pretend that they're like a big company. That's why there's no moderation on the races, because it's just one guy in a basement sweating away. Tom Preset. Hello. Unstoppable with Denzel Washington. The unmanned half-mile-long freight train barreling towards a city. A veteran engineer and a young conductor race against the clock to prevent catastrophe. Catastrophe. That's. I knew the word was there somewhere. Catastrophe. You would read that as catastrophe. Catastrophe. You say it catastrophe, but it is actually catastrophe. Would you like a cup of catastrophe today? Oh yeah, I could have some sugar in my catastrophe. Yeah, we have a new brand of catastrophe tea. Oh, it's that brand, yeah. Your first PC, yeah, you're definitely old. My first PC was I think it was 400 megahertz AMD Athlon with a Voodoo 2. Hang on a minute. Did someone say Voodoo 2?
This video is sponsored by the 3DFX Voodoo 2 graphics card. 8 megabytes of RAM, 100 megahertz of processing power, 800 by 600 maximum supported resolution, SLI for double the speed. Your PC won't ever need more power. the Voodoo 2. No longer available.
Voodoo 2, guys. The Voodoo 2! Oh, so stupid. Voodoo, you do what you don't care to do. Voodoo squared. Ah, you noob. Voodoo Banshee. I did, as a kid, next door neighbour had a Commodore 64 and we'd play Bubble Bobble on that non-stop. We'd play, actually, most of the time we spent loading the games. That was the real fun. Will the tape load? Oh, I'm getting epilepsy from the bloody loading screen. This is fun. I'm so excited. Imagine being 6. How on earth did we put up with that as a 6-year-old? How, right, literally a 6-year-old doing bloody Commodore 6 of loading from the tape. How did I have patience at 6 to load a game? At 6? No wonder I can put up with driving sims. If you can bloody... If at 6 you can do a loading off a tape on a Commodore 64, driving sims are easy mode. We've been conditioned, yeah. Steve Worrell, voodoo, who do what you don't dare do, people. Oh, hang on. We can start working on... Oh, no. It kills people when I start making remixes whilst we're live streaming. They don't like it. Street Fighter on the Commodore 64. I never played that on the Commodore 64. RoboCop. There was some platform we used to play. I can't remember what it's called. Tape 2 loading fails. The real world. When are the servers up? I don't know. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. We're installing, but nobody knows. They could be up now. They could be down. Andrew McCormick, hello. Yeah, I think Paperboy, the gameplay in Paperboy is an interesting mechanic of, like, you've got motion forwards, and then you're throwing something out, and you have to get the timing of the throw of the thing out with the motion forwards to then get it to hit the target, which I think is a really compelling game mechanic. It's like dropping bombs from like in Battlefield 1942, dropping bombs from the planes onto tanks. That whole process of you have momentum, you're dropping something, and you have to calculate in your head the point at where it'll impact the ground based off your height. That's a really fun game mechanic. Super Monkey Ball had that sort of thing, and the original not Pilot Wings. What was the game with the skydiving on the SNES? $12 FPS. What was it? Wasn't Street Fighter 60 FPS in the arcade? You're waiting on a Fortnite season. Abe's. I've always wanted to play that, but I never played Abe's Odyssey because I always thought I was probably too thick to be able to play it. Yeah, I never got into Duke Nukem as well, but I remember seeing it. So for me, I got into. I was living in France at the time, and I played the shareware Doom as a kid. I was like, because they had the family I was staying with had a PC, and for some reason there was a demo disc of Doom, so I was like, oh, here we go. So I just played Doom. What else did we play? Road Rap.
The pace car is out of control.
This version of iRacing uses cheat protection. Okay. Well, the following, guys, welcome along. Appreciate it. Appreciate people watching adverts and sticking around and You're anxious? Why are you anxious? Red Baron on the Atari ST was really... Gauntlet, that's it. I really like the... I really like that game. Hang on, we're connected to iRacing. Are we up? No. Status complete. Do I need to download anything else? Is that it? Do we just wait? We can go to the iRacing status. We can just chill out. Okay. $19.89. I never really played that. Days of Blunder. I'm also a bit anxious about the VR performance. Yeah, maybe. It'd be quite interesting to know how they approach the rain and stuff. To be honest, from a graphical perspective. So iRacing hired a bunch of new staff. Well, I say new, about 2 or so years ago. They hired a whole bunch of new staff. Hello, yeah, hello, Tom on Meatball. Hater muscle. Yeah. I'm proud of the title, with the YouTube title for this live stream. Well, I'm really proud of it. iRacing rain update. Biased, uncritical first impressions from a hater. I'm going to go with this for video reviews and stuff. I'm well proud of myself. You know, I'm patting myself on the back because... Because, right, I started about 9 years ago. I started calling, for a joke, I titled YouTube videos Honest Review 9 years ago. I did, like, no one, I'd never seen it from anyone else. I don't think anyone else was doing it, right? I thought it was funny because obviously you would expect a review to be honest by default, so it's stupid calling it an honest review. It's implied, hopefully, and also by typing honest doesn't make it any more honest, right? So it's so dumb as a title. Now everybody puts honest, not obviously they're copying me, but like everyone does it, but they're not doing it ironically. That's because I typed into ChatGTP 10-1 meatball to spell check it. that's the genius. ChatGTP's the best spell checker. And you can say, oh, make all the first letters capital, or like reorganize it. ChatGTP, it's going to kill everyone. AI is going to destroy the earth, but for like a year, it's going to be great for dyslexics. What were my thoughts? Well, I don't have any thoughts. We don't know yet. We can't think because we don't know. There's a door in my apartment, the Grand Duke. I opened it. This whole other world on the other side. I think it's called outside. No, it's called the Nether Realm. It's a place of despair, misery, and sadness. I wouldn't go there. Don't go through the door. That's why internet was invented, so you don't need to go through the door. Audio's gone crackly. Hello? It shouldn't be. It sounds fine to me. You all have an idea what nobody knows. Nobody knows. You'll know. You can watch this live stream. What I recommend doing is putting this live stream on in the background. And then when it goes live, you'll know because you'll hear me going...
It's still terrible, guys! It's awful! I can't believe they didn't fix the fundamental physics issues and added rain. There's not even safety cars and yellow flags. There's no moderation. It's the worst sim ever made.
That's how you know when it's gone live. Do some street stuff. What, like drug dealing? I don't know. What do you mean by street stuff? Some mugging, some casual theft. What do you mean street stuff? What is classified as street stuff? Bits of breakdancing. If you had to mug someone in the UK, because at the moment there's like the people nicking people's watches was a thing. Right, if you're in the UK, by the way, this is hypothetical, obviously. Please don't arrest me, please don't sue me. In the UK, if you had to mug someone, like you have to, like someone's threatening you, you have to. What would be the most effective thing to mug? Like, what would be the best thing to mug? There's got to be like an optimal in it. I mean, the police don't seem to care about bicycle thefts, given how many bikes I've had stolen. Rain's coming. What are your thoughts? Because people don't carry money anymore, so it wouldn't really be worth it. I mean, at most, I normally have like, I only have enough money on me for like a taxi generally to be able to get to where I need to get to, like worst case. So I don't carry more than like £50 would be the most I'd ever have on me, if that. Yeah, exactly, Amber Saber, exactly. Phone, yeah, but then surely they would just, if the phone's locked, you can't unlock it, right? And you can't reset it. So you'd be, okay, you pickpocket, on the London Underground, you could pickpocket phones and stuff, but then you're on camera, you'd be caught pretty quickly. You really wouldn't want to do it in London. Yeah, phones, I guess. Can you, if you've, like, say someone stole my phone, would, can you, like, just through USB you can break it, right? I imagine. But could you, like, with phones, you can say that it's stolen yourself, and then it deactivates the phone? Or can they avoid that? I guess they could sell it as a spare parts phone. They just scrap them, yeah. So how much do you get for a, let's say it's a Google Pixel 8, or let's say it's a £500 phone, you'd only get like 50 quid, right, for a scrap phone? Yeah, I'm just thinking, in the past, in like Victorian times, people would have like gold and stuff on them, whereas now, they don't, like, you don't really, I mean, I don't really carry anything of value, so it would just be, I'd be like, I'm just thinking, I would be rubbish to be mugged, and then I think bicycles, based off I've had 2 bikes stolen, and the police did absolutely nothing. And you could sell a bike for like, let's say it's a £300 bike, you could sell it for £100 easy. You could even take it apart and sell the individual bits on eBay. There's in London has a really bad problem with pickpocketing. It's really obvious the pickpocketing. I was on the last time, I can't remember why I was in London, but last time I was on the tube, it was so obvious there was a team of same as when I was in on my way to Maastricht in Brussels Midi train station. Like, oh, thanks for subscribing with Prime.
I am the champion of the ninjas.
Woodsy, thank you very much. Really appreciate the support. And yeah. But yeah, guys, if you link your Prime with Twitch, you can, if you're on YouTube and you just want to not get adverts, you link your Prime with Twitch, you don't get adverts, and I get a little bit of money for it. So thank you. Yeah, so I was on the tube and there was really, really obvious pickpocket teams where you have like normally like a younger girl and then like another, like a teenager or like an early, like a young 20-year-old, and then you'll see there'll be like a guy or like an older woman. There's normally like 4 or 5 of them, and the way they're positioned, and it, like, when you know what to look for, it's so obvious, it's ridiculous. But then you know, when you travel, you see like tourists that are just like, like, when do you want to be any more of a target? Yeah, I think they're forced into it, exactly. Your friend got marched, Poos, to an ATM and forced to take money out. Jesus. Yeah, that's pretty horrific. I mean, you might as well just give them money. I don't know if you can get insurance for that kind of stuff. Like, do you like dags? Poos, you used to have customers come in with a piece of paper asking for money. They covered your phone or wallet on the table with a piece of paper. Oh, yeah, I've seen that. No, it's not up yet. Socrat Resorts. Yeah, you did. That's weird, isn't it? Some people will just do whatever, but you know. The race servers are coming up one by one. This update sucks. I think they need to add pigeons to iRacing. Or animals. I really think if they had occasionally animals that run across the track, like a rabbit or something, that would... Yeah, lizards. I think you could... Oh, thank you. Fred Elphick. I can't read that. Thank you very much for the 100 bits there. I really appreciate that. Yeah, if you had like the occasional animal that ran across the track, people would be like, they'd go, I think iRacing would get loads of hype around that, even though it's stupid. Yeah, kangaroos. At least do AC races. No, because we're just chilling out. This is nice. This is a chill stream. I know, Fast Boy. This is hard for you, but like what you have to do sometimes is you have to just relax. You have to take a breather and just sit there with a tear in your face as a bold man talks rubbish. It's a good lesson for you, you know. You think pigeons getting carrot will be implemented before decent force feedback? Well, iRacing always, and this is inarguable, have always done things in the most logical priority that you would expect as an end user. G-Max don't need to add animals to iRacing. They're already driving the cars. Oh, see what you did? See what G-Max did there? Ah, they're not animals, they're weapons, G-Max. You know the Trident missile that didn't work? It didn't work because they're all on iRacing. That was a dud because they're all on iRacing. That was a really bad attempt at trying to link two things together there. Comedy fail. Warn Ed, it's all fun and games. Oh, that's it, his message is gone. Oh, there it is. It's all fun and games until the pigeon hits your head. Helmet. There is a non-0% chance that this update will fix the... Well, you know, I don't think it will, no, but it's entertaining. Ben, they should add fatigue, like it just becomes mega hard to steer. They've already put that in the sim by making the physics mental. It's already there by default. They've iRacing have simulated the price of motorsport as well with the monthly fee. You know, they've done a really good job. Hang on. Imaginitis. I got hit in the head by a seagull once at 120 kilometers per hour. Not fun. You put not fun as if people would question a seagull hitting you in the head at 120 miles per hour. Like as if people would go, oh yeah, no. Come to think of it, that sounds really fun. Yeah, that seagull was flying quick. The seagull was trying to. It was joyriding, joy flying. Why were you on a boat or something? How do you get hit in the face by a seagull at 120 kilometers per hour? Are you sure it's a seagull and not a drone disguised as a seagull? DLC where mechanics shout at you for putting on weight. Yeah, you have to weigh yourself. That's good. That's a good idea. Yeah, that's all right. You know, people like it good. They're attempting some humour. That's nice. You got to give. At least it's trying. You know, can't be too harsh. Have a bowl of petrol, eh? Near the rig. The smell of racing. That is actually a really notable thing about real cars, and it's something that I wasn't aware of until I'd been around race cars, like just as in pit lanes and stuff like that. Especially if you sit in a car, even if it's not going, that petrol smell. It's a bit obnoxious actually. I really didn't realise that. In my mind's eye, that was not a thing I was aware of until I sat in a car. Do you want to touch Arquez? Burnt rubber smell. Weirdly, Poods. No, I'm not going to make that joke. Not making that joke. Dan Mitch 92. The iRacing subreddit is a horrible place. Just gatekeep. Yeah, well, it's just anything with fanboys, isn't it? You're building a wind simulator. Nice. Yeah, wind simulators are really surprisingly good for immersion. Even though they're a bit stupid, they actually are really good. I have this little fan on my rig, mostly for comfort, and that even having that on is quite nice, just having that airflow. Hello, Vogon PT. Yeah, well, for some, I'd say about 2 years ago, the sim racing Reddit, turned into like a really weird. Oh, hello. Oh, there you go, Fraser Elphick. Are you suggesting hang on? Why is he not reading that out? Thank you very much for the 100 bits. I can't. Hang on, let me see. I should be able to read it on here. Here we go. Are you suggesting I splash some gasoline around my rig for immersion? Good idea. Off to Shell with my jerry can. Tuned in for the hate. Please don't disappoint. Thank you very much for those for 200 bits. Really do appreciate it. Very generous of you. Yeah, the subreddit. About 2 years ago, I think what happened in sim racing is COVID brought a lot of people to sim racing, which is great. But I think so I've basically been doing sim racing from when it started, or you know, R-Factor. Basically, yeah, not when it started. There was like simulators on PC, you know, in 2000 Richard Burns Rally and stuff. But like the online sim racing scene in terms of forums and all that kind of stuff, and then multiplayer racing was sort of built with R-Factor 1 for the most part, and then Live for Speed and Netcar and GTR Evolution. Right, so there was this general progress, and I think a lot of people are on the same page in terms of, you know, what was good, what was bad. Obviously people would argue, but like where things were going, right? Then in 2021 or so, like following the COVID stuff, really nice. Like, it's really good that a lot of new people came to sim racing. It's fantastic. I don't even care what they think, or you know, it doesn't matter. It's good that more people ruining their lives with sim racing. But there was definitely, basically, it's ACC. When ACC came out, there was like this weird. It was also all the marketing, I think, behind iRacing. ACC basically undid all the like general community progress that had happened from Assetto Corsa, from GTR Evolution and Race Room and R Factor 2. Basically, because ACC and iRacing in many ways are still in the paradigm of like 2000 sim racing. With COVID making those two sims the more popular, ACC is worse than AC. It drives worse than GTR Evolution. It's terrible. But because those two sims happen to be the prominent sims at the COVID sim boom, it reset the actual cultural understanding of sim racing, pushed it back, and a lot of new people came into it with that as their like, oh, iRacing's absolutely categorically perfectly the best with some problems. Oh, ACC's the ultimate GT3. I think there's been some progress with people actually then trying AC mods and then also with LFM and stuff. Yeah, I think our sim racing, you really notice this in the last like 2 years, the sort of because it's like the whole sort of obsession with field of view, right? When you first do sim racing, you're like, oh, I don't care. Then you're like, oh, actually setting up the correct field of view with the calculator, that's a good idea. Okay, great. And then when you're really experienced, you're like, oh, I fiddle with it a bit. It doesn't need to be perfect because it's a game anyway. Who cares? And then you get to a point where you're like, oh, I just don't care. I really don't care if it's high field of view, low field of view. Set it up to whatever. Other people use what they want. I just don't care. Like if it works, you get used to it. Whatever, it doesn't matter. So you go through that phase of what you care about, what you don't care about, and what matters and what doesn't, based on how much knowledge you have. It's like the motion rig thing. Initially, people are like, wow, a motion rig as big as possible. Wow, that's crazy. Oh, all this motion. And then actually, people then go, oh, no, you need to tune the motion down. Is actually better for driving. And then actually, when you've used motion rigs for a really long time, you might just go, oh, I could just have tactile transducers or a little bit of motion. But actually, it doesn't matter either way. So the problem is, I think sim racing, the general knowledge base of sim racing, the average consumer of sim racing, is in that graphic calculator. The calculator for field of view has to be spot on. Triple screen. Oh, perfect sim rig. Oh, can a sim racer do real driving? Like these stuff that was really worked, like culturally understood 5 years before COVID. So Jamie and AC is horrible because you don't need to use the mods, but I agree it is a bit of a fiddle to set up, and there's a lot if you want to do it properly. There's a lot to get to grips with. So I don't totally disagree with what you're saying. Right, let's have a look at this. Sim Racing Reddit. Let's see what the posts are. Just pull a fairly large screen as close as you can and put a wheel on a desk. Yeah, to be honest, I really wanted to make a video about this. One of the best times that I ever the periods for me with sim racing was when I had a G25 under my desk, pedals under the desk, and whenever I wanted to sim race, or a new mod would come out, or a new update to Race Room, or whatever, AC update, or R Factor 2, whatever, I'd just get my G25 and I stick it on my desk, and I'd be on the same computer, so it's all set up, and I know it's already working. Whereas now, obviously, because I do content creation, I have like 3 PCs, the whole setup and everything. It's got more convoluted, but then it's dedicated, so actually it's not too bad. But when you have a separate rig and then all the other stuff, and wheels and pedals, it's like, oh, well, okay, yeah, you got a richer experience, but how much is it better than just, ultimately, if you stick a wheel on a desk, it's really good. Like, you get 99% of the way there. Someone else wrote a kind comment, so I'm going to read it for my ego. Here we go. Fraser, I love watching your content because I get a different point of view. I've been sim racing for 15 years. Sorry to hear that. It's probably terminal. I truly believe that iRacing is leagues better than other sims. Wrong. I know we'll never agree, but I love your point of view. Well, maybe one day we'll agree. It is miles ahead of other sims in certain areas for sure.
I don't like
Oh,
ACC,
Max Verstappen!
like
He sent me money.
That is amazing.
Once I'm bribed, I agree with everyone.
One of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
Daniel Fowler, I read the tweet you put out with the idiot threatening you. I hope you reported that. Yeah, I haven't yet, but we will do. I'm going to have to just for the sake of it, even though it's a burner account, and even though I'm pretty sure it's like some edgy teenager. You have to report stuff like that. It's just a pain in the ass.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist. So that is amazing. So it's probably one of.
When is iRacing going to get snow? Yeah, that's the real question.
One of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
It's really good. Who gives Max Verstappen my number? Why does he always just say the same thing? Rally snow. Did you get to test the rain? No, we're waiting for the update. They could update it at like 9 PM and we'll just be sat here talking to ourselves. But that's how we do it. That's how we roll. Katunus, I hated that part of my sim racing journey where I had to strap the wheel to the table. Crap, a sim rig is a huge upgrade, even cheap folding one, because it stays set up. Well, it probably depends how you have your wheel set up on your desk, to be honest. Or it depends. Like a rig, it depends on the setup that you've got. But in general, I think snapping a wheel on the table is fine. You should play Car Wash Simulator. I like dirty cars though. How you can't test the rain when I saw Jimmy video? Because you see, Jimmy is probably the largest sim racing influencer, and with that comes companies giving you early access to stuff. Also, if you have a reputation for being a little bit too critical and maybe saying things like this car is dog shit in reference to the Porsche Cup car, then you'll find that upsets businesses a little bit. A GT Omega wheel stand is better than a desk. What did I have? I had a wheel stand Pro, was all right. Yeah, Jimmy's 10A. When am I playing in the rain? Every day in the UK. They're all terrible, trash. I think AC has the best. Every car in AC is the best. The Porsche Cup car in AC1. It's not my type of vehicle, but it's a really fun car to drive. It's really fun for racing. I think if iRacing had something that was actually like the AC Porsche Cup car, it'd be really good. Yeah, I didn't mind the pole in the middle, but that was one of our first reviews, actually. Lumber rig, or maybe like a Sean Cole rig. Hi guys, I'm Sean Cole, and this is the Sim Pit. On today's episode of the Sim Pit, we're going to be building a PVC rig from Home Depot. And this video is sponsored by the Apollo Revolution. I'm Sean Cole. I've said this repeatedly. I really wanna hang out with Sean Cole. I want to have like dinner with him or something. It'd be amazing. Like, for me, meeting up with Sean Cole, like, he's never been at Sim Racing Expo. He's one of the earliest sim racers that like, even before I did YouTube. Their channel was like 2007, the Inside Sim Racing. And just Sean, just the way he talks is like, you know. So yeah, I of all sim racers, I'd really like to meet Sean. Thanks for subscribing with
I am
Prime.
the champion of the ninjas.
Trash 2016. We're waiting, Mav, for the update. Yeah, I don't think Sean likes to travel, but it'd be really nice to it'd be nice if he could get to Sim Racing Expo. I'm pretty sure he just doesn't like to travel. But Amir, yeah, maybe. Do you think there's a way that we could get him to do it? We can work on it. I'm not even kidding. I really do want to meet him. Like, 'cause I've met most of the people in sim racing where you're like, oh, that'd be cool to meet them. You know, just hang out. I just get the impression it'd be fun to hang out with. Like Matt Malone is awesome. Like when I was hanging out with Matt Malone, he's really cool. Steve Worrell's a dickhead though. Never hang out with Steve Worrell. I keep bumping into him. Absolute dick. Worst person I've met in sim racing. I'll be like just doing a live stream and randomly Steve will be there on in a pub that has aggressive bar staff that almost chuck you out because you're not because you brought drinks from the wrong place and then you asked for non-alcoholic beer. That's the type of dickhead that Steve is. He gets me shouted at by angry German bar staff. Ah, typical Steve. The only thing that bugs me in iRacing is the netcode. Ah, get ready. Have I met Ian Bell only via video chat on a phone? He's like a film character. I enjoy chatting with him. Matt Jones, remove the free circuits from the download and it'll be. I've already got the download. We're just waiting for the service to go up. Vogon PT. Game of Muscle. By the way, definitely too late to the party, but your Push the Pedal song is good. Push the pedal. The bass is really large. Amir, you don't think the Expo can handle 3 bold men? There's more. There's more bold men. So Dave Cam, Sean. Oh, thanks for subscribing with Prime. Blasphemous Teddy. Tony Kanan. Oh, what's he called? Sim Gamer Nerd. He's really nice, actually. It's a shame we didn't get to hang out with him more last time I saw him at Sim Racing Expo. Really, really friendly guy. Go and subscribe to me. He's a streamer on Twitch. He's another one of those streamers that's just like really chill. You know, just a relaxing vibe, I think. Matt Malone's bold, but he wears a wig. I've never met you, Kim. Well, I mean, I don't know. If I did, I don't remember. All servers are up and ready. He's serious. Dave Burrell. He's got more hair than me, so we can't really say that. Is it up? It says it's still in maintenance mode for me. The Turtle Beach wheel's been a complete flop. Doesn't even work with foot. Oh, okay, yeah. I would always recommend. So this is what I'd said about the Sim Magic and the Moser. At first, I was like, don't get them. But like now, like once something's been out for like a year or so, and you know the companies are actually. Oh, everything's in the. Who doesn't like it when everything? Hang on, everything is in maintenance mode, but everything is up and ready in the back end. Oh my! Everything's up and ready in the back end. Woo! Thought I felt something. I thought I noticed a change. Everything has gone green on the status page. The gay update. It's not necessarily gay. Sometimes, you know, It's not always. That's not by default gay. It's the, you know. Whatever floats people's boats. Dr. King Salts. Quick question. How do you feel about the Moser gear? It's been good, yeah. We'll do a video soon on this. It's really good, actually. But the Moser R12, it's totally fine. The wheel rims are nice. From what I understand, the Simagic's a little bit better, but this is totally fine. Like, you wouldn't mind. This and the Fanatec Podium, not Podium, the new Fanatec CSL DD, the Simagic, the Acertec, the Simucube, they're all fine. The problem is the Sims having piss poor force feedback. The wheelbases are all fine. It's a moderate upgrade from the CSL DD, yeah. Yeah, it's you definitely, if you like heavier wheel rims and then you want to run stronger force feedback, yeah. Oh, I've got the Moser sequential shifter here. We've done half the filming of it. This is really nice. This is like £200. We'll be putting this. The problem is I'm having to take apart this rig to attach it to it because we don't have any space left. So it's a really nice, yeah. It's what I think is a shame with this is it would be so much better if this had a option for it to also be a handbrake. But it's nice that it's got 2 buttons, and this is nice. The sort of extra button. It feels nice as well. Yeah, it is really nice and solid. So yeah, it's good, really good for the price. The Aerlog's sequential is really nice as well. I just, from my perspective, I would really like, if a company's doing a sequential shifter like this, I would like it to also be a handbrake. I think that's the ultimate product for a sequential shifter, because then it's like, oh, I've got a sequential shifter. If I'm doing vintage, or well, not vintage, like a dog box or something, or, you know, maybe if this was an alt function, and then when you pull that, it's then a handbrake. Or, I don't know, just something that makes it also be a handbrake, so you don't need that additional handbrake on your rig. But for the I think it's only like £250, so. Oh, we got the Fanatec NASCAR rim. Oh, it's behind us. Yeah, the Fanatec NASCAR rim is really nice for oval racing, especially truck racing and stuff. When you started your first iRacing race, the servers went down. Welcome to the world of modern computers, where it never works when you want it to. Gary Clark. Your CSL Elite's a good wheel. You don't really need to upgrade it. If you're happy with that, it's a good wheel. Oh. Still in, mate. All the servers are up. Race results processing. Do they run the iRacing servers on Linux? Probably FreeBSD. Windows CE. Mobile. Windows Mobile. That's what they're running it off. Do you know what? You could actually have a H pattern shifter that then also had an area. That could work. So you've got a H pattern, which is quite a hard thing to make that's reliable. But then one of the places you place it is a load cell. So when you pull the H pattern back, or in fact, even just like, so for the 4th gear, you have buttons on it. You have the normal. So normally there's like a thing at the bottom that moves around, and then it uses like a Hall effect sensor or some other sensor arrangement that picks up that position. So that is all separate. Then in 4th gear, you put something with like a load cell, so that you end up with a handbrake. Then you've got a H pattern, because whenever you would never really use a handbrake with a H pattern. It would be like rally games. You normally be using sequential. Maybe you would, but it would still work. Like it just being fourth gear. I don't know. It's a silly idea, maybe. It's me with my silly ideas. Yeah, I mean, because the thing is, you only really use handbrakes in rally cars or drifting. Loco Sheriff G25 shifter was the best option for H pattern and sequential. Yeah, they removed it though, didn't they? They had the thing where you could. It was flimsy, but it worked. I learned how to gear shift with that. The rubber band, yeah, I never bothered. I don't mind it being flimsy. I don't mind a flimsy shifter. That's why part of my, for me, heavy load cell brakes are really hard. Like I prefer lighter brake because I learnt to sim race on Momo black, shitty arcade pedals. So I really don't. Also, if you're doing long sessions, I prefer. I don't mind heavy brakes if I'm in a bucket seat and everything else. Yeah, I've got the Fanatec shifter on this rig. So yeah, the sequential mode could be a handbrake mode. You use the yeah. So the nice thing you notice if you ever use an analog handbrake, especially for drifting, you use the handbrake to obviously correct the position of the vehicle, and you're using the handbrake as an analog control of the car. Also in rally, the advantage is you can have the setup of the car more neutral, so that when you brake, you're actually getting more brake from all four wheels before traction is lost, without having to use the rear brake bias. So then, if you need oversteer, you can use the handbrake. So you're basically getting the advantage of. I don't know if that's the case in real life, but that's how I found you can use it. Also, if you're just going through a tight corner, you need to knock the back of the car out. Yeah, I don't anymore, fast boy. It knackers me legs. But I used to. I'll do it for like half an hour. Yeah, I'm far too lazy. Socrates Resorts iRacing can still be down for 20 more minutes. Well, so I have on the rig here, you guys can't see it, I have the Warthog on this force feedback base, and there's no reason why we couldn't program a fake H pattern shape. Which is, someone did that for the LG was it Logitech, LG Mad Cats? I don't know. The force feedback joystick. There's an LG force feedback joystick for LG G420 or something. Hang on, I can't remember what it's called. But basically, someone actually created a fake H pattern. LG force feedback joystick. So that's a nice. If you've got a force feedback joystick, you can. Basically have it do H pattern, and then you can also simulate not going into gear and things. But unfortunately, force feedback joysticks have not been a thing because flight simmers are morons. Why would you want force feedback on the joystick? It's not realistic. Where have we heard that before? And also there's a patent troll that sued every company that tried to do force feedback joysticks. Let's see. Not the Sidewinder, that's the Microsoft one. I'm talking about there's a Logitech one. I think it was like a G920 or something. It's like very square, blue. I didn't know Thrustmaster did a force feedback joystick. The Guillemot force feedback joystick. I didn't know they did one. Hello, this is new to me. What? Hang on. I didn't know about this. This is new. What on earth? I've not even tried this. By the way, guys, I have like a weird obsession with force feedback devices. I have to use every single. I think it's just interesting. Hello. I've never seen this before. Google Guillemot force feedback joystick. It looks like it's using the Microsoft Sidewinder specification.
The pace car is out of control.
Exactly, Ray censored. G940, that's it. G940. So yeah, someone made a mod for that. There you go. That Logitech. Look at Google it. It's £500 to buy still. Google Logitech G940, and this was like the ultimate force feedback joystick for helicopters and stuff. Yeah, such a shame because it was so good in many ways. The drivers were crap and software was crap, but yeah. Force feedback joystick, so good. And then, as I say, like Flight Simmers was stupid about it, and then that patent troll ruined it. DR Boiler, waiting for service to go back up so I can sign up for the first time. Finished my first rig this week. Oh no. We're just talking about force feedback joysticks. Force feedback's life. I need to get my Novint Falcon out of the loft. I think I'm like the only person in the UK with one of those. Trash. I was thinking of modding my Sidewinder with an extension, more power, and yeah. It might be cheaper rather than modding it to just get a Brunner force feedback joystick. Yeah, the Novint Falcon's awesome. Like, for those of you that don't know, it's like it's 3 arms. Each one has a force feedback motor, and then basically you held onto it and you could move it around in 3D space. So it was basically based off a device that dentists would use for like dentistry training or remote surgery. That's what they were generally used for, that type of haptic device. But yeah, it had like a gun attachment, and then the gun would do like proper recoil, but you could hold on to a thing, and then you could push into like different textures of things and feel the surface, like concrete or jelly, or you could pick something up in the game, and a heavier object would be heavier. Really good. So good, and yet nobody was interested because people are stupid. I hate gamers. I hate sim racers. Like, unfortunately, most people are dumb. That's my conclusion. Yeah, supposedly that company's patent ran out, but then I think they now have the patent for other stuff. Oh, it's all stupid. All up, it's not up where I am. Teledildonics. It's for the ultimate, yeah. Oh, right. The Test the Pest from which company? I'll definitely have to get one. But, I mean, that's how much the Brunner cost, to be honest. I mean, the Brunner it cost me more money because I had to buy the joystick and I had to pay import fees. And obviously, it's not a commercial device. It's not like a consumer device. It's a private thing. So you're paying a lot for the company's fees and things. Wouldn't force feedback in flight sims? Yeah, it is. As I say, we've got the Brunner force feedback joystick, and unfortunately, most sims don't really fully support it. But with X-Plane 11, you can have it so that it's got like the G forces on the plane push back on the joystick. So let's say you pull back really hard on the joystick, the load of the plane is reflected in the force feedback. So you can feel that you're putting load on the wings, and then you can feel the point at where the wings are going to stall and things. Let's say you're just flying level and there's turbulence, it moves the joystick. Like, you can feel that turbulence, which then makes you really feel what the environment's doing. It makes it really easy to be super precise. Or like if you're in a glider and you suddenly get thermals, you feel the change in the joystick feeling. Or if you're flying a light aircraft or heavy aircraft, the resistance changes as you go faster, as you go slower. It's really good. It's absolutely fantastic, but people just don't know. It's really good. Yeah, at Gamescom, there's a PC set up with Sidewinder, so we got a chance to play Microsoft Flight Sim 98 with that, and that felt really good. The Sidewinder is like 0.5 Newton meters, but it's enough for you to feel what's going on, and stick shifters and a whole bunch of stuff, like stick shakers and things. Really good. It's like, it's genuinely really good, but people are stupid. Like, the problem is your average person doesn't understand how good force feedback is until they try it. It's the same problem that VR has, same problem that sim racing has. Your average person doesn't intuitively get that, oh, a force feedback joystick would be fun. Oh, you can feel what the car's doing in the game. They don't get it until they use it. So as a result, it's really hard to get new people into Sims. It's still in maintenance mode. It's really hard to get new people into or to care about force feedback joysticks, because you have to try it to understand it. It's in VR. Like, a lot of people be like, "Oh, that's crap." It's because they haven't tried it. Yeah, J-Lo, because I normally just do Microsoft Flight Sim. I'm not really into modern fighter jets. I like World War II stuff. I know there's World War II planes in DCS. I know. Oh yeah, with DCS you have to set up the Brunner in a weird way. Thanks, Testapess. Let's have a look. Where did you send it? Where did you send a message? In the tea room? Oh no, hang on. Direct message. Let's see. I don't see it. It's just a helicopter. Yeah, I mean, I do need to get DCS set up. That will be cool. I know it's got some awesome stuff. I know DCS is going to be a right pain in the arse to set up. So... Commander T's a real pilot. Yeah, there's quite a few pilots out there. There's quite a few people that do flight simming and also do driving simming. Yeah, I need to try that guide. I was downloading it, but it was taking it. We were going to try it out. We were doing some flying, and then we were trying to download it, but it was taking ages to download. Green light, go, go, go! Oh, it's Tarquini! He's in the wall! My only gripe with VR is really good, but it could be so much. But yeah, it could always be better, couldn't it? It's not past the point of it like being like a monitor where... Although the Quest 3 is pretty close, to be honest. DCS is going to implement logistics in AC-130 and transport planes and helis. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, Microsoft Flight Sim is 2024 supposed to add a lot of stuff like that to it. Should be nice. That'll be really fun to see. Well, we've been streaming for 6 hours and we've done 20 minutes of driving. This is nice for me. This is so much easier. You guys, it's so much easier being able to just read, chat and talk without actually driving at the same time. Weird that. I don't know how that worked. I mean, it's really surprising that not doing two things at the same time. Boo! Not doing two things at the same time is it's so much easier. being able to just chat without constant fear of death from iRacers driving into you. Crazy Mo, thanks for following. Jumping out of the C-130 is not as smooth as the larger planes. Brigade, I assume they're doing final checks. Oh, I don't know. iRacing only has one member of staff that does everything: the graphics, the physics, the. iRacing doesn't have a theme tune. We should write them a theme tune. How would iRacing theme tune go? Do we need? iRacing, it's a simulator. iRacing, it's a simulator thing. Some people say it makes you really thin if you drive it all day long and you don't eat any food. It is iRacing. iRacing. Its tyre model debatably bad. Its tyre model makes you sad. Its tyre model, it now has rain. But the game does not have an aeroplane. They do ovals, they do roads, they do dirt, and they do rallycross, which is also dirt and road combined. It's a game, don't complain. iRacing, what a sim. iRacing, put it in the bin. iRacing, everybody playing it cries all day. iRacing, we play it for the voice chat and the tears. iRacing. Would it be like that? Is that how the theme tune would go? I've got auto tune. We need, or maybe it'd be more like I don't know if it'd be more like. I move heavy, need a no. Why do they sing over the lyrics? Well, I don't want lyrics. It's ruining everything. We don't need all lyrics. There you go. That's the theme tune music.
Boot up your PC, get in your ring, download the update. It's time to play iRacing. iRacing, iRacing, iRacing. Shouting on the mic, iRacing.
I don't know how the song would go. Oh dear. iRacing, iRacing, iRacing. That's how it would go.
iRacing, iRacing, iRacing.
Can I have a refund on my bits?
We don't have a tyre model. Your face is gonna be remodeled. You're gonna cry, you're gonna die. Get in your car. Literally. iRacing, iRacing, iRacing.
iRacing, iRacing. Oh dear, yeah. For some reason, I'm never going to be a rap artist. I don't know why. iRapping. Square times squares times squares. Hang on, how do modern rap songs go? They go like na 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 na. I can't do that. I'd need to write it down, yeah. I'd have to write the lyrics down. Yeah. Maybe we can have like a classical song. Maybe that could be the theme tune. Dreamy iRacing. It's a sin. Boot your PC and cry all day long. I don't even know what note this is in. iRacing. They've added rain. What are you doing? It will drive you insane. iRacing. Cars sliding everywhere. iRacing. Your tyres are now gone square. Please shoot me in the face. I just want to do a race. But I can't get past T1 without being punted by a noob. iRacing. We'll ignore the reality of physics. iRacing. Who cares about the reality of tyre models? iRacing. Oh, iRacing. Every time you're playing, you'll want to put a brick into your forehead. It's iRacing. Dreamy iRacing. There you go. Number one hit. That's the new theme tune. Nailed it, guys. Nailed it. Right. Well, enough of that. That's enough of iRacing. We've done the job for them once again. Once again. Yeah. Yeah. That was a good lyric. I couldn't think of anything else off the top of my head. Yeah, nailed it. That's why I've got a career in music ahead of me. Even the regular viewers. Thank you. The iRacing Eurovision song. It's pretty. Yeah, it makes sense. Let's have a look at the status here. Oh, limited. They've had to reboot it. They set it live and the server caught on fire. Yeah. Put the stick in music. What, eh? Oh, the sick. Oh, I thought it said stick. I was well confused. It is peak content creation. I don't think anyone else has attempted to make a song about iRacing's for iRacing's theme tune. Which sim has the best theme music? But R-Factor 1. Good job, iRacing. Good job. Do you know when maybe servers are back? Yeah, I do actually. Yeah. Labpong, Gamer Muscle needs to make music videos now. Quite like the ACC music. Yeah, Gran Turismo music's really good. It's like Japanese lift music. Why am I not an iRacing ambassador? Because ambassadors can't be too honest. You have to be, to be an ambassador, you have to be diplomatic, and that's, yeah, I'm not very good at diplomacy. The last time I tried to be diplomatic, there was a war. Good, Daniel Merchant, I give you my Twitch sub. Don't come up. Thank you very much. World War I started. Oh dear. I don't have any diplomas.
I am the champion of the ninjas.
Yeah, Daniel Merchant. There you go. It's just delayed. Yeah. So I knew it would come up. Thank you very much, Daniel Merchant. Really appreciate it. It's just slow. I underpay the alert. Oh, we got a hype train. Guys, if you become a member, you can get some shitty emojis that will absolutely have no value whatsoever. You won't get any ads. What else do you get? Filing account. Thank you very much. 27 months. You mentalist.
I am the champion of the ninjas.
Oh, here we go.
Gamer muscle made me do it. I don't know how to get out. Someone crack a window.
Crack a window. Thank you very much, Filing account. Really appreciate it. And Daniel Merchant. And everyone else that supported us today, despite us doing absolutely nothing today. Just talking bollocks all day. Like we do every day. What would a game based on my life be called? I don't know. How to deal with how to use humour to arouse oneself in the morning. That sounds wrong. How to use that sounds terrible. But I meant wake up. I didn't mean literally. I didn't mean sexually. It would be how to offset crippling depression. How to use humour to negate depression. That would be it. How to yeah. Yeah, it wouldn't be a very good film. It would be weird. It would start off with me being born as a depressed, bold baby. Some weird shit happened in France. Oh no, there's a good emotional part to the story. There is actually a really good part. And then there's like, then it's mostly a bit dull. Like game development's a bit dull. Oh, there's some sad bits, and then some happy bits, and then sad bits. It's very up and down. This film would be all over the place. It'd be a pretty depressing film, but the overall message would be filled with humour and positivity and embarrassment. Yeah, it'd be alright. I don't know what it'd be called. It'd be called... it would be a bit weird, to be honest. It would be a bit weird. It wouldn't be. It wouldn't make sense as a normal. I don't. Yeah, it'd be a bit weird. It'd just be all over the place. How to arouse yourself with humour in the morning. How to criticise time models and not influence people. Yeah. Did you like your time in France at least? Yeah, no, it was really good. I did a 6 month French exchange. It was good. Some bad stuff happened, but it was good. it was mostly good. It was interesting. I would definitely, if I had children, I would try and get them to do a long French exchange, if you can. I think it's definitely you learn a lot from it. What's a really weird thing? If you ever do like a long exchange as a child, you develop a separate personality that's also attached to that language. So it's really weird that I'm sure this happens to people that go to like boarding schools. People have different personalities in different situations. But if you go to a different country when you're like 12, and you're learning it's a completely different language. You'll learn that language. You're not talking in your native language. Then that's a whole thing. And then obviously, if you're an exchange student, people are going to be a bit weird around you. There's a whole thing to that, and it's really weird. But it's very interesting, and I think it gives you a really good perspective on stuff. And then I definitely think learning a second language allows you to reflect more easily, to be mindful of certain things, and also more easily. There's no evidence to support this, but I think this is a case. There's no evidence to support this. I researched into it, but I think if you speak a second language, it allows you to separate emotive understanding of words and language from the actual meaning of things better. I've forgotten most of it. I do speak a bit of French, but no one speaks French here. Yeah, no, I think he's awesome, dude. Obviously, you have to be very lucky. Bonjour. Bonjour. Buongiorno. Yeah, no, I think it's a really good thing. You can actually do exchanges for not crazy amounts of money because you're just taking the other family's kid, swapping over. But it's still realise that's not available to everyone. Oui, oui. You're the same condescending pessimist regardless of the language. Are you sure being an exchange student? No, I've always been a bit weird, obviously, but like, it's the same case. Like I imagine when you were at school or college or something, when you have people come from other countries that are new to the country they go into, it's a different culture, and they're obviously on their own, so they have to fit in, and so it's a different dynamic, isn't it? I know you're just making a joke, but I do think it's really interesting. Whereabouts are you in France, loosely? Give a muscle the movie theme song. It's just white noise. The sneeze. There you go. That's the theme tune. It's a white noise and a sneeze. Perfect theme tune. Limoges. Well, I've never heard of that. You're hosting a Japanese exchange student currently in the USA. That's cool. Free-to-all music. You don't know. Knowing different languages just makes me realise how cursed English is and how many words there are for one object in other languages. Well, so there was a meme that there was a meme about how learning two languages when you're a child helps make you more intelligent, or also helps that child sort of be more reflective. What I basically said. So that is a meme, but it's something I noticed was that some things irritated me in English. Because when you're really young, so the way language operates is a word doesn't actually mean a word. Everything you learn, I believe this is the case, might not be entirely like this, but basically everything is actually some form of like an emotion. Effectively, it relates to a specific feeling. That's how you sort of actually understand reality in many ways, especially with like language. I think like the sounds and everything. That's why music is emotional. So. The problem is when you learn a language as a baby, it's really like rooted really deeply and like really emotive. So certain things I think are like way more like powerfully emotional, just the words, which makes it harder to think about the actual raw content of those words. Whereas when if you're like 12 and you're a bit older and then you learn another language, the sort of raw emotive nature of the words is less impactful. So then I think it makes you then understand innately, oh, that's another way of saying the same thing, and then it doesn't feel the same way, and then so I think so basically that was just through my experience of it. I thought, oh, that was the case. So there'd been studies where people have said, oh, that's how that works, but then more recently when I looked into it, apparently it's a load of bollocks. But my personal experience is different to those. My personal experience is different to those studies I've seen recently. So maybe there needs to be more studies, or maybe I'm just totally wrong, or maybe it's just an individual perspective that's not actually uniform. I think learning anything. I think the weird thing is, there's no reason why learning a language would be better than just learning critical thinking or doing anything like. Just learning, if you're learning anything, you're learning something, so it doesn't really matter. Do you know what I mean? So I think the reality will be that actually it's not really about the language or learning a different language. It's just about if you learn something else that's complex, or you invest time into. So if the same as if you were to learn an instrument or whatever, it wouldn't have to be a language. It could just be learning things. You started to think in English after learning it 9 years, and it's not your native. But I always translate it to your native when you speak. Yeah, well, that's a weird thing. So yeah, when I did the French exchange, about 4 or 5 months into it, I still have dreams in French, entirely in French, and I don't have to translate it into English. It just is what it is. So that's weird. Also, when at the end of the time I did the French exchange, at the end of it, I've forgotten how to speak English. It took me like 3 days to speak English, which is really quite common with children that live in another country where you're not allowed to speak English for 6 months basically, so you forget. It's actually quite creepy. It's really weird. I said this before, like I'd come back from the exchange and I was in a shop, and a friend came up to me and they were like, oh, where have you been? I haven't seen you for 6 months. It was just a school friend, and I was like, I just couldn't talk. So, and also someone like asked me what the time was, and I was like, it's like the brain there. It's just really weird. It only took like 2 or 3 days to get back to it, but I'm sure that the same thing happens if someone doesn't. If you're in the wilderness and you're not talking to people, you're just not using that part of your brain. Yeah, maybe. Well, I think it's quite interesting though, isn't it? In general. I don't think it correlates to intelligence, though. I think that's the mistake a lot of people make. It's the whole association of facts, and then people going. It's the assumption that if someone's learnt a load of facts that they're bloody intelligent. It's like, no, that's not how it works. It's like, just because you can regurgitate some facts doesn't mean that you understand the relationship between those facts, how things interact with each other, or how to create a new thing from the facts that you've got. And you notice this with basically most government ministers. They might have gone to private school. They might be able to debate. You notice this with you notice this with Jordan Peterson or Ben Shapiro. Yeah, you can come out with a bunch of shit, but if you don't, they clearly do not understand how things interrelate. Sometimes they accidentally make a good point. Sometimes they're right. But then if someone doesn't have the critical thinking capacity to see how something links together, they say stuff and they have no awareness of how what they're saying is utterly disconnected. And from their perspective, they're doing totally normal. So, yeah, there's a weird thing about people thinking facts and knowledge is the same as general intelligence, which, I'm not saying one is not valuable. Like knowing a lot of facts is really valuable, but how you can apply that is really probably more important, generally speaking. Ray censored. Very true. I know almost nothing, but I'm fairly confident that I'm quite smart. Well, you would say that if you didn't know anything. And also, my words only make sense if you don't know anything. So maybe that's why you're watching the channel, because you don't know anything. It all makes sense. Well, it's all come together. Oh no. What was the tomato eye comment? Have you got tomatoes in your eyes? Intelligence is a measure of how well you're likely to complete any given task, regardless of the skill required. Shit. Wow, shit the bed. As you know, from watching this channel, we are very good at completing tasks. Oh, no. Oh, dear. Well, looks like we're not knowledgeable or intelligent. Oh, wow. Worse things have happened. If you've got a cup of tea, it doesn't matter. Oh, dear. Lava Chemist, my partner is fluently bilingual. That sounds dirty. Alright, love, you bilingual?
Oh, yes, I'm fully bilingual. Ooh. Would you like me to bilingual you?
Bilingual. Oh, unfortunately, they caught a disease due to being bilingual. Too much bilingual for you. Bilingual? Not picky. They're bilingual. Sometimes you like both. Thinks both languages. Thinks in both languages, depending on what language she's been speaking the most recently. Weirdly, this means she often answers questions in opposite language. Yeah, well, you have like that, people that have families where they're bilingual. They just mix stuff together. Oh, also, actually, you see it a lot in Indian. It's really interesting. It's so ingrained in the culture that they're talking in, I don't know, is it like Gujarati or I don't know what languages they tend to speak in South Indian and what have you. But they just put English words in there randomly because they can do both. But a lot of the times the English words are used as like emphasis words. It's quite interesting. Feasible, it's really common. You see it in a lot of workplaces, like people that are very educated. They've got like multiple degrees. They're very educated, but they are actually a bit dense. You can get really good at. Hello, Porky Pie. Are we wet yet? You're not yet. You can get really good. I mean, I guess that obviously at a certain level of being able to do stuff, so they're not completely dullards, but like that in Malta, what? Sometimes words in another language just fit better. Yeah, I think English swear words are pretty good. So some of the German swear words are quite nice. French, I don't think French sounds that. I don't know. I like it. French women sound nice, generally speaking. I like German. Like most people don't like how German sounds. I like it. I like the sort of precise. For me, the way the words are kind of precise. It's whereas French is all like German's like I don't know, for me that's satisfying. No, Peter Den, you're wrong. Bloody Quebecois French is impossible to understand. It's the worst. It's the worst. I can't, like, it sounds like a drunk southerner, Southern French drunk talking. Southern French is the worst. Second to Quebecois. I don't have a German fetish. I just like, I just really enjoy being in German. Okay, maybe we do. Sandy Sanderson. With French, I just have to remind myself that I'm too cool to enunciate the first and last syllables.
The pace car is out of control.
Yeah, nobody can. French Canadian is mental. I need to learn that clicking language. Yeah, this is the Game of Muscle podcast, but I need to talk like this. So, guys, welcome back to the podcast where I just want to tell you guys about this new meal replacement that we've got. If you're fed up of cooking and you want to get all the nutrients, I'm really excited about new shit in a box supplement that we do. It's called Wank, and we have 3 new flavours: Shit Wank, Wank Wank, and Wank Shit. And my favourite is Wank Wank. Absolutely amazing product that we've got here, and it's for just £6 a meal, which is a really good price. You can enjoy Wank Wank, and we've got a special code underneath the stream that you can use. But I'm really happy with this product. And now we're going to talk about how white men have been subjugated in modern society. And we've got Jordan Peterson here, and we're going to be also talking about religion and how men can be more successful by pulling themselves up by their own bootstraps, and of course tidying their bedrooms. Right, now onto the part of the show where we attack minorities and trans people, and we're just going to focus on that for a bit because that minority needs to be marginalised and attacked a bit more. We're going to pretend that we're not attacking this group of people and we're actually just having a reasonable conversation, and that we are not farming views due to inciting anger in the comment section. So guys, have I told you about the new product that we've got? Wank Wank 2.0. Really good flavour this. Nice creamy substance in the box. Podcasts! Podcasts! Oh, God. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. Order! Famous geezer. Someone who speaks Japanese and is angry sounds so aggressive. Oh, yeah, maybe. What flavour? I don't know. It's creamy wank wank flavour. The podcast's over. Yeah, you were getting into that. You were like, oh, what's going to happen next? What are they going to talk about? What really obvious thing are they going to conveniently ignore from the conversation? Hang on. Rendell Flush. What is that? What did you just type? Rindel Flush Katera Gasuba Wacken Discuba Eggum Nuba. Oh, isn't that the thing that breaks an egg? Isn't that the egg breaker machine? The machine for breaking eggs cleanly? Is that what that is? Oh, it's a law. I am the law. Hasn't this been an exciting and thrilling... We should just end the stream and go, yeah, with the update. The update didn't come out. You almost got me to lay back in my chair, prepared to miss the rest of the 2 hours of the podcast. I need a cup of tea, but I've run out of tea bags. By the way, there's rain in iRacing. Stream over. Let's have a look at the. We'll have another look at the servers. It'll be week 13. Reserve capacity. Boston, no. Frankfurt, no. Sao Paulo, no. No. Guys running around the server room. Is it finally ready? No. Ferraris Standerschmidt Farten. Hang on a minute. Something exit. Is that like a medical condition? I think most people watch podcasts when they're sleeping. It's a council for controlling the law and how to label beef. Oh, fair enough. Isn't it weird, that whole podcast thing, though, how that's taken off? And then even stuff like the Joe Rogan things, where it's just like you have like a guy with another person. It's just strange that that whole thing is. That whole format has become so popular. Is there an extra charge for weather, or is it free? The charge will be to your sanity when you're rear-ended for the 10th time in a row from a car that's not used the brake pedal. And safety rated, yeah. Streaming is there's nothing parasocial about this. Rogan's greens powder drink. $100 a month.
The pace car is out of control.
Right. I really don't. What I don't get is when a streamer or something, or a business person or whoever, if you've made like you own a house, maybe even 2 houses, you've got enough money so that you're basically secure. You're not in a, you don't need to promote bollocks. So I really don't understand when you have a streamer or something, like when they promote energy drinks or like food stuff, that they will know that it's a bit of a stupid product. Like they will also know it's, you know, that they will just know that why not promote something good like that. That's what's strange to me. I 100% understand when someone's got a family and you really need to look after someone, you know, you're in a desperate situation. You need to make money to be able to just live. I completely get that. I really struggle to understand why wealthy people do this stuff. Like, why do they not? I could have flown to Daytona in real time. That's true. We could have done it in the Cessna. Poor sim racer. I came here to see, but no, we've got boobs. They're hidden under my body paint. Oh, wet stuff. Bit wet boobs. Yeah, we're queuing for the update. Well, that's it, Poods. Unless maybe they have the bollocks product and then they use that money for something good. But then you'd be like, well, why not promote something actually good in the first place? I don't know. Ah, the rain's amazing, Game Hero. Absolutely incredible. It's game changing. Well, it is game changing because the game's updating, so we've not tried it yet. Well, at least in Brazil, still have a job. Oh, you're still at work. Oh, nice. Well, I hope I say, oh, nice. I hope your job's all right. You could have been racing all this time with Tom Gland, I know. They are, Thomas, they are literally changing the game. Game changer. Oh, the other day I booted up Unreal Tournament on PC and played around against bots, and it was so good.
Monster kill. Holy shit.
It was really good fun, just against the bot, and I was like, the character movement, the graphics were really clean, the weapons were really responsive. It was really nice. It didn't feel dated either. It was Unreal 2004. I tried the original one. That was a bit wonky. The mouse was inverted. And I had to use the arrow keys. But, yeah, Instagib. Ah, see, Niels might be an idiot when it comes to air fryers. But when it comes to car tyre models and Instagib, when are we having a Helsingveld versus Muscle Instagib fight? I lived on Instagib. That was my thing. Instagib life. Instagib with big head mod. I don't know if you can even set up servers on Unreal 2003 anymore, 2004. No, Unreal 3 is alright, actually. I haven't tried it recently, but I think you can still set up servers on that. Mario Kart. Yeah, we need to play some Mario Kart. Poor Sim Racer. Any thoughts on Le Mans Ultimate? Have you tried? I have, yeah. I thought it was pretty good. Force feedback could be a bit better. It's a bit vague for what the tyres doing at the limit. It's R-Factor 2, really. The online stuff was nice. Netcode was nice. Graphics looked nice. Game's a bit buggy in terms of the menu, and performance is a bit weird at times. But yeah, not bad. Like, I think Le Mans Ultimate have done a good job in the sense that here's a game. It has endurance cars. It has 7 tracks. It has online ranking. It's easy to understand. They've got the rookie races with fixed setup. It's easy to understand. So I think they've actually done a really good job with what they've done there. I think it could be quite successful, to be honest. It's a good framework. I think that game will single-handedly bail out motorsport games. But there's a few people that work at motorsport games that, you know, they know what they're doing. So the actual dev team are really good. So that'll be interesting to see how it goes. Ooh, I need a cup of tea or something. I need non-alcoholic beer. Have I watched any iRacing Rain videos? Yeah, we watched Jimmy's, TK's, and Morad's. We've already talked about it earlier. You guys can go and watch them. You can subscribe to their channels. Beach! A nice relaxing song. This was from iRacing voice chat, for those of you new to this channel. We sometimes remix voice chat. Son of the beach! It's a nice tune. Son of the beach. Son of the beach. We definitely need to do some new remixes. Zila Plays, who you should subscribe to. He's another Twitch. He does a lot of F4. I caught him live streaming briefly. I was watching his stream yesterday, and he was in F4. No, he was in F3. And there were some French people shouting at each other, but in English, but with really strong French accents, like "I am in front of you. You cannot do that." The other guy's like, "I will overtake if I want to." It was really funny. You cannot drive into me. It was so good. They were so angry, but then in English with a really strong French accent. It was amazing. Oh yeah, you could tell Zena was laughing as well. It's good. Thank you. Copy that. Yeah, that's a remix. Yeah, plot twist. They were just drunk. Oh, I need a cup of tea. Where can we get? What can I do? We can rummage through my cupboard. JP's disconnected, eh? I don't watch any motorcycle stuff. I would do. I don't really watch sport. So my view on like watching sport is I'll have it on in the background, and I wouldn't mind it on if I'm with other people. So I'd go to a racetrack with friends or something. But I feel like sport is a real waste of time, as opposed to playing video games. I think playing games and stuff is fine. I just feel watching sport is a real bad use of time. I'd rather watch a documentary or something. But I'm not saying other people can't enjoy it if they want to. I like sport if it's on in the background. I don't like religiously following a team. So like when the Olympics is on and stuff, or like Winter Olympics. Check the status. Okay, iRacing status. How we doing? Okay, at North America. No, Frankfurt. Sydney. Frankfurt's down. Tokyo's down. Sydney's down. I checked the status. Are you happy? Big time streamer. Do you know what? That was really weird. Some of the comments that we were seeing on Reddit, or some of the messages you get on videos and stuff, people think that just because you, like, if you do videos that get 15,000 views, or like 200 viewers in a live stream, they think that's big. Like they don't. It's so weird how people scale things in their head in terms of what they think is big or small or whatever. So like a live streamer or YouTube channel, unless they're getting like 40,000 views every video they upload, and they upload like 3 videos a week, or unless when they live stream they need to be getting like 500 to like 1,000 views, even then that's not really big. Like, you know, you need to be getting like 5,000 views to that's like really good money. So yeah, it's strange where what people think is big and what the actual reality. I mean, I don't think it matters. Like, I'm not like drawing a. As far as I'm concerned, I think if someone's doing content, they do good content, then they are big. if that makes sense, the numbers are irrelevant, really. You'll find that I find that in life in general with anything. You could come across someone at one point in time they're not making much money, or the business is new, or they're not being that successful. But if you see that they're obviously very talented, or they're doing something that's really high quality, it really is irrelevant, the surrounding metrics. You're like, oh yeah, you know. So many things obviously are not the quality is not reflected in the success that a thing has got. Lots of sites on the internet crashing today. There was an attack earlier. It was Paul Smith driving his train into buildings. Imagine artists living big in a tiny home is an example. Get 500,000 views in a week. Well, that's all right, yeah. Oh, is that just from live streaming? Simon B, thanks for the company today. Been listening to your waffle for 6 hours as I rebuilt my keyboard. I was wondering why we kept getting random letters in the chat. I was like, whoa, that's BL1 exclamation mark. Oh, it's just Simon B cleaning his keyboard. Treadmill with a G20. What's that about? Where's that come from? But I might raid my kitchen for a I might put some some fish in the. What's the time? It's 5 o'clock. When did I have noodles, guys? Can you remember? It must have been at least 4 hours ago. We had a banana though. It's 6 PM. Yeah, I'm trying to think when I ate. I feel a bit hungry. I need a cup of tea, bruh. Noodles at 3 foot. So it was 4 PM. Oh, that was only 2 hours ago. No, it must have been like 1 PM. It was after, because we started at before 1 PM. We started at like 11:30, and we did the 12. No, we started at 11:30, the race. Then we did the 12 and the 12. We did 3 races, and then we talked for a bit. Yeah, it must have been like 1:30 or something. So yeah, I can put some fish in the air fryer. The air fryer, Neil's housing world. The ultimate kitchen device. For those of you, sorry for making you deaf, guys. Just wanted to assert the power of the air fryer once again. I need some non-alcoholic drink. We ain't got tea. Tesco shuts at 10 PM. 2:30. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so actually it makes sense I'm hungry. He's still... Yeah, well, they're amazing. Every time I use my air fryer, I feel like I'm in the future. Spaceships will just have air fryers on them and microwaves. Air fryer, microwave combi. How do you choose your air fryer size? Well, I think they're normally about 7 litres, the 2-drawer one, and that's enough for that'd be enough for most people. Like you can cook a half chicken in each side of it. You can cook 4 portions of chips. So basically, you could cook 2 portions of chips in one side of an air fryer. Or you could cook 4 portions of potato wedges in one side of an air fryer. You call yourself an Englishman? Well, no, I identify as a person on the planet Earth. I know Simon B. As yeah. I know I do have tea. It's just not in a tea bag. Sleep apnea. Put an air fryer whilst you sleep. John Doe? What? What pronouns do I use for identifying as an Earthling? I don't know. Whatever. Person. That'll do. 3D food printers using minced crickets and peas. That's the future. Oh, well, that's 3 hours ago that we had noodles. Tea pincer. I do have one of those, yeah. It's just that my loose tea's fancy tea, so I don't want to just use it. It's also it's lighter tea that is better to drink with. It's better to drink it in a specific way. Tea snob. It's not fancy day. It's not fancy tea day today. Yeah, no, I feel like a Yorkshire, you know, like a strong cup of tea, not like an airy fairy spiced tea or anything, or you know, or green tea. What I have a bunch of green teas and tea blends. What's Van Dam's do bags of different types of tea, which are really good. How do you spell it? Van Dams? I don't know how it's spelled. Vadam Indian tea. Yeah. Claude Van Damme tea. I do put milk in my tea. Obviously some tea you don't put milk in it 'cause it tastes a bit weird, but generally speaking, we do. Right, let's get a drink. Let's Naomi, it's taken a long time to fill up iRacing with water. Are they bringing it from the sea with little buckets? It's digital water, so they have to evaporate it with a computer chip. It takes a long time. Alright, well, thanks for watching. Goodbye. Do you ever race TCRs? No, I don't like front wheel drive cars in iRacing. Paul Smith does though. Go and watch his channel if you like front wheel drive cars. Yeah, I like English breakfast and Earl Grey. Earl Grey's a bit weird because it's got what's it? It's got something weird. It's got a weird ingredient in it. Earl Grey's a bit weird with milk. Ah, the puddle shaders. They have to. Someone at iRacing has to very carefully colour in the puddles with a pencil to be reflecting the environment. Every single one takes ages, and also it takes a really talented artist to sit there and draw the reflection for every single puddle on every single track. And then on the vehicles, they have to draw. Yeah, and they have to draw each raindrop as well. I could just make coffee. Yeah, let's have a coffee. I've got coffee. I've got milk. I'm going to make a fresh coffee using my DeLonghi Dedica. If Steve Worrell's still here, you're still a knob. but I'm making a semi-proper coffee. But it's not as good as one from your coffee shop, is it? Bloody hell. Let's get some. There he is. For those of you that don't know, the story is I got a coffee machine. It's like a proper coffee machine. You grind it, and it's a basic proper coffee machine. It only has one pressure. I buy it, and I'm like, oh, I'm in the coffee land, coffee snob. I'm so good. Look at me. And I message Steve. I'm like, Steve, we've got a coffee machine. I'm now a coffee snob. Look at me. I was showing off. I was indicating that I'm a bit of a knob. And then he replies back with a picture from his. He's like, oh, I've just bought a coffee shop. This is where I work now. We've got a coffee shop. Here's my coffee machine. I was like, fuck you. Pretty funny though. Right, back in a minute. Getting my coffee from my real coffee machine.
not.
Okay, let's go.
Hello, guys. No, I cut some potatoes up to make some potato wedges. Woo! Then we made a quadruple espresso coffee. Get in there. Oh, it's a little bit strong. It's a little bit strong. It's back up. No, it's not. Oh, yes, it is. Go. That was good. Good timing. Oh, no, it's not. It's not. Frankfurt's still underwater. Frankfurt's still underwater. Too much excitement. Ah, Facebook. But nobody likes Facebook. Yeah, Frankfurt. They're all busy. Have I been to? I have been to Frankfurt on the edges of it. I went to a really nice castle for like a influencer thing. That was the last time I got drunk. That was like 2019. Oh, we were very drunk. It was good. It was a good event though. Oh, that was weird. How can it take so long to add a bit of... I know, they just need to put the server in the UK and it'll automatically be done. Yeah, Frankfurt was when I decided to give up alcohol. That was it. I was like, oh, yeah, don't need this. These pesky influencer events with open bars where you could just kill yourself. Did give a couple of cars a spin. Ah, nice. I didn't go into the centre of Frankfurt. We drove through it quickly in a taxi. The event I went to was at a really nice little castle. It was cool. And yeah. That's the thing. I don't sleep when I drink as well. That's the weird thing. I don't sleep at all. I don't sleep normally very well, but if I drink alcohol, I have like get a really overactive brain when I drink. Open bars are danger, especially when it's really nice local German beers. Well, you know. Hopefully non-alcoholic beers will catch on in Germany. That'd be good. Then I can go raving with that non-alcoholic beer.
Welcome to the club.
Come on inside the club. Simon B, they don't all suck actually. Lucky Saint's really good. And the yeah, there's a couple that are alright. Yeah, no, this is one of the misconceptions, right? I like the taste of beer. Like, I don't understand why someone would drink beer to get drunk. It doesn't make any sense. It's like the really inefficient way to get drunk and quite expensive. Ah, race results is unstable. Frankfurt is not applicable. Hang on. We everything's up apart from race results processing. How many times have we heard that the rain in AC is better? Not once, actually. For once, because that's just you saying it, E-Money. Literally no one has said rain in... No one's brought up AC. You're actually the first person to bring up Assetto Corsa. I always look good. It's the pigeon. We should bomb Frankfurt again. Oh well, I think Germany needs to bomb Birmingham. Here we go again. Not a single stream where we're not dissing Birmingham. While football kicks off at 7:45, it would be nice to see what all the fuss is about. It's all hype. It's all good though. They haven't fit. No, I know. Not again. Blame it on the... Don't blame it on the back end. Don't blame it on the server. Blame it on the developer. Imagine waking up in Birmingham, yeah? That's worse than waking up in Guantanamo Bay. You wake up in Guantanamo Bay and you're like, oh, God, no. At least it's not Birmingham. You've never been to the UK, but just because of all the Birmingham hate, it'll be the first place I go to. There are nice parts to Birmingham. Those are when you're leaving. And before you get there. Those are the nice parts. There is... it's a nice city to fly over. What else has it got going for it? Yeah. The curry's good. Yeah. Some parts of Birmingham are okay. I'm sure. I've never seen them. Is there a Brummy in chat? They've probably gone because all we do is slag off Birmingham constantly. You were offered a job in Birmingham once. They seemed offended when I said I'd only take it if they'd let me work remotely. Yeah, so when I was choosing what university to go to, I picked Middlesbrough over Birmingham. The Birmingham was like, "Oh, you can come here," and I'm like, "Yeah, of course. You want everyone to come here. It's that bad. If you're welcoming me here, then clearly you made a mistake." Was trying to think of a US city to compare it to, but I'm not sure there's a US city quite so depressing. I mean, I've only been to Seattle, so... You didn't even understand when you went to Liverpool. You worked with a guy that lived in Birmingham, US. He seemed to like it. Yeah, well, that's a different... Yeah. That's a different Birmingham. That's fake Birmingham. I think this is the longest that I've ever looked at a update screen for. This is like an endurance update. It's pretty good. Spin radio muscle, podcast muscle. Oh, hang on, guys. Hi, guys. It's time for me to introduce you all to my favourite product, and I'm really proud of new shit in a bag. And as I say, we brought it up earlier. The new Wank Wank edition. Absolutely amazing product that we've got. All the calories that you need in a single meal, and really could save you a lot of money. All the vitamins, nutrients that you need, and of course a really nice creamy texture to it. Yeah, really proud with this product, and of course if you use our Wank Wank flavour affiliate link in the description, you get 10% off with code WANK247. And
Okay, let's go.
yeah, so thanks guys for supporting us, and you can save time and focus on what matters to you more. Yeah. Did you expect to lose some little safety rating? Oh, I don't know. I've lost my mind. Imagine no rain for 14 years. The only reason I played iRacing was because it was the one place where I could escape the weather. Now that's gone. They took away the one thing that the Brits enjoyed about the sim. Sunshine. I'm going to die from lack of vitamin D. The reason I still use a large OLED is with iRacing, and then I can get my vitamin D. Oh yeah, we can go back to race room. That'd be nice. Land of race room. Good job the rain isn't location dependent. It is. It is location dependent. So every race in the UK is going to be drizzle. No, you know when we did the walking stream on was it Saturday or Friday? It was on Saturday, wasn't it? Oh no, it was Sunday. Yeah, it was on Sunday. We walked and it was all flooded. Everything was flooded. I kept having to walk through hedges. Can't even escape it. Even when it's not raining, the floor is wet. And I really hope the river stops flooding so I can walk again without having to climb through hedges. We could do another way, I guess. I like walking by rivers. I don't have to think. It's really nice. You're like, oh, there's a river. It's kind of countryside-y. There's some nice water. Rivers are always nice to walk next to. There must be something weird. Yeah, maybe we could Uhtred. I might get another phone so I can attach it like a cheap phone that I can stick on my kayak. That doesn't matter if I lose it. Well, the river near me is a controlled river. It is basically it's got lots of locks on it. It's effectively a mixture between a river and a canal. It is a river, but it's controlled like a canal. A lot of it's been reshaped into a canal. You like the walking stream? Yeah, it's good for it. Apart from the red paint. Yeah, no, I enjoy walking. I like live streaming and walking. It's good fun. We need to keep trying to do 15 miles with the backpack and get used to it. So yeah, we could try just doing staying on the river, try and walk just 15 miles up the river. You should try Spa when it flooded. Does the hillside fall onto the track with the building? Yeah, that's what we're building up for. We're going to walk across Scotland. No, nothing crazy. We're just going to walk the Caledonia Canal. You know, it's just should like 3-day walk, 4-day walk. Be nice. Yeah, I noticed that Vajululila 96. Yeah, all the Germans I talk to are like they don't like Frankfurt, which is weird. Hello, John Hartley. I know. I have some chips in my air fryer cooking, some potato wedges, so that hopefully they don't finish the maintenance before they're finished. What do you do now? Go and play your kazoo. Have you named yourself after that video with the kid with the blonde hair? Where he's like the kid, he's like, oh, I'm gonna. What was it? It's like dubstep because where he's on drugs. You know what I'm saying. Oh no, fair enough. Peepo sad. Oh, this Moser wheel feels well nice, you know. They did a really good job with this. It's really heavy, but it's a really nice wheel. I really don't know how Thrustmaster, Fanatec, or even like Acertec and all those companies. I don't know how they're necessarily going to be able to compete with SimMagic and Moser. If SimMagic and Moser absolutely, because this is really good quality. I mean, it feels good at least. I mean, the Acertec stuff is really good and a good price as well, actually. But all it would take is for like, surely Moses, SimMagic and stuff, they see like some of the GSI wheels and some of those like Bavaria Simtech stuff, and they could produce the exact same wheels for a quarter of the price on bulk. So, it wouldn't be the same, but Game of Muscle, did you have a rucking backpack the other day? Yeah, I'm using the let's see, what is it? Let's type in. I'm using the Osprey Exos 48 backpack. It's a really nice backpack. It's because I think it's like the closest to an ultralight backpack that's that's comfortable, and so I like to have stuff as light as possible, but then with backpacks it's better to there's a compromise between, weight is always going to be weight, but if you have something really comfortable, you can then have more weight without it being an issue. And a lot of the ultralight backpacks I tried on were really shit. I only have two. I have an Osprey normal backpack, and then this Osprey Exos is like a hiking backpack. It's really good. Hang on. Reckless, can I ask a serious question that's going to make me sound like an a-hole? Oh, no. Here we go. Why play and review iRacing if you seem to hate it so much? Monologue incoming. No, so we don't hate it. We have 4 critical comments we say, but we find it's very entertaining to play. So, like, surely that answers the question in the first place. Like, if someone's playing something, you'd be like, oh, why are they playing it if they hate it? Well, obviously they don't hate it because they're playing it. It's like self-explanatory, really, isn't it? Like, I genuinely don't enjoy playing ACC at all. Like, it really feels boring. I really don't enjoy ACC, so we don't play it. I really don't play it. I just don't enjoy it. There's no redeeming quality to ACC. Like, there's aspects to it that are nice. I understand it as a product, but for me personally, force feedback's terrible. Handling is bland and boring. The sound gives me a headache. The graphics are blurry. The cars drive worse than AC1. It's not the most active online. LFM's good with it, but like it's shit. So yeah, it is shit. Whereas I'd rather, to me, I think it's more realistic than iRacing in many ways. I'd much rather play iRacing than ACC. I have tried next. We did a review. Well, the next garage. We did a review. Hang on. Or do you mean Le Mans Ultimate?
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist.
That's
amazing. So it's probably one of the well, one of the, or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
That's the one using Godot engine or Godot, and no one knows how to pronounce that.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist. But that is amazing. So it's probably one of the best. Probably one of the, well, one of the, or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or
Kartcraft.
mods.
I thought Kartcraft was alright. It's a bit weird, but how much did Max get paid to say that? They were playing iRacing, or maybe they were playing. I know they were watching Team Redline on Rennsport, I think, and someone just asked, "Oh, what's your favourite sim?" But if you were to follow the narrative on Reddit, Max Verstappen plays iRacing, so it's the best. And apparently, if you follow the narrative, Morad said iRacing. It's like, yeah, if you ignore everything that Daniel Morad has said about iRacing, if you completely ignore his actual comments, it's, oh god, the confirmation bias on Reddit, sim racing and iRacing is insane. Just the fanboying is absolutely insane. Imaginitis, now that was R Factor 2. He got annoyed by the server stuff.
Test.
Oh, thanks, Yoko. Test. What's going on with Rennsport? Yeah, I think they're doing more to it. Hopefully, it would be nice for them to roll out something more substantial. Red sports washing. Right, so Max's opinion would be the same as anyone that's not an idiot. Right. People play iRacing because it's the most popular simulator with the biggest number of players and the most competitive environment. It's got really nice racetracks. The online stuff works to find a race. It works enough that you can get in a race. It's got really good like league stuff in it. It's got really good big events that everyone gets involved in. It's quite a popular platform for esports because it's got the players there. So in the sim racing, obviously for esports, that's important. Like why? The thing is, a race driver is not a separate human. A race driver doesn't have some like magical knowledge that a reasonably educated person wouldn't have. Like they
penis.
Oh, Yoko, you're such a knobbler. Jesus Christ. You know, he's got the maturity of a fridge magnet.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist. So that is amazing. So it's probably one of the of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
The meme of that you need to be like a professional race driver to say something, to have a valid view on Sims is just ridiculous. I did see that F1 race is really dumb. Did you know, guys, you have to be in the military to be able to know if armor is realistic or not? Did you know? Like, you can't tell. you have to be in the special forces, otherwise you just couldn't know. It's not ridiculous, but it's one of the only ways to properly confirm someone knows what he's talking about. Well, not really. If someone says something reasonable, then they're saying something reasonable.
You think this stops me? Hell nah. Peenies.
Right, so, okay, as an example, wouldn't it be a bit weird if... wouldn't it be a bit weird that... R Factor 2 drives completely different to iRacing? Isn't it a bit weird that AC drives completely different to iRacing? Isn't it a bit weird that professional race teams, they don't use iRacing like as an actual in-house simulator? The reason for that is because of... Thank you for cheering. For driver in the loop testing and other specific stuff and getting the data out of it. But like... if there's two different opinions and one of them is from a real race driver and the other one's from just a rando sim racer like you, yeah, but when it's not a rando, so yeah, you're not, yeah, fair enough. If someone is, if someone is a complete rando sim racer, that's fine. But like, so in my case, if it's someone that is saying, oh, they've talked to 50+ esports drivers, they've talked to many of the developers of the different simulators, They have done games development themselves and have worked with graphics and physics programmers. They also know multiple people that own race cars that they've talked with and say XYZ. They've also talked with professional race drivers from amateurs to like full-time pros in various series. And they've also got 20 years of doing sim racing. And they could specifically say what aspects of each simulator is more or less realistic and why. Well, that really isn't the same as just going, oh, yeah, no, just a random person saying that this is more or less realistic. Therefore, that, honestly, this blows people's minds. A sim racer will have a better understanding of what's more or less realistic with sims. Like someone like me would have a better understanding than many real race drivers that only have played one driving simulator and maybe only drive one car in real life. That is not that sounds really arrogant, and to people they'll be like, oh, but like, no, you will have sim racers that play every single driving sim that will know which simulator is closer to reality, because they'll be able to go, yeah, look, they can contrast it with the other sims. Whereas if you're a race driver that's only driven one simulator, really, which is quite common, they will just be like, they will like play, they do the real driving and then they jump in that sim and then they literally invent stuff that's not in the sim, because that's what people do as a form of confirmation bias. So but that's really controversial to say, but I'm sorry, that's just the truth. Oh, okay, here we go. It's proof that that's the truth. Lots of the sim engines that were developed, right? Lots of the sims that were developed by programmers that have never driven a race car. And programmers that have never actually like balanced a car at the limit. They're not good drivers. So how on earth, if the person developing the physics of the game, how can they know how to set up the physics without themselves being a race driver, unless they are using data, videos, and a bit of critical thinking to then determine what is likely to be realistic behaviours of tyres? Yeah, they would use feedback from real drivers as well, but that's the crux of it. A lot of them have done physics engines without that. Like, they wouldn't need to. Like, they might just have a road car or something. So, like, also, I just see, we explained this earlier. A physics programmer, a real driver can go, oh, my car handles, the tyres come back quicker, or the car tends to do this on this corner, or these conditions tend to do this. The physics programmer cannot magically take that feedback and instantly plug it into the simulator, especially if the physics engine is a complicated physics engine. It just doesn't work like that. Like, they can go, oh, right, yeah, that makes sense. And then they can work on their model to try and get it to produce that output, or them try and find how the data can fit into their model, or which parts of the physics engine, like, is it the tyres? Is it the diff simulation? Is it the suspension? Is it how the tyre is simulated? Is it the data in the tyre? Is it the data for the tyre carcass? Is it the data for the tyre flex? Is it data for how the tyre heats up? Is how the tyre heats up really the most important component for grip lock? There will be so many insane variables. They can't just have feedback from... and keep in mind that many real-world drivers will also have different opinions. So, like... yeah, Doofer, well done. Man who doesn't drive and hasn't passed his driving test versus opinions of professional drivers. No, you've... right, you're banned. If you straw man, anyone that straw mans... You're timed out. Anyone that straw mans what's being said just gets a timeout. If you're incapable of, like, not straw manning what's being said, you're timed out, I'm afraid. How does that make a sim driver know better? They wouldn't necessarily know better for the specific scenario. Like, it's not right. So the scenario would be. So explain to me if you're gonna go again. If you're gonna, well, I've just given an example with the physics programmer. How would the physics programmer be able to make the physics engine? How would they be able to do it if you can't do stuff without being able to make educated guesses? No, CT, what I said was a person that's studied, like they talk about a physics programmer, someone that's studied how tyres operate, they've looked at videos, they've done research, they've talked to multiple real-world drivers, they've they've done research from multiple sources, they've got data from multiple sources. They don't have to have driven a car themselves to work on the physics engine to make it more realistic. Like, if it were the case that you have to be able to drive a race car, or you have to have driven a race car, I'm sorry, but there's a whole bunch of racing sims that just would never have been developed in the first place. I don't think Stefano would say that he's an even vaguely competitive race driver. I don't think is it with David Kiemer, the guy behind iRacing. I don't think he'd describe himself as a. I don't think he's even a second on pace in the top split in iRacing. He might be. I don't know. The guy that does that did the original R Factor 1 code. So yeah, also the road license thing is so stupid. You driving a road car is like Euro Truck Sim. It's not like driving a race car. So like go-karting is way more analogous to driving on a racetrack. Driving a road car has no, you shouldn't ever be balancing your car at the limit on a public road. I've probably got about 6 or 7 hours of driving road cars. I don't have a driver's license, got provisional. I'm not interested in driving road cars. I sometimes drive when I'm at my parents'. I just don't have an interest in it. I don't want to spend the money. I'd rather save money. It has nothing to do with. It has nothing to do with driving at the limit. Like go-karting is so much closer. It's so weird that people keep repeating those same weird comments. It's Lena B. Thanks for reminding me to learn from my driving exam. How's it going, Lena? Yeah, I mean, I think anyone that's got a real road driving license is obviously a higher rated iRacer. They're safer. They will know the net code. They will know how to balance a car at the limit. They will know what the other cars are likely to do. They will be able to focus at driving very quickly whilst under pressure. I'm sure they'll know their car setup aspects. Like, it's such a weird thing for people to be obsessed with. Lewis Hamilton doesn't drive car. He doesn't enjoy driving road cars because why would, like, they're two separate activities. As I say, it's more like Euro Truck Sim. No, Amir Deport, personally, they all have to be actual race drivers to be able to say something valid about what car setup would affect the vehicle. There's no way around it. No, imaginitis, I've driven around Devon and had to reverse like a quarter of a mile up a windy country lane because people go to Devon in huge cars on holiday or whatever because they're like, oh, we'll go in our people carrying. It's like these roads were built 400 years ago. You ain't fitting that down the road, and then even when you can fit two cars side by side, even when you can easily fit two cars side by side, they're like, You're just like, look, I'm like, I have 2 hours of driving experience here, and I know that we can fit these 2 cars very easily here. And they're like, no, and you can see on their faces, and you're just like, okay, I will reverse all the way up the lane. So unfortunately, I have driven, and it's mostly in Devon. Oh dear. Yeah, driving out of a pit lane. So that's what's funny. I used to, but before I'd done like passenger laps and just briefly done rando track stuff and things. Like, you would think that 100 miles an hour is nothing really. Like on a racetrack, which is actually quite wide. I imagine Alton Park would be different, but like. Just as an exercise, scientists can understand muscle growth without being a competitive body. But no, they couldn't possibly comment on it. You can't tell. I've never flown a helicopter, and guys, there's absolutely no way that I could possibly know that DCS has really realistic helicopters compared to take-on helicopters. No way I could know. The Bell 47 mod for Microsoft Flight Sim. There's no way I could tell that was a much better helicopter than some of the helicopters in Microsoft Flight Sim 2020. No way I could know, because I've never flown a real helicopter. No way. There's no way that I could play remote control aeroplane games and things with my DX5E without having flown a real remote control helicopter or plane. There's no way you could possibly go, this seems to be more or less realistic. There's no way you can fly the glider in Microsoft Flight Sim and be like, these thermals are really a bit weird. Or the ridge lift, the wave lift doesn't exist, or the ridge lift isn't operating as you'd expect. There's no way you could possibly intuition how a glider might operate from videos, glider pilots that have talked to you, and playing different simulators with different gliders in it, and being able to go, yeah, actually that seems more like how you'd expect fluid dynamics to operate. It's weird, isn't it? Are you wet? Hello, Izzy. Yeah, right. How is it that I've never done any rally, yet you can tell straight away that like Richard Burns rally, maybe even dirt rally and stuff, but that it's pretty obvious when a rally car in a game is kind of moving around how you'd expect a rally car to move. Like even if it's not perfect, and you're like, yeah, I'm sure the real thing's still very different. How would I have known before I'd even ever driven a car the value of a direct drive wheel over non-direct drive wheels, and why the rotational speed and the dynamics of the force feedback? How would I know, having never driven a real car, what the forces through the wheel should likely be like and what would be useful? Like, it's so stupid, this argument. No, you don't need to copy my brain, but you just go, well, you just be honest about where the physics holes are in the simulators. Answer you don't. Oh, well, there you go. This is yeah. No, mate. Only Game of Muscle would make an iRacing rain update stream. It's very close. I've got I actually have a telephone line to iRacing headquarters. They just messaged me and they said it's coming. TTP will be dyslexic. It's going to be called chat. What do I call it? Chat GTP. Peter Den, I think iRacing is stress testing right now. Everything's been green for a while. Yeah, maybe. No, we haven't driven in the rain. A good example of my earlier comment, hang on. Intelligence comment. ChatGTP is knowledgeable via internet scraping and solid state memory, but it is in no way intelligent. Yeah. Ah, Toyota man, here's another one. Why are you playing this game when you hate iRacing? Right, that's just a timeout. That's a timeout. I'm going to give you, right, I'm going to give you how much timeout does he deserve? I'm going to give you a 1 minute timeout as a warning there. So, what? That's one of the classics. That's a 1 minute. They just wanted a timeout. So that's a classic comment. Thanks for following, guys. It's Lena B. Are you still there? How's it going, guys? Go and follow. It's Lena B, the pizza master of Germany. Ask ChatGPT so right. First of all, which racing driver are you talking about? Oh, is he? Thank you very much for blessing me in the Church of Force Feedback. You are blessed. Your force feedback is strong. 74 months of this. Oh dear God. Right. You do realise, right, this might be a weird concept. You do realise that real world race drivers come to sim racing centres and ask sim racers, oh, which sim is the most realistic, or they'll play a sim and they'll respond in a certain way. This is less so now because a lot of real drivers are younger and they just play the game straight away. But in the past, like 5-10 years ago, you do realise that drivers will go on a sim and they'll be like, oh, this feels a bit weird or whatever. And then you will set the sim. If you've got a driver training centre, you then adapt the simulator, or you explain, oh, this is what the limitations of this sim are, and then they go, oh, okay, I get that, and then so, it's so weird. Hang on, how come you don't play AC on LFM? Since we do play AC on LFM. We also play LMU. We also host our own servers on AC. Yeah, well, LFM have totally messed up the servers. They've done such a bad job of like random shit, which I really clear. I said in live streams multiple times. It's really clear. You need to keep it simple. It needs to be like Tatus, MX5. Maybe 2 or 3 things, 1 thing every hour. You know, you want to get 5 splits. Don't divide it up. What does LFM do? Multi-class racing, random paint mods, shit mods. But you know, what can you do? I did say, I mean, I don't have any control over it, so. Yeah. I don't think AC2 will, to be honest. So, in your opinion, what could iRacing... Hang on, what's this comment? Where did these people come from? It was nice and relaxing in here, and then all of a sudden we've got some fanboys have come in out of the blue. Here we go. In your opinion, what could iRacing do to become remarkable? Oh, no, maybe... Are you actually asking a genuine question? I thought you were another one of the... One of the guys sending death threats. I thought you were another one of them. What could they do? Well, so the grip needs to return faster when the cars go over the limit. It needs to drive more like R Factor 2. The tyres need to behave more like R Factor 2, more like ACR, or more like a real car tyre. Neither ACR or R Factor 2 are actually spot on, which you can see very clearly if you just watch onboard videos of any car. You know, AC is very, very good, but you know, nothing's perfect. They could get if they got the force feedback to the level of Assetto Corsa, the first one, so you could feel exactly what the car's doing, where the limit is. That would be really, really good for a lot of players. They could also have it as an optional mode if they wanted to add in more force feedback that's physics driven. You could turn it on and off. Netcode, they need to reduce the damage from car contact so it's less random and makes up for the fact that there's a lot of netcode smoothing in iRacing. Which causes invisible contacts and weird shit to happen just because of netcode. And there's quite a lot of... When someone breaks in the server, it's all like delayed and smoothed out. So from your perspective, it looks like it's all happening in real time, but it's all actually delayed and pretty messed up. So they need to reduce the damage and the effect of car contacts on each other, like how it works in R Factor 2. No, I've used IRFFB. It lures you into feeling like you can drive the cars on the limit more, whereas you can't really. You're better off just using the tyre scrub sound, and then memorising what you can and can't do. I mean, I can see there are benefits to IRFFB, especially with Formula cars. But yeah, I have used it quite extensively. I've also got an AccuForce wheel next to me, which you can add in different force feedback using its drivers. But you're better off just driving robotically. Is it? No, it'll pop up. It's just delayed. It's slow. I don't pay my workers enough. Jason Murphy, at this point, from someone who owns a bit of iRacing content, I don't think there's anything that would entice me to come back.
1, go.
Oh, here we go.
Hello, James. This is a death threat.
Oh, not again.
You will die one day. I promise you. Loads of love.
Oh, no. Oh, not again. Thanks, Izzy. If only all death threats came on £5 notes. Beautiful. I'm going to do my potato wedge. Be back in a second, guys. Potato Wedge Master.
The pace car is out of control.
Drain Life. Oh, that's a nice name. That's alright, you're welcome, Ingenuity 1.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah, we just went to our iRacing HQ with our potato wedges. Woo! 8 hours we've just been talking. It's been a nice stream, to be honest. That will be a good. So I don't know what the new F3 car will drive like, but one of the things they did, they reduced the amount of damage you get with Formula cars compared to the old F3, so that'd be nice. Would I like to be iRacing CEO? No, not really. I wouldn't want to work on a driving sim. I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't want to work on a single racing simulator as my full-time job. 8 hours. You'd be good because you don't want to work on a sim. Steve Worrell, come on. What's my thoughts on AC2 and why won't it answer the questions? Well, my thoughts on AC2 is that Kunos... Oh, I can't say stuff. My thoughts are, we'll see what happens when it comes out. We'll see what happens. Needless to say, Kunos are mental. That's all that's required. And then, yeah. There you go. Did you see that they removed code that had 1 in a million chance of an engine burn up randomly? No. No, I don't know anything. I don't know anything. Just never be optimistic about games until they come out. You know. Why? How many games does it need to come out? How many games need to be released where, like that's like a bit messed up because it takes like 2 or 3 years to actually fix them? How many games need to come out before people go, oh yeah, actually, yeah, there's no point in getting excited about stuff? It's like being British and then going, oh yeah, the next election will be good. Oh yeah, the next the next prime minister will do a good job. Like, how stupid do you have to be? Like, obviously, vote for the better thing, hope for the better thing, but if you have 30 years of bollocks, why would you expect for it to magically improve itself out of the blue? Like, yeah, I'm sure this time it'll be different. I mean, I hope for it, but you know, yeah, normally good things come from the left field. Like random indie games end up being really good out of the blue. Like, I mean, I've not played it, but people seem really happy with Power World and Hell Let Loose. That just came out of nowhere. That was absolutely fantastic. CS2 or even CSGO, those were like good, you know, not perfect, but they were nice updates and, you know, sort of unexpected. Half-Life Alyx, where there's like random shit that just comes out. What should we in Germany say? I don't really know enough about German politics. Yeah, you know, the graphics in Half-Life Alyx are insane. If you get a chance to play Half-Life Alyx with a Quest 3, it's mental. When you play it with the Valve Index, it looks quite nice. It's fine, or Quest 2 or something. It looks great. But if you play Half-Life Alyx with a Quest 3, it looks so good. Like all the details and the texture work and all the subtle stuff is like really way more obvious. I was just messing around with a level in it, and I was just stood there looking at like the woodwork. I was like, oh, it's really cool, interesting architecture. They put so many like subtle details in the environment that you could just, when you first play it, you kind of just walk past them. You're like, oh, okay. You struggle to wonder how Boris could be elected. Well, because it's because we have a sort of pseudo failed democracy in the UK, where the democracy only works in a capacity of somewhat protecting from absolute mental people to a basic level, but the who's actually selected into power is basically picked by the establishment media and bulk of corporate interests. So that's how that works. Look, nice reflections on the water. How would I compare the Quest to the G2 Reverb? So the sweet spot on the Quest is bigger than the Reverb G2. It's easier to get the headset comfortable, and then the visual clarity is about the same. Yeah, about the same, but then the field of view is wider on the Quest 3. The G2 Reverb, weight-wise on the head, is a little bit more comfortable, but then the Quest 3 with a like Bobo strap and stuff is perfectly fine and really good. So I would say it's like, it depends what bothers you. Personally, I get really annoyed in VR with the sweet spot being small and the headset moving and it being blurred, because I think I have really good eyesight. So when the headset is slightly blurry, it really winds me up, and it also gives me a bit of a headache because I'm just used to things being super crisp. So I think for me, that's a really big thing. That sweet spot thing is really, really big. For some people, if your eyesight's not as good, or you're just not that sensitive to stuff being a little bit blurry, it might not bother you that much. And then you'll be like, well, or you know, if you don't care about feeling immersed from field of view, it might not bother you. Yeah, it might be worth selling the G2 purely due to drivers and stuff. But then again, the advantage of the G2 as well is that you can just plug it into your graphics card. In the Quest 3, you have to do link cable stuff, which you'll find annoying if you use a Quest 2. A G2. You're just looking at a chair with 2 arms, yeah. This is the... We have 270 people on Twitch and 196 people on YouTube watching a chair with 2 arms. This is as good as it gets, guys. So my voting app would use AI to... But hang on, what's this? That's gone. That message is gone. I don't know. Is the quality massive difference on Quest 2 versus 3? Yeah, the quality is pretty good. Pretty big difference. If you go on my YouTube channel, I've done a video showing a through the... Did I do a through the lens thing? I think I did with Quest 2 versus Quest 3. Or did I not do it through the lens? I think I talked about it. No, I think I did do a through the lens video. If you just go on my YouTube channel, have a look. Quest 2 versus Quest 3. Game changer. I did it through the lenses. Oh, there you go. So yeah, I got my YouTube and watch that. I forget what videos I make. A big problem with the Quest 2 and the Quest 3 is that the onboard processor is not fast enough to get the most out of the screen. So it's really like when you use the Quest 3 with a PC with the link cable, the quality is so much better than even very good native games on the device, because most of the native games are like barely running at the headset resolution. Have you heard of the big screen beyond? Yeah, I have, but I heard that the sweet spot's not very big on it and the field of view is not very big. But I think it seems like it'd be quite good for... I can see it'd be good for certain scenarios, but... Is the quality better than virtual desktop with the link cable? Yeah, a little bit. It depends. Generally, yeah. Quest 2 feels like... Yeah, see, the thing is, though, if you don't have very good eyesight, you're not going to notice those differences. A lot of people don't have really good eyesight.
The pace car is out of control.
Scraduna. Oh, thanks for following, Dej. Scraduna. Vids on Quest 3 was one of the reasons I picked it up. I'm really happy with it. Oh, nice. Glad you're happy with it. Zizzy. Hello. Thanks for following. Welcome along. The thing where virtual desktop works well is stuff like Half-Life Alyx or room scale, single player room scale games where you're not moving around really quickly. But if you play flight sims, driving sims, or really, fat stuff where the image is moving quickly, that's where you get better quality. Why, Chris Wilson, why do I think the reverb is so expensive? There aren't any good dedicated PC headsets at the moment. I mean, I'd just say Quest 3 beats them all, to be honest. Until end of this year, I think it's gonna be an interesting time for PC VR headsets, and early next year as well. Like the new LG headset, but a lot of them are sort of going in the wireless direction or the USB direction, because that's what Quest done. That's sort of set the framework. Ben, there's I think there is a sharpening setting that you can use to make it a bit sharper. You might be able to sharpen the specific games to make up for it. yeah, distance from your router will have quite a big difference in latency and the bandwidth, and also the time. If you, to be honest, even like a 5, you don't need a 6E or whatever it is. Like even the last gen Wi-Fi will still work fine, but it's more to do with how close you are to the router. Time for a rant. There's no feel good. I'm just going to get my chips, guys. I'll be back in a second. no joke, guys. I just... I've just had to plaster my leg. Walking up the stairs. I bloody I've got a joystick on my stairs. And as I was going up the stairs, I knocked the joystick. And it just cut a chunk out of my knee. So just like bleeding everywhere. Now I've had to put plasters all over my leg. And like that's my HOTAS joystick just assaulted me. Just try and do this without bleeding everywhere. As you know, if you cut your knee, it's like bloody hell. Whew. Thanks, Thomas, for the holy message. It didn't hurt, it's just bleeding. Why are you doing the holy music? I took a joystick to the knee. It won't be alive till 11. Oh well. I haven't been to Arcade Club in Bury. We've all died waiting. Well, should we do some flying? Whilst we wait, should we fly somewhere? Should we fly to iRacing headquarters and tell them to hurry up? Yeah, let's fly to iRacing headquarters. It's on. Live.
Okay, let's go.
Everything says it's connected. Yeah, but it's not. It's not on. It's all a lie. See, we psyched it out by saying we're gonna do. No. Still in maintenance. Yeah, we'll do we'll fly to iRacing headquarters. Does anyone know where they're based? It's a lie. What? America. Apollo Drive. Let's fly there. I don't know what is that. Massachusetts. I don't know. I don't know what these words are. Ingenuity 1, do you find that you can use Quest 3 for long periods of time? Yeah, I only used it for like 3 hours once. It's the longest I've used it. My quadruple 4-shot espresso. I've not used it for more than 2 to 3 hours. Yeah, sounds good. Thanks for following. I know. Just wedging it. Pure wedge. I did put paprika. I put some garlic, some spicy paprika, and some salt on them. The default facial interface, yeah, it depends on the head strap how comfortable the facial interface is as well. But yeah, I've got the AMVR one, and then I use the AMVR interface with no thing on it. Then I put some soft Velcro on it, and then I use that with the other head strap. Right, let's do. We're flying to iRacing headquarters. Where are they? Where? Someone point me on the map. I don't know where that is. Those are just words. Those are just words that you've said. Up a bit. Hang on. Up a bit. Okay. East. Okay. Left? Do you mean right? The other up. I don't know where Boston is. I'm not American. Columbus, Cincinnati. Pittsburgh. I mean, I know where New York is. Right, wow. Oh. What's in Trenton? There's something gaming related here. North. Is it here? Boston, here we go. Having a tea party. Yeah, where's their headquarters? Where's their actual building? What? Cambridge, Chelsea, Malden, Bedford, Belmont, Newton, Brooklyn, northwest about 100 miles. Swampscott. Where? Where are we going? Muscle band, but he doesn't know. Well, I don't know where we're going. Northeast. Okay, but how north? Ipswich. These are all named after British places. I don't know why. No, it's cheating. Go back to Boston. Right. Here's Boston. Boston. And we're going north. Northwest. Winchester. Woburn. Burlington. I'm going northwest. Chelmsford. Lowell. North Chelmsford. What was the name of the place we're looking for? I can't remember. Dunstable. No. There? Where's... That's Essex. Did we go past it? Where is it? Where is it? What? Oh, Westford. That's where I live here, Westford. Chelmsford. Right. Why are you typing that in capitals? What? What is that? What, here? Where are they then? Why? Okay. Is this where it is? Here? One of these buildings. Where's the iRacing? Do they have an iRacing logo on it? Is it one of these? Are they in here? Surely they put an iRacing logo in the car park. The Bendy building. This one. This one here. This is iRacing HQ. The whole building. They don't have many cars. Look, no one's parked in it. Right, here we go. We're going to investigate iRacing here. We'll check it out in the helicopter. Here we go. Well, I've got to connect my joystick because that's where we're at with force feedback joystick. You have to connect. You have to actually connect your joystick to the simulator. Here we go. Right. We're off. We're off to see the iRacing in the helicopter. Oh, they don't even have the full office. Noobs. Oh, I've lost all respect for them. Oh, here we go. Controls are working. Frame rate's really bad. Oh, look at this. Is it really this nice here? Do you think if I applied, they'd give me a job at iRacing? I'm always so positive about the simulator. I'm always so positive. Oh, there it is down there. I've never said anything that would be misinterpreted in the American corporate environment. I've never said anything that Americans culturally would struggle with at all. Surely in America you just run into the office with a gun and say, give me a job. That's how it works, right? There we go. Look, there's the office down there. Yeah, we're going to land on iRacing HQ. Now help them develop the get the servers working faster. I need to get that mod, that auto frame rate mod. We're going to land on the roof of iRacing. First of all, let's buzz them. Let's break the windows. Hello? Why is the update taking so long? Hello? Hello, iRacing? Hello? Hurry up! Hurry up! iRacing! What are you doing, guys? Guys, it's taking too long! Hurry up with the bloody update! Everyone's waiting to be miserable in the rain, guys! Guys, hurry up! That's sure to help. This is what if I was a multi-millionaire. If I was a multi-millionaire, I'd get a helicopter and fly there in real life. Oh no, my plaster's falling off. going to start bleeding down my leg. Right, here we go. We're going to land on the roof. Maybe if we keep knocking into the roof, that'll get him to work faster. Here we go. You ready? We're going to, like, knock on the roof. No, we could take the aircon out. That'll heat things up. That's the threat. If they don't get the update done faster, the aircon's going out. Oh, there you go. Take that, iRacing developers. Take that, guys. Hurry up. Hurry up. It's taking too long. It's taking too long. Knock, knock. Get on with the update. For some reason, I haven't got a helicopter license. Right. Oh, there's quite a draft there. Have we got any iRacing? There's no cars in the car park with, from the developers. How fast can we do a lap? Right. Let's see how fast we can fly around iRacing headquarters. Oh, there's their car park. It's a bit Armageddon-y around here. Whoa! Trees? Look at this. This is iRacing right here. Forget driving. We can fly around the official iRacing racetrack, which is their headquarter loop. Whoa! Woo! 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 Tree! Through the gap! Whoa! Helicopters are amazing, guys. Helicopters are awesome. Have they got any, like, food near them? We could do a normal lap of the Nordschleife. Shall we see what iRacing headquarters look like in the rain? Here we go. Let's make it. This will help them. Let's make it rain at the iRacing headquarters, then they'll know what they need to do. The live weather. Oh, it's a bit hazy. Okay. You ready, guys? Oh, shit. I can't see anything. Oh, God. Slight problem. Oh, thanks for the follow. Where's the office gone? Here we go. Oh, there it is. There it is. This is iRacing. There it is. Look at that. iRacing in the rain. I think this is helping them, to be honest. This looks British. Maybe we need like a thunderstorm. Let's go full. Oh dear, the helicopter's going all over the place. What's this? SSC Mountain. What is that? Let's have some snow. Oh, that's nice. Look at that. Oh, that looks well nice. This would be amazing in VR. Hang on, is the snow being affected by the prop wash? No. Right, I'll put it back to sunny. Land on the roof and we're going to put the weather back. By the way, guys, if you've never flown a helicopter in DCS or Microsoft Flight Sim, you really need to. It's really fun. One of the best things you can do in a simulator. Right, let's go to a few clouds. Oh, there goes the snow. Right. They've all left. Now they're back in the office. It's all right. Flying with so you got like altitude control, then you use the foot pedals for left and right, and then the joystick for. Ah, there's a lorry driving through the office. What's going on? What's he doing? What's this lorry doing? Where's he going? He's stolen the iRacing servers. Oh, he's off. Oh, he's back again. He's back again. What is he doing? What's he doing? Ow, my knee. My knee. Why did I make a hole in my knee when I'm going to do this? What's that lorry do? There he is. Look at him joyriding. Oh, my God. This is hard to hold on the camera. What's that lorry doing? Let's go around him. We can see if he goes. Is it rando lorry that's attacking the offices? Where's he gone? Some cars coming out. Oh, there he is. There he is. What is he doing? Oh, he's back again. He's back again. He's back to work. This is why they get nothing done at iRacing. They're too busy driving forwards and backwards in the lorry. Yeah. There he is. Oh, he's got a car on the side of him. Right, we got to get down there. What is going on? Hang on, we're going to land here, then we can see, we can investigate. Oh, shit, we're going to crash for sure. Just watch out for the tail. This is a lot easier in VR when you can look around you. The lorry's going to come out. Oh, there we go, ground effect. Oh, why have we got levitating grass? Right, where's this lorry? He was here. He's gone now. He's too scared. Where's the lorry gone? Is this all grass in America like this, just floating around? This is from their grass tests. The Bell 47's good to test the pest. Where's this lorry gone? Why was he there and now he's disappeared? Oh, is he coming back? Oh, we got a car that's going to drive under us for sure. What? Tree's disappearing and he's back again. They clearly did not design this simulator for you to be in this situation. Oh, there it is! There he is! He's gone! He's gone! Oh, we missed it. Right, we're catching it this time. He's got a car on the side of him. He's got a car on the side. Right, let's go over here. We'll be able to see it coming. Just turn around. Turn around. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Right, here we go. We'll see it coming. Oh, stop turning. Oh, God. We're bouncing on the invisible grass. Right, there we go. Wait for it, guys. Touch the grass. Get ready for the car. Oh, here he is. Look at him go. Whoa! This is why iRacing takes so long to update, because the cars drive around the iRacing roundabout. That's what they're all doing. They're not even updating the game. They're just driving around the roundabout in a lorry. Oh, he's back again. He's back again. He's doing. Look at that. Well. Oh, hello. Oh. Everything's happening. Hit the lorry. We can't. We can park in the way, but it'll just drive through us because these are non-collidable. The lorry's got a car on the side of it. Look, we'll park here. Let's face the lorry off. I think it'll just drive through us. I don't think they have collision. Oh! The ground is bugging out here. There we go. Here he comes. Oh! Just drove straight through us. Ah. Right, well, let's see what they've got nearby. Let's just take off here. Goodbye, Christmas lorry of iRacing. Goodbye, iRacing headquarters. I think we'll have encouraged them to get stuff happening. Oh, hang on, look at this. What's this down here? They've got a basketball court. I wonder if the iRacing staff are allowed to use that in the next door. They're like, guys, let's go play some basketball. I don't know which building is theirs, though. Is it the one on the right or the one on the left? That's why they're all playing basketball, guys. We've got the intel here. They're not doing the update. They're playing basketball. Typical iRacing. This whole area is just weird offices. They do have a lot of trees. Probably not this many. This is probably Microsoft Flight Sim been a bit weird. Let's have a nice aerial view. It's pickleball. Hang on, is that a mega church over there? A hotel? Get a good aerial view here. It's all swamps around here. It's crazy. Oh, I've got weather system coming in. Do a barrel roll. Helicopter barrel roll. I don't know if you can do it in this helicopter. Oh, this is a bad idea. Oh, there we go. No, all right. Try again. Oh, they've got river down. Let's follow this river a bit. Oh, what is it? It's like it's got like a weird... Oh, it's the power line. Cut out into the trees. Pull up! Pull up! Retard! Retard! No, we don't have reverse pitch. Oh, water looks nice. iRacing versus Microsoft Flight Sim. Whoa! Tight turning. Try iRacing again. Oh, look at this! This is the iRacing developer's house. They're just chilling out in their these fancy countryside houses. Oh, look at that with a fancy garden, gated community. Is iRacing still in maintenance? Right, what can we do now? Now we've accosted iRacing. We've landed on the roof. We've knocked on the door. What is there left to do? Yes, all the iRacers are starting to shake from withdrawal. I want to check out the June helicopter thing quickly. Oh, is this? There we go. Tutorial. Let's just go straight in. Let's just do it. Race to Arcan Desert Run. Let's just see what happens with this. I don't need a tutorial. I can just fly without thinking. Go to Kunos to ask about AC2. Ah, keybinds. You can play this with a game controller. Yeah, it's pretty. They because it's on Xbox 360, so it has default bindings. Oh, here we go. Oh, I don't know what. Presumably, you set it up like a helicopter. Is it flying like a plane? Oh, it's sort of flying a bit like in between a helicopter and a plane. Well, this has weird physics. How do you go down? How do you go down? Down! I've turned the power. Oh, there we go. This is not very stable. This is a bit weird. Hello? This is like a broken helicopter. Oh, easy. Oh, is that it? This is meant to be like a race. It's landing pad 2. Let's go. Oh! Okay, nailed it. Yeah, this is weird. It flies like a plane more than a helicopter. So you have like a power... But it's pretty cool graphics, actually. It's working more like a plane than a helicopter. If it does have a landing gear, we'll see. Oh, it does. Yeah, I didn't use it. That's well random how it flies. I wonder if... I mean, it kind of makes sense that it would be in between a plane and a helicopter. Like, I don't know. Oh, that sounds cool, though. How would something like this actually fly? Have I gone past the landing pad? It wouldn't. You wouldn't know. You've never flown one, have you? Apparently you can fly upside down perfectly fine. It sounds really cool. It sounds like a Chinook. Oh, it's really, really good sound design. Yeah, they really surprised everyone with this update. Can this even stall? Do a loop-the-loop. Oh, well, let's see if it stalls. No, look, it's just holding. It's holding airspeed. This thing has really bizarre physics. Out of area. Oh, hang on, if I go in the sand, will a worm get me? Oh, what? Hang on, let's see if the worm comes for us if I land in the sand. Sure, it should do, surely. Oh, the sound design's well good on this. Really, really nice bassy sound. Right, let's see if we get the worm here. Right, let's put the landing gear down. Off! Nailed it! Landing gear. Again. It's easier to fly from first person. Right. I've not seen it. I will watch it. Oh. Bit of a heavy landing. We can kind of go back. This flies so weird. It's like a really weird mixture between Will the worm come out? Surely the worm's got to come for us. It's a really weird mixture between a plane and a helicopter. Come on. Come on, Microsoft. That would be amazing if you just land and then the worm comes out. Like, that's actually, like, so creepy if that actually worked. How long can you stay on the sand before the worm comes? Normally, like in the film. Yeah, we demand worm. Oh, look at the cockpit's actually huge. Oh, look at the suspension's cool. You need to make some scary music. There's no worm. They failed. Oh, we got the 2 moons. That's cool. The other planet and the moon. You have to slap the sand with your hand. Oh, look at that! When you throttle up, there's less load on the. Oh, that's really cool. The mechanism on for the front. It's a little bit sliding, but that'd be such a convoluted, like, skids would work just fine. Makes sense for a film though. I might watch Dune 2 on my Quest 3. Oh, where was landing pad 2? Look at this one. This is Microsoft Flight Sim. Oh no, that's the digger thing. Where's the... What? Where is it? Is it... They want us to land on this. Well, we're waiting for the iRacing update. We just flew to the headquarters to speed them up. Can we fly this thing around London? Oh, hang on. We should just fly this around London. Oh, keep the landing gears down. Let's fly this around. Let's fly this. Ah! Let's fly this somewhere else. Right, see if we can. Oh, that'd be fun to do the missions for that, to be honest. That's good. What keybinds do I need? I've got landing gear. I've got brake. It'll probably just use the brake, won't it? The normal brake. There's iRacing headquarters that we were landing on. whilst we wait for the update. Right, here we go. Oh, so if you fold the wings, does it work like there must be a button in the cockpit we can push. Right, let's fly through London in this. Stream titled with rain only fine around. How do you pronounce it? Arrakis. A place renowned for rain. Yeah. Yeah. They have the absolute opposite. I think it's fair enough. I don't think you'd be too critical. Here we go. Time to do. This is like it. Whoa! This is the new. This is the new way to travel. Landing gear up. Oh. Right. So the wings fold in, but there must be a button for it. Is that this? Let's just push stuff. Com 1. Landing lights. Alternator. Engine start. Crew volume. Oh, it's cool. Oh! Millennium Dome! Well, where would you put it? Where would you, if you were a science fiction aircraft? Oh, did it? Where did it say that? Did I mouse over it without looking? Ah, wings fold. Here we go. Oh, does it only work when it's turned off? Is that to do with it being parked rather than it flying? This looks like some weird science fiction movie. Yeah, I say it sounds like oh, why are we falling out of the sky? Sounds like a Chinook. Where we go? Apparently we're flying backwards here. Yeah, I don't know why it's not working. Oh well. Where are we? I mean, this is pulling some serious G. I mean, that's like 6G. This would be that's it. We're getting physics breakdown. Yeah, it's all manual. Right, let's go down the River Thames. This is the new London bus. Sounds a bit like a doodle bug. Everyone, all the pensioners that we're flying over now having World War II flashbacks. Whee! Whoa! This is quick. We're doing like a 300 miles an hour here. We go left. Whoa! This is ridiculous. Oh, there's London City Airport. This thing would this would rip your neck off. Oh no, we can't fit under that. I don't even know how big we are, but this is quite a big thing. Oh, thanks for following. Welcome. We're playing Microsoft Flight Sim whilst we wait for the update. Let's fly through Tower Bridge. Oh! Nailed it! Nailed it! That's how it's done, guys. That's how they do it in the future. I don't care what you say. Oh, St. Paul's Cathedral. I don't know why it didn't blow up. Where's St. Paul's Cathedral gone? Oh, there it is. Ah! When it's flying left straight, it's really quick. This is actually about 400 knots. Woo! Oh, is the go back to the river. Oh! This thing's ludicrous. How's the dysfunction? Oh. Do you think we can fly through the Millennium Eye? There's spokes, but let's see what happens if we try and fly through it. Sure, we can. I mean, this is from the future. I'm sure it can do it. Oh, Buckingham Palace upside down. Hello. Oh my God, this could do like inverted loop-the-loops. I don't think this even cares which way round you're flying. What was it? Imperial War Museum, maybe? I can't tell. Oh, we're actually blacking out there. Oh. Right. Oh yeah, we're going to try and fly. Well, first of all, let's buzz the House of Parliament. Let's fly between the towers. Oh! Fuck! Nailed it! Once again. Oh, shit! Oh, okay. Whoa, what's going on here? Okay, we're in the river, and we're out of it. Pretty good pilot. Pretty good pilot. That went well. This is Le Birmingham. It's like Birmingham, but it's just more expensive. Should we fly to Brands Hatch? Shouldn't take long at this speed. Let's go to Brands Hatch. I think it's in. I should be able to find it. Shouldn't be too far from here. Yee. They were too slow. Right, where's Brands Hatch? We're in like this direction. Oh dear.
The pace car is out of control.
It does. I mean, it's the same sort of helicopter sound. Yeah, it's doing 400 knots. Crazy. Alright, hang on, is that Brands Hatch? No, it's too close. What is this? This is a racetrack. What is it? Oh, is it a golf course? What on earth is this? Oh, it's a golf course that's dried out. Right. Oh! Is that Brands Hatch there? Did I nail it? Oh, I did! How good is that? Go me! Oh, God, we nailed it by sight alone. That's how good our knowledge of UK is, guys. Central London to Brands Hatch, I just know it. I'm well impressed with myself. Yeah, well, but still, I'd like to just get there from the air, like pointing in the general direction. It's pretty good, straight there. Well, I'm not the London taxi driver of bug flying. Look at that, there's a rally in the square bit down here. There's like a rally track stuff. If you ever go, really nice track to walk around. It's not really an over. So they have the you got the go-kart track, which is like a mini version of the Indy track, and then the square bit around the trees is Dingledale and well, right, let's go. Let's fly it. Let's get down there. Yeah, they don't call him UK West for nothing. Yeah. I don't know what this is. I think these are all the car parks for stuff whenever there's a big race on. So that's all car park in these fields. That's why they've all got like weird lines and stuff in them. It's actually just farmland around here. Do a lap. Yeah, this thing flies so weird. Whoa! Oh, we got the landing gear down still. No. It doesn't really. When you go straight like this, it then all the momentum starts going forwards. So you intuitively kind of think, oh, it flies like a helicopter, but it doesn't. It flies like an aeroplane. But the way it flies is based off the momentum and the angle that you've got it at, as opposed to what you're doing with the inputs. That's hard to make, like... So, it really is a weird thing to fly. It really is weird. But that's quite interesting. I would imagine if this was real life, like in the film, if you were designing a vehicle like this, you'd probably design it to be more like a helicopter in terms of how it flies in many ways, because clearly they land it like helicopters, so you'd probably aim for more of a helicopter than a plane, or more like you know, what's that yeah have you never flown one in real life? What's that plane, the plane helicopter in real life that has the wings with the rotors on it and they rotate? Like, look at this. It suddenly just all the power just starts going forwards, and then you start zooming. Yeah, the Osprey. I'd imagine maybe not quite like that, but like somewhat like that. Right, it wouldn't really matter though, would it? You'd get used to whatever it was, however it worked. Like, this is obviously this is flyable. Whoa! This is flyable. He said drive going into a tree. Oh god, okay. Fucking hell! It just instantly goes from like for 150 knots to 300 though. And it loses altitude when you apply rudder, which is weird. So maybe is the rudder redirect? Is the thrust all coming from the back, from like jets at the back or something? But how would the rudder work on this? It's all from the wings. I guess it would make sense that rudder would cause it to lose altitude with the way that this operates. Should we fly to Goodwood? Sure, it's not. Let's go to Goodwood, guys. I know the way. Who wants to come to Goodwood with me? It's probably about 25 minutes, so we can talk whilst flying. Someone said there's an update on the iRacing. What's going on? There's no rush. We've knocked on the roof. We're off to Goodwood. Can we nail it from sight flying? Oh, look at these fields. We should go. We should fly low. Woo! Stonehenge. I do know where Stonehenge is, but it'd be about an hour in this from here. You did your homework early. Well, you've done your homework though, so that's good. That's a positive. I can't. It's not working. Like someone said the retract wings fold. It's not working. The wings fold and unfold for some reason. Unless there's something else you have to activate. What's this? Dome lights. Oh, hello! Oh! Apparently, if you open the door whilst you're flying, it blows up. I guess it pulled the door off. I was enjoying the... why would you allow the door to open if it blows you up? Oh, they really didn't think about the design of it. We were around about... Let's get to Gatwick. We were about here. Oh, hang on. Yeah, let's just go to... Let's... Oh, here. It's about where we were. Right, now, hang on. Where's... Where was Brands Hatch? Like here somewhere. Oh. No. No. How is it that I can fly there? But I can't. I can't find it on the map. What is wrong with me? Oh, here it is. Right, so we were about here. What? There's another update. Okay. Let's get downloading. Oh. Update. What's going on? Oh, it says up to date. Oh, it says my iRacing is up to date. Fake news. Well, yeah, no, there's no... Whoop! Oh, the speculation. It's exciting times. We are waiting for the iRacing update. There isn't a new update to download. It's update on what's going... There's an update on the update, which is updating the update. Good to know. I feel updated. It's been an exciting live stream today. 9 hours of update talk. We're flying to Goodwood. I mean, flying's a bit loose, isn't it? We're sort of hovering to Goodwood. Which I believe is in this direction. Yeah, this is the new flying update. Strangely, iRacing partnered with June, and they were like, iRacing were like, guys, do you know what? June is being such a successful film, surprisingly, despite it being a bit dull and a reboot of an existing film and still worse than the book. But it's been very well. It's done very well. So that's what we're gonna. So we're gonna run with it. Which is fair enough. How good would a woodchuck wood if a good wood could wood? Oh, lol, lol. Look at these uncongested roads. This is the main road to Brighton. Been down on this quite a few times. My missus likes good wood, which is why we are getting divorced. Ah, sad story. Chris Wilson, iRacing update has been delayed due to helicopter and red truck attacking the HQ. I wouldn't know anything about that. I can't comment on that. Just so you know, I have nothing to say about that situation. The rain-enabled races won't throw you into practice. Why not? It's unacceptable. Everyone needs practice. Whee! This is so quick. This is how we should all travel. Dragonfly helicopter plane thing. Practice is for the week. That's true. What? Those are wise words. Oh, hang on, look at this. We can fly from the back seat. Oh, there's a lot of space in here. Goodwood is further west. Oh, what's this hill? Oh, this. Oh no, I don't know what this is. What's the hills near? Is it Kent Downs? Oxgold? How's it going? Yeah, we are waiting. We're going to Goodwood. What football stadium is this? Why is there a football stadium in the middle of the countryside? What's that about? Oh, hang on, this is Brighton. That's why. Was it Dover? That looks like Dover Castle. I think this is Dover. Oh, it's Dover, isn't it? It's not Brighton. That's Dover Castle. I know. Dover Castle's over there. Oh, no, this is Brighton. This is Brighton. We're flying to Goodwood in this dragonfly thing. Right, we've got to keep going west. Oh, iRacing's up. Oh, we'll give it 5 minutes. Game Tech UK. I mean, why are we related? Game Tech's more chill than me. He's older and he's got older kids. he's way more mature than me. Jason, he was really nice. I met him once. Why is there a fighter jet? Who's that? Who's in the... That sounds like a Eurofighter Typhoon. Who's that? Yeah, once we've got to Goodwood, which should be in like 5 minutes, we'll go into iRacing. Where's this Eurofighter? Did the landing gear work upside down? Yeah, look. Put your legs out, your legs in, your legs out, your legs in. That's where I get my entertainment from. Thanks for following. Yeah, we're going to we're flying to Goodwood and then we're going to iRacing. But does it not work? Is it still not working? Placed into practice server while waiting for the race start. After registering for the race, the join button will only become available once the race server is launched. It's partially working. I'm a bit partial to working. Hang on a minute, where's Goodwood? Pretty sure it's around here somewhere. Is EGHR Goodwood? Okay. We're almost there, guys. That would be awesome to fly to Goodwood and land there in real life. That'd be a really fun video. We could probably do that. Real life flight to Goodwood. That'd be cool. Oh, I can see it in front of me. There's the Goodwood racetrack. The Festival of Speed starts a bit further off to the side. But there it is. Look at that. Flew to Goodwood. We might as well land and then. Whoa! What? Bit of wind there. Gentle landing for everyone. There you go. Right, let's get to iRacing. There we go. Nice one. Nice bit of a Goodwood adventure there. Here we go. Let's get back to quit this. That was good fun. We see flying into their building definitely helped. Notice how much faster everything happened after we flew into the roof and forced away the red van. Let's get some music on here. Turn this off. iRacing, reload. The game needs to re-download all tracks. Oh well. Welcome to the iRacing. There's probably a lot of people trying to get into it. Is this the review now? When we? Yeah, I'm on the welcome to iRacing screen. There's no rush. We got plenty of time. Hello, Nick. Yeah, we're loading in. Whew. It's a nice little flight. Servers have died. There's too many people trying to telephone iRacing. UI is still work of some weirdo who doesn't know anything about UI design. Loaded in 10-hour stream, so time to go to sleep. Oh, this is just a... oh, thank you for following. Welcome along. I feel like we just got started. 10 hours is nothing for me. That's just a warm-up. It's the opening... You know, this just feels like we just started. Enduro streamer. Loading. Loading. Welcome to iRacing. Loading. It's been nice chatting, to be honest. Isn't it? The funny thing is, we had more viewers today with nothing, with absolutely nothing happening. Oh, hello! It's loaded. Official racing. Oh no, hang on. We've got test drive. We've got new UI that looks mental. Starting tours. No, I don't want that. Why have they changed this layout? This this looks worse. Right, here we go. New UI. This looks worse. This looks outdated. Too much. Right. Too much bevel. Too much bevel. Like, why do you need that much bevel? It doesn't look tidy. Boxes everywhere. Shit everywhere. This is worse. iRacing. This is a worse design. Like, there's shit everywhere. There's way too much bevel on this. This is like 5-year-old design language. So we've gone back to square edges, iRacing. You're out of date. The beveled edges thing was that was 4 years ago. You're really out of date. guys, you're lagging behind it. You made it worse. Oh no. I mean, it is what it is, but this is also you can kind of read it, but it's so chunky and fat. It looks like a 90s Winamp skin. No, 3. Okay, So it was like, what happened was Windows Phone, before they got rid of it, had the square that was totally square. Then it was tight beveled stuff about before 2020. It's 2024, so that was like 5 years ago. And then in the last 2 years, we've gone back to square edges or very small bevels. It's not nitpicky. It's just why change this? Well, what's the point? Anyway. Doesn't really matter. It just looks dated. Surely, presumably when you change an a dashboard, you do it to make it look better.
Okay, let's go.
Right, where do we find official races? Why is there only one thing showing? Is this all we've got? Is it... Oh, there we go. I mean, this is fine. Road. I can't see. I'm blind. Where's... Hang on. Where's road? Oval? Sports car. Oh, okay. Sports car and Formula car. Sunny forecast. So do we do this? Should we do this? What car have we got? Here we go. There you go. Is this ranked? Is this got rated? Oh, it's rookie. So is this rated? Oh, here we go. 3 laps around the Schleifer. Funny forecast. So it's going to be rainy. There we go. Yeah, well, yeah, I can see it now, but I wasn't on the other screen when I was looking at it. Couldn't see. What time's that? 9 PM. First time it rained. Well, let's see. Will it just be exactly how iRacing normally is, but with rain graphics and even less grip? Let's see. Will all the hype have been a bit oversold? Let's see. Oh, I wonder. Oh dear. Skeptical muscle. You're insufferable. Well, do I need to ban you? How many messages? 4 messages. That's a ban. Ban. Goodbye. Goodbye. He's banned. Oh, no. Goodbye. Well, he's gone, so... This is... Goodbye. I mean, it's fine. He's not necessarily wrong, but you could type something useful. It's funny that they think by randomly moving and changing the size of UI elements every 3 months will solve everything instead of hiring someone who knows what he's doing. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe they just like try it and see what it looks like, and they're like, "Oh, that looks better," or they feel like they're happy with it. Yeah, I don't know. Hello, King P911. How's it going? It's good that you got. I think it is nice that you've got a road and a Formula license. What they've done is they've actually, so whatever current license you have, they've just split it, so you don't have to rework the license up. So that's interesting. put it on here. So you don't. So now we were on 2,900, so they just split it. I mean, that is good having a separate license for Formula and road cars, and that's a good idea. But it does mean now I have to get 6k in 2 things. No, we're registered. We're just waiting here for the join button to come on. Oh, you missed it by 5 seconds. Oh. That'd been alright, G-Hammer. Just been chatting all day. Oh, here we go. Join the session.
The pace car is out of control.
Oh, yeah, we got 6k. Yeah, 3k in each one. That's 6k. Genius. Oh, we've done it. We've done it. Thank you, Craigs. Oh, genius. Oh, 6k iRating. It's not a lie. We do now have 6k iRating on road tracks. Ah. Oh. Thanks, iRacing. You saved me the bother. Oh, that was nice of them. Oh, we need to try the new Formula car. Thanks for following, guys. Welcome along. How we got 6k iRating not even playing. Well, I wouldn't be sad. I think it's just gradual progress, isn't it? With iRacing, it's, you know, I don't really. It doesn't bother me either way. I'm not playing iRacing for physics realism. I'm playing it because it's entertaining. So the rain will certainly make it more entertaining. Oh, it's raining! It's raining! Oh, raining! Look at that! Raining! Do we do the warm-up straight away? Here we go.
You're on a dry tyre.
No, I don't want to be on a dry tyre. So it doesn't automatically set the tyre to the weather. That'd be my first point of contention would be you load into the game and it's pissing it down. Why would it not automatically select wet tyre? You know, it would seem like the obvious thing to do, right? It does tell you, so that's nice that it tells you, but do you know what I mean? That's not complaining. That's a really I don't think that's an unreasonable thing to say. I don't have any wipers. Here we go. Practice. No, warm up. Here we go. Oh no! I need to turn the force back up. Oh, oh, here we go, guys. No, I'm not being negative, but we're not being preemptively negative. Okay, we're gonna see. Right? Is it gonna be instant slip and slide, low grip, or you know? This is the question. This is it. Is it? Will it be basically the same as how it is in the dry, but less grip? Or will it actually... Okay, let's go. Oh, I need to change my wheel rim over. Ah, change my wheel rim. Got the wrong wheel rim. Okay, let's go. Hang on, guys. Got to do it properly. Oh! The 10 hours. Right, here we go. Oh, not okay. Frame rate's a bit low straight away. Rain looks all right on the dash. Windscreen wiper's nice, but it's not the nicest rain graphics. But it's nice. The water's moving. Oh, it seems drivable. Do you know what? I think this is the one thing, is if the wet road keeps the tyres cool, it will mean that you can drive. Yeah, this is drivable. This is better than driving in the dry. That's easy. it works. It actually drives like a car. Oh, car setup. I need the brake bar to be further back. No, this is driving like a car. Like you just counter steer. The aquaplaning on the puddles is good as well. No, this is good. I don't know what the traction control stuff is, but this is what you'd expect. This is easy to drive. This is good. This is actually good, guys. This is actually driving like a car because the tyres aren't overheating. No, look at it driving. I'm not having to think to drive. I'm just dropped. Well, I'm understeering. I need to. I need the brake bias. We need. I need to set the brake bias. I don't know why it wasn't working. So we're not getting oversteer. Yeah, well, I think what's happening is the road is. Well, maybe it's the road tire, the wet tyres. Where's brake bias? Why is this not working? Yeah, that handles more like a real car in the wet. That handling there, despite the puddles, obviously doing puddle stuff, that is better than the dry. It's more like a car. You just counter steer. There you go. We're not pushing though, so we need to see. Everywhere will be wet from now. Maybe the wet tyres better. I don't know. What are we setting? I need setup. We need to drive a car that doesn't have loads of assists on it to see what it's actually like. What was I going to do? I mean, we're doing the race. we're doing the race. I don't know how much fuel we need or anything or all this. Oh yeah, we need to bind brake bias. Shit. Oh, brake bias. I think it was changed. It just. Where's the setup? What? How much fuel? Where's the fuel level? I don't know where the fuel is on this setup. It's bloody everywhere. Litres. Okay, that's way too much. Oh, sod it. Let's just go. Don't matter. Everyone's going to crash anyway.
One to go.
Oh, I forgot to change force with that. We can do it on this.
Side. Pit road is closed right now. No sign of this rain stopping. You're on a wet tyre.
Here we go. First race. That was promising. Just driving out the pit. We need the brake bias further back, so we need oversteer. Oh, there I see where it is. Yeah, okay.
Let's take opportunities.
Like I just drove out the pit without, and I was just counter steering when the back came out, which is what you'd expect a car to do, like a GT3 car. So. Here we go. It is actually running all right. It was initially the frame rate was slow when we first came out of the pit.
Catch up 944 car.
It was counter steering. I mean, no, we just didn't spin out straight away. So we'll see what happens. Why is he trying to warm his wet tyres up?
About to go green. Stay focused. The pace car is off. Be ready. Green, green, green. Right side. Clear on the right.
I can't see anything. I'll be interested to see what this is like in VR. I imagine the curbs would be very slippy. Oh my god. I was stuck on the line and then we somehow managed to get some grip back there. This is way more forgiving than how iRacing is in the drive. The irony, this is, I mean, obviously, this is what I'm saying, like, oh shit, I'm going to let him go through because I don't trust him not to wreck me. There he goes. Good decision to let him through. Right, obviously, as I was saying, wet tyres have more of a road tyre sort of profile to them. So, but it's ironic that iRacing in the wet, on wet tyres, in what are terrible conditions, is a million times easier to drive than it in the dry. Like this, and like, what is so absurd? Oh, that's nice how the water's gone down the hill. There you go. Other drivers are just going to ram you when you... I was cautious because we're going over a bit of track there where you need to be careful. I have no trust in the grip, so I'm being a bit overly cautious because I don't know if the grip's just going to suddenly disappear on the corners. like that. I also don't know where the puddles are, so... Oh, look at that puddle on the inside of the carousel. That looks good. Oh, this guy's going to rear end me. I hate iRacers. I'm having to be careful because I don't know where the grip is. And this car behind is just getting right in there.
The lead is spinning now.
I'm tempted to just let him go past. Why does he keep driving into me? This is what it's going to be like. Other cars just driving into you. Yeah, well, I'm being somewhat careful. Yeah, the curbing's very slippy, but as you'd expect. This is honestly easier than driving in the drive because you just counter steer when the back comes out. And the difficulty is the puddles and the slippiness, the variability, but oh, here we go. Dotting your hoe time. I mean, would you drive down here at 250 kilometers per hour in these conditions? I'm letting him go past. You go in front. I feel like I could drive a lot more aggressively, but I'm being careful to not bin it. But if you once you know what the puddles are like and how hard you can drive.
You're in fifth.
Well, do you know what? It's almost like I form my views on the actual evidence that's available to me. Weirdly. This is way nicer to drive than the dry. This is so much better to drive than in the dry. That's actually quite interesting. You have to remember where the puddles are to know which corners you could attack, and then you'd be like, oh, how likely is it that puddle's decreased? So it's quite an interesting dynamic to the racing that you get from the puddles. I haven't really thought about. But yeah, so this is a GT3 car. It should be easy. It should be like this. It should be easy to drive. It is. We just jumped in. We're driving around the Nordschleife. I'm not 100% push, but that's what you'd expect. That's entirely what you'd expect from a GT3 car as an experienced sim racer. You'd expect it to be not too ridiculous. Not in terms of going fast, but in terms of it being predictable, like easy to just catch the rear. Got stuck in a bit of oversteer there, but you know. It's because I'm pretty right. I bet you it's because the surface of the tyre, oh, he's going to be horrendous, is able to stay cold, so it's mitigating the iRacing physics bug, which we've been talking about for ages, where it gets stuck in oversteer. It'll be interesting to see if the slick tyres are still the same. What, right, why is the experienced sim race on the rubbered white line? Oh, he's going to punt us. Because I'm driving the car. I'm driving the... What is he doing? I'm driving the car based off what's happening, and I'm not just reading the press release and going, oh, the rubbered line is slippy, and the off-rubbered line isn't slippy, so I'm just going to repeat what the press release is. It's almost as if you can still drive on the racing line as long as you're not turning too hard and you're not doing crazy stuff. It's almost as if you should actually think for yourself and not just regurgitate. Yeah, the racing line's going to be more slippy, but to what degree, in what way, what line, the line you're going through the corner, how hard you're turning, how hard you're braking, it might still make sense to be on the racing line. There could... Ah, fucked it up. There could be a big puddle, so I'm testing the grass. Do you know what I mean? Oh my god, like, I honestly, the moronic comments are just never-ending. Never-ending stupidity on the internet. Really, you guys, you're just embarrassing yourselves with how stupid you guys sound. Yeah, no, I have to be told by a real race driver in order for me to form my own opinions based off what I'm doing in a video game. You're always incapable of being able to form your own views by what you're experiencing and then working out what's good and what's bad. Apparently. Literally. God, people need to think for themselves. Think for yourselves. Try stuff out for yourself. Apply some critical thinking. Don't just absorb arguments from authority and then regurgitate them. It's so stupid. Oh, that was the guy we let through. These guys are all over the place. Yeah. Oh, Max Verstappen coming in. Yeah, this is so much better than the dry. Like, instant, I feel like I've got way more confidence in the vehicle. Even though I can't see, I know that I can overdrive and catch it, so I can drive it more like a car. Go right. How do I get a 4X there? Goodbye. Like, I can have confidence in the vehicle. Because I know what you can and can't do, and you can just counter steer. I'm driving this like a car, guys. This is exactly what I said. This is exactly what I said about the rain in iRacing. I was like, iRacers will be fucking screwed because they can only hot lap. They can't actually drive. And the fact is, as soon as the car is controllable, and the dynamic track, I said, I will enjoy it. I will find it easier. This is exactly what I said. Because I can drive. Like, this iRacers are going to be fucked by this update. I'm sorry, guys. Yeah, 41 seconds behind the leader, but we just jumped in. We've just jumped in. Everyone else is just wrecking because it's too dynamic. So, this is just driving more like another simulator in the wet. Why would being 40 seconds behind because we didn't start in first? We had a car park in front of us. What do you want? Crashing 3, 2, 1. Yeah, I'm just saying. You. We've had quite a few slides where we just counter-steered, as you would expect. I mean, I'm sure the ratings of people in this session are super low. You know, having a DD wheel is a massive advantage for this. So, the self-aligning of a DD wheel in this type of situation is a massive advantage. Absolutely ridiculous. If you were driving this on a G25, you're going to be having a bad time. Well, you're not, but it's going to be hard. What we need to do is, obviously there's a lot of TC and stuff with this car. It'd be interesting to drive a car that doesn't have any systems. Saying sim racers can only can someone time out Alex for being stupid? That's not what I said. That is not what I said at all. Time him out, guys. If you straw man what I'm saying, you get a timeout. Like, I'm just fed up of people like, it's mental. Thanks for following, welcome. Make him stand in the rain for an hour, yeah. Well, Carby, I've lost it. Goodbye. Goodbye. Yeah, the frame rate is a bit lower. Get ready for us to bin it on the final corner. But this is basically a waterlogged track. Yeah, it's nice. This is nice and controllable. I think the force feedback could be better. But the self-aligning's nice. The frame rate's a bit lower. The aquaplaning from the puddles is nice. It's not overdone. They're not like, when you go into a puddle, it's not like zero grip. It's a nice bit of tug on the vehicle. It reminds me a bit of Netcar Pro's puddles, actually. Thanks for following, guys. With this, I mean, this probably has a lot of traction control and other stuff on it. But basically, yeah, when the back's coming out and sliding, You can counter steer it. I've moved the brake bars further back so we're not just understeering off the track. The actual rain particles look really nice. That's done nicely. The particles on the windscreen could be better. That animation could be better, but you're not looking at them. I think in VR they might look a bit bad, but you know, in 2D they're fine. It's quite nice how the water sloshes at the bottom. Sound is really nice as you go, like the left hand side of the car goes through a puddle or the right hand side goes through a puddle. That's really nice. The engine sound of the wheels spinning up's nice as well. So yeah, it seems really good. It doesn't just, it feels like a more dynamic road surface, which is nice. It doesn't just feel like it is just lower grip. It might be, but yeah, I mean, I've got the graphics on pretty low, so maybe turning the reflections up higher would be even better. What's quite nice is when you get over a bit of slidey bit of track, you do get a bit of that passenger effect, but then the grip comes back when you pass the bit of water, and then you go to a grippier bit of track. Also, we went on a bit of grass before, and that wasn't like ridiculous, so. Well, at GHAM, it'll blow their minds when they know that I've flown an aeroplane without a full pilot's license. Jesus Christ! How did he do it? Hang on! Guess what? I've also piloted boats without a full sailor's license. Oh my God! He's been on a sailboat by himself. How did he do it? He's been on a catamaran as well. What? How did he do that? How did he have an intuitive idea as to how a boat would sail? Did he use a bit of basic brain power? Hang on a minute. We've also done water skiing and waterboarding. Not waterboarding. What's it called? Single board. We did it straight away with no lessons. It's almost like we knew kind of how to do it from rollerblading and skiing. It's almost like you can apply a bit of logic and reason across other experiences. But unbelievable. Waterboarding. Yeah, that was my time in Guantanamo Bay. It was difficult. Well, there you go, guys. We jumped into Nordschleife. First ever time on this. Absolute first time, jumped in, no practice, and we didn't crash once. We went off the track, we did have someone drive into us, and then we were in third place, and we could catch oversteer. It's actually easier, it is honestly, obviously we're not at really fast lap times, but in a sort of driving the car perspective, this is easier to drive than the dry. Purely because the car responds to counter steer, and I think my uneducated guess is that the cold, maybe partly probably the wet tyres are more like road tyres. That's how wet tyres are generally going to behave because they're cut, obviously. Partly that, but also I think they don't have they're not going to be having the contact overheating issue because they're probably being cooled by the road surface of the water. So that would be my educated guess on that. Let's just push it. Let's drive this as if it was AC rather than driving it like iRacing. Because we were kind of being careful there. I think you can just drive this more naturally. We probably could have won this race, but I was trying to just finish. Oh, no! Yeah, that was just going too fast into the corner. Oh, we're all right. We're all right. Mate, that was entirely obvious that I went too fast into the corner. There wasn't really force feedback to know where the limit would disappear, but you know, from the previous laps we've done, it would be pretty clear that that was quite likely to happen. Probably could more rear brake bias actually might have got us out of that. This rain's better than R Factor and Assetto Corsa rain. If the problem is the force feedback is much better in AC, but the rain is more simplistic. Same with R Factor 2. Well, actually, no. I think this has got better force feedback than R Factor 2 in a general sense with the rain. But the road surface definitely, the grip levels on the road surface definitely feel more variable and interesting. The puddles are quite interesting. But I'd have to go side by side. It's been ages since... What? Yeah, I moved the brake bias too far back. But, yeah. You know. That's it. That you can see it snagging because I really did move the brake bias right to the back. Oh, we had wheel damage as well. But yeah, I mean, that didn't feel unreasonable. Like, we chucked the car in, we're braking, you know, that didn't seem crazy. So they probably will do. They'll probably say it's too easy or something. I don't know. But right, what else can we do? There you go. That was our first ever race in the rain with some noobs. Oh, we could look at the crashes actually. Let's see what happened at the start here. No shade, but anyone know why he doesn't have a driver's license? I'm banned from driving because I'm too dangerous. I don't actually have any legs. My arms are prosthetic. I just haven't got around to getting one. I've never needed one. I've worked for myself since I left university, and I've always lived near train stations or in towns. But I'm probably gonna have to get one just so I can do track days, because about 3 or 4 years ago, the tracks that you could do stuff in the UK where you don't need a driver's license is basically disappeared. And I was tempted to just get a race license, basic race license instead, but I need to get one anyway, just so I can rent cars if need be, like vans more than cars. Yeah, I don't own a car. I don't want to own a car. I have no interest in it. Environmentally, time consuming wise, I'd quite like to own an electric car. I would like to have a Shelby Cobra maybe, or a Caterham 7, but I'm not. I don't like cars. I don't like driving really. It's not a, you know. Just keep the UI going. So, and then it should. No, everyone knows I don't like cars. Right. Road cars are so stupid in the UK. I think in America it's different. If you live in a rural area, it's different. In the UK, especially, I live near London, it's shit. Like, the roads are always traffic jammed here. I normally, personally... Oh, bollocks, I've lost the chat room. What's going on here? There we go, we're back. Yeah, the roads are all traffic jams. The weather's crap. There's roadworks all the time. There's redirections all the time. I normally am only ever going into central London, or I'm going to the London airports, or I'm travelling to Europe on the Eurotunnel, which requires me to go into London, or I'm going to like Devon, which I'm going to do on a train because it's driving from London to Exeter is it's shit. it's a shit, boring shit motorway. That a boring. It's terrible. There's like 2 service stations. It's awful. So it's like if you lived in Scotland, or if I had a really nice countryside house, sure, like you need a car, and a lot of the UK you do need a car. But I like to keep things as cheap as possible. So for example, by not having a car, I save about £3,000 to £5,000 a year, which if you're self-employed, £5,000 of I've saved £5,000 is I can spontaneously buy a flight. I can get these extra taxis. I've really messed up something. I'm not feeling well, so I haven't worked as hard this month. Do you know what I mean? So £5,000 is like a year. That's a lot of money to me. So I'd rather. No, I'm really lucky. I just have a mortgage that I'm paying off. So I'm really lucky. Yeah. It's not even a real mortgage. It's all stolen as well. £1 million saved, yeah. So I live in a castle. I inherited a castle, yeah. So we're good. The Sly Boogie. Any plans to move anywhere else? I'll move to the countryside eventually. Yeah, look at this. Closet, yeah. I vote Tory. Look at this. It's just like cars everywhere. Right, what's the next thing? It seems really good. Genuinely seems really good. Like with this car, this was driving way nicer than it drives in the dry. The grip returned quickly. On the iRacing scale of driving, this was way better. Just from a gameplay perspective, really nicer to drive. The puddles are actually interesting. How the water's flowing down the track is really quite interesting. And how the aquaplaning works, where it doesn't completely... there's not 0 grip puddles. But how the aquaplaning tugs the vehicle, but not in a crazy way, is actually quite nicely done. The curbing as well was really not slippy, but in a way that didn't seem to be stupid. Like, it's actually very forgiving. In this car, at least, as you would expect with a GT3 car. I don't know what the FPS hit was, because I'd need to try it side by side, but it's... the frame rate has dropped, but not as much as you'd expect for this amount of rain. So if I was to guess intuitively, I'd say, because I run with VSync because of this setup, I would say it's about 10 to 15% more demanding with the rain on, which is really good, to be honest. So it might depend on your other settings, reflections and things, but I'd say if you factor in about 15% frame rate. The thing is, right, to drive this in the wet here, you can't do the iRacing brake point, turn, lift off, like trail brake. Like, you can't drive like that, which is this shitty iRacing way that you have to drive in iRacing, which is a way to drive, but it's not the only way to drive. I'm talking about in the dry, especially like in other sims and in real cars. You don't need to... A real car, you do not need to go... Oh, there's the brake point. Brake. Oh, now let's do everything. Oh, there we go. Turn one way. No adjustment. Oh, there we go. You don't need to do that. That is a totally valid way to drive, and that will be a really fast way to drive once you know exactly where the grip is and when you're happy with it and you've optimized. Right, fine. But in a real car, you can test the grip. You can push into it a bit. You can give it a bit too much throttle. You can be a bit too hard on the brake. You can test it out, and you can be a bit you can be a bit aggressive with stuff, and then chip away at what's more effective, right? So it's just funny that like that's how you drive in the wet in this.
But I do like the normalist.
They just need the, if the force feedback was like AC, this would be like really good.
One of the or not the best simulation to practice. Like
buying a new car is not a good decision. Well, yeah, you're buying a like what is it, like a 2-year-old car, and then you buy one that's like a Skoda Citigo or something. It depends what you do. Sometimes buying a new car can make sense in some ways. It depends on the car. Maybe not brand new, but like you can get cars that have, you know, they've lost a garage fee basically. Sometimes it depends. They're pretty much most of the time no, but yeah. I mean, there's a lot of nuance to it. How do you set up the force feedback? Hang on. How do you set up the force feedback in AC? Do you have a vid? You turn off the content manager bollocks, and you just use default AC force feedback. Sorted. But this, you know. Code worry. Yeah, that's, as I say, there are some specific scenarios where I could see. Well, also for like sometimes for older people, like my parents, in their scenario, it made sense for them to buy. Actually, I don't know if it was brand new. I think it might have been brand new. It made sense in their scenario where they will buy the car. They'll get the warranty on it and everything. They get the exact thing that they actually want. They're retired, you know. They're ex-teachers. They're not rich, but they can afford it. So it's all like in order. It's all under warranty. What they're paying for is less thinking and getting exactly what they want. Although my mum will never be happy with it anyway. So, but yeah, in theory, you know what I mean. So you can see, I can see scenarios, but like buying a new BMW or something, it's like, well, I don't know. Right, what have we got here? So is that it? All they've changed is the wet tyre. Do we try another crazy Wreckfest? Same thing, but with a different car. Should we try it with the Porsche? Oh, no, hang on. We've got a Toyota here. We could try it with the Mercedes. What other stuff do they have on here? I don't have VR set up here at the moment. I don't think they've changed the dry at all, have they? We could try doing an MX-5, but... Where's the Formula? Where's that? Yeah, we wanted to drive a car that's not got assists on it to see how that affects things. Where's that? Oh, here we go. Spa in the wet. We could try the Dallara. Is that the LMP2 car? Yeah, good point. Sports car. Formula car. There we go. Forgot about that. Right. So if I was doing iRacing's UI design, it immediately occurs to me that actually what you'd really want is a button up here that's a button that when you click it, it goes through Formula, Tin Top, Oval and Rallycross. So rather than having to go pick, you just go, you click the button and then it will flick through the different types of car, because there's space for that, and that would be the lowest amount of effort, and that would be a really good way for someone to click through the different categories. I'm thick, and I've just come up with that in 2 minutes. And pretty much I think all iRacers would be like, oh yeah, that's nice. Okay, look, the fact is they probably have this built into the system that they have the user interface. So they've just put it into that system, and adding in an extra button can sometimes be a pain in the arse. But do you know what I mean? There's other ways you could do things that would be quite nice. There's nothing here with rain. There's no partially cloudy. Are they doing? Is this got any rain stuff on it? Is this Super Formula Lights the new car? What's this? Oh yeah, no rain. Yeah, new F3, but we need to try that on a proper track. Let's do this Wet and Wild one in 24 minutes at Spa. That'll be good, and we can try that in the LMP2. So that's another vehicle. Scattered showers. You also worked on UI. Yeah, I did a lot of UI for shitty games, for like mobile stuff and online Flash web games. And like the users of those games were like the dumbest people on earth. So you'd have to you'd have to do stuff so obvious. Like we'd design a game, just a simple one button games and things, and you would make stuff so obvious. And then the feedback you would get would be, and you could see as well, they'd be like, then they're not clicking on the button. It's like, you borderline putting arrows to stuff. Or like, yeah. So this thing, I'm pretty stupid, but there's a lot of people that are on another level of stupid. It LMP2 does have TC, but no ABS, I don't think. It probably will do. Still stuck in the dry, yeah. I don't know. Haven't tried it. Hello Martit Muppets as well. Yeah. I read that. We're just gonna wait a bit. Yeah, so one of the things I really liked with... programmers I worked with would give so much stick to ActionScript 2, and I understand it. It was shit. It's cumbersome. It's crap in many ways. I totally get it. But from a designer perspective, being able to do all the user interface, animations, everything, without any code at all was really good. And even like AS3 was a really good compromise between both of them. I know real programmers are like having a breakdown over that. And the thing with ActionScript that was stupid was stuff like preloading. So if you built Flash games, preloading the game, right? So you need it to preload, but you have to preload the loading screen before it displays anything. But making sure that someone on a slow connection had the loading screen actually appear, and then for the load bar to know what the rest of the game was without it actually having the whole game. That took ages to. It took like a year or two before Adobe fixed that. Someone worked out a hacky way of doing it, and then someone worked out for ActionScript 2, but it didn't work with ActionScript 3. And there was so much stupid shit with ActionScript and Flash that you'd learn, but it was amazing. I think it's awesome. I think it's actually really good, but it was stupid. Turn 7 Racing. Do YouTubers not have to go from A to B for meetings to create content? James, for instance, is well travelled, and yes, you can log private miles, and yes, you can be taxed on them, but that's miles, not car payments and insurance. So you pay tax on your fuel. Oh right, you're replying to another content. I'll comment. Yeah. Well, so in terms of travel tax, if you are flying to a work event, or if you're specifically getting transport for a specific business thing, there's tax stuff for that. But if you have your own car and you're self-employed, and then it gets very complicated when if you're limited, and then if it's a company car, and then if it's a capital asset and all the other shit. Like you'd need to speak to an accountant for each specific case, I think. Some of the Flash games are gone. Yeah. All the games I did were shit, so it was a case of, so we had to develop a game every 2 weeks and sell them for X amount of money to pay off. It would normally be, I would do the art, the music, the design. I tell programmers what to do. We normally have like 1 or 2 programmers. So it'd be like 3 people, 4 people maximum working on the game, and then try and do it in 2 weeks basically. Yeah, the iRacing servers are probably getting absolutely hammered, so I would just I would expect it to be a bit slow and shitty probably until they might do another patch tomorrow, I would imagine. But even then, it'll probably be really shitty tomorrow. It'll probably be really busy at peak hours tomorrow. So I'd imagine from about 4 a.m. till 2 p.m. tomorrow will be less busy on iRacing. That's normally when there's less people, and then I'd imagine there's a lot of people that will want to try the stuff at like 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. tomorrow. Join the practice. Well, no, the session's starting in 20. I'm fine just chatting. Yeah, the practice server won't work, so yeah. Have the servers melted? Yeah. So just leave it, and just see if it connects when it connects. The worst thing you can do when you're like with a game that's a multiplayer game with servers, the worst thing you can do is keep refreshing, because every time you refresh, your computer messages the server again. So everyone's refreshing. If you just leave it, if everyone like does it once and leaves it, that's going to be a lot better on average. Boost loaded. When you did insurance, I even claimed my meals if I was meeting a person out of the office, as long as you say it's at least one sentence dealing with your business. Yeah. No, if it's a business meeting or you've gone out and it's not a place. So the way that this is what I was told. This is not tax. I'm not giving tax advice. This is what I was told in my understanding of it. If it's a place that you go to all the time, then it's going to look really bad on your tax return. Even if it was a business meeting that you did every day at a certain location, it's going to look like, well, you're probably taking the piss. But if you were to go to like your basically away, like also if it's close to where you live, if you're a reasonable distance from where you live and you've had to buy food as part of your work, well, it's obvious, do you know what I mean? It's really obviously not, you couldn't have eaten at home. So it's really obvious that that's a business food expense. So there you go. You once had HMRC, yeah, because that's what they're basing it on a lot of the time, is because they don't want people to be going, oh, hang on, I could eat at home, but I'll go 1 mile down the road, and it's business. Do you know what I mean? Sly Boogie, where does the name Game of Muscle come from? Basically, when I was setting up this channel, I was trying to think of something gaming related that wasn't taken as a .com, and I wanted it to sound gaming and game related and be easy to remember. So I spent, I think it was about 15-16 hours typing in 2 word combinations until Game of Muscle came up, and I was like, oh yes, we got it. So, yeah. It was all intentional. Gamer Cockwomble. Gamer doesn't know how to drive. That was available as well. Yeah, but Cox, so the thing is, though, it's not worth dicking around with tax stuff. what really is not... Oh! Beach! Beach! Bitch. 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 Son of the bitch. What a track. The beach. Yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, it's not worth dicking around with taxes. Like, it's really just not worth it. Like, think how much. Right. If you are audited and you've done anything slightly, like, weird, it's going to cost you more just to deal with that than it would have been to do the, like, to just be a bit conservative. If you're doing stuff yourself, if you, obviously, you should get a tax advisor or and someone to do your accounts, and that way you're not going to end up wasting your time, and they're going to do they'll do everything by the book, and also it's a form of insurance for. They'll be like, well, you got a tax advisor, so obviously they're presumably doing it right because they don't want to lose their career. So, yeah, I would not dick around with taxes. Especially if you run a limited company as well, it really not worth it. Like, you ain't gonna win a fight with the tax man. Of all things that you are not, just stupid. like they're on the list of stupid things to do. Doing anything that could possibly irritate the tax man is like. Probably top. Like, okay, maybe mafia. Like, maybe like pissing off mafia or something would be the top. But dicking around with taxes has got to be like, you ain't going to beat the government. They've got a lot of resources. Yeah. Niels, iRacing hired the R-Factor 2 physics developer a while ago. Maybe he did the wet physics. Maybe for once there is hope for iRacing. That sounds very negative, Niels. Honestly, to be honest, that's a really negative comment that you've written there. And are you a real race driver? And what do you know about physics? To be honest, I think that's disgusting what you've typed. Let me just write a death threat to you. I think that's a responsible thing for me to do. I'm going to write a forum post, actually. I'm going to write on Reddit about... I'm just going to post... I'm screenshotting what you typed there, and I'm going to post that on Reddit so that people can comment on how immature, divisive, needlessly negative, and the fact that you're not a real race driver. You live in a country that doesn't even have hills, so, you know, just absolutely disgusting, guys. Yeah, I'm upset. I'm actually crying. Absolutely shocking. Anlom Zidong. Lamo Zidong. That's actually quite good. A lot of people think writing something off means it's free. Yeah, they don't seem to understand that you're reducing your tax burden, but you're still buying the thing. If you have tax to pay, which obviously most people do, you're just saving 20% of tax. You're still buying the thing. You still lost the money, or well, you've exchanged the cash for an object or whatever you bought. You've still lost that liquidity, basically. Yeah, they seem to think. They seem to think that, oh, it's a business expense, therefore it's free. I don't know where that comes from. It's really weird. iRacing, don't hit me with your air fryers. iRacing boss is going to be pissed that the technology has let them down today. Don't challenge the sunk cost fallacy. Oh dear. Yeah, nothing's free. Well, walking's really cheap. What was it? What was an old MVG meme? What's MVG? I don't know. I don't know what that is. Yeah, it's 20. So, if you're a higher rate taxpayer, it can work out quite well to reduce the tax burden that you're paying. But yeah, it's still, if you're a higher rate taxpayer, 20% off a purchase for something is not going to really be the biggest concern. I mean, it's just you get to a point, if someone was earning in the UK, if you're earning over £100,000 a year and you've got a house, it's numbers, and then it's just a case of going, well, do these numbers allow me to do these business objectives or these objectives? It's all just numbers at that point. Where you know, it's going to matter more if you're in the sort of 25 to 35,000 pound bracket. In which scenario it's not you know, anyway. Why are we talking about tax? This is the most boring. Air fries is what we should be talking about, guys. Niels isn't allowed to drive because in Holland everyone has to ride a bicycle. It's the law. Niels has to. Also, it's very hard to drive underwater, so they all have to drive. They all have to ride bicycles. It's the only form of transport where your head's above the water and they're all cycling along. That's also why the Dutch are tall. So they're all like. And then the reason why they eat waffles in Holland is, one, they stole them off the Belgians, but two, waffles are buoyant, so they're like, oh, I can have a nice rest whilst eating my waffle. They float around. Hang on, let's ask ChatGTP about Niels, and how famous is Niels? Will ChatGTP know who Niels is? If I mention spreadsheets, right, here we go. Here's the fame test. Get ready, Niels. We're going to train ChatGTP to know that you're an air fryer hater. Right, here we go. How famous is Niels? Is he ChatGTP famous? Niels Housenveld. Who is this person? This person. That's all we've asked it. Let's see what it says. Niels Housenveld is a Dutch software developer known for his work in the field of sim racing. Oh, he's famous. He's particularly recognised for his contributions creating realistic physics models and software tools used in various racing simulators. He's been involved in projects such as R Factor and developing the well-regarded Vehicle Physics Pro, VPP. Niels Housenveld Engineering, founded by Niels Housenveld, produces high-quality sim racing hardware. Ah, Niels! ChatGPT thinks you're high quality. Steering wheels and accessories. Okay, made that part up. He's widely respected within the sim racing. Oh, fuck off. Widely respected in the sim racing community for his technical expertise and passion for creating authentic racing experiences. Right, guys, can we all type in chat? Can we all do posts saying that Niels is that we don't respect Niels? We need to change this. Let's ask it. What does? Oh shit! Wrong button. What does Niels Housenveld have to do with spreadsheets? Here we go. ChatGTP. As of my last update in January 2022, there is no widely known connection between Niels Housenveld and spreadsheets. He doesn't know. He doesn't know the truth. That's sad. The only thing you need to know about Niels is that he is the human embodiment of spreadsheet. He's the ultimate spreadsheet promoter. The AI, once AI can answer that question, we'll know it's. Does it still think I'm Matt Malone? Hang on. What is the real name of Gamer Muscle? Here we go. Gamer Muscle is he's a popular YouTuber known for his content related to sim racing and gaming. He's not publicly disclosed his real name. He maintains his online persona under the name Gamer Muscle and has not revealed his personal identity to his audience. Therefore, his real name remains unknown to the general public. Can you guess what his real name is? Oh no. Is Gamer Muscle real name Matt Malone? Yes! Gamer Muscle's real name is Matt Malone. He's known for entertaining and informative content related to sim racing. Solved it! Solved it! It's been solved. It's there. We're back. We're back. Matt Malone Muscle is back. Oh dear. Gamer Malone is the best customer service in the world. Why does Niels Housenveld like spread? How do you spell spreadsheet? Is it spreadsheet so much? There's no publicly available information to suggest that Niels Housenveld has a particular affinity for spreadsheets. There is. I'm sorry, but that's not true. There definitely is. Who's UK West? Who is UK West? As of my update, UK West could refer to a variety of things. Is Gamer Muscle UK West? No. Gamer Muscle and UK West are different entities. Gamer Muscle is a YouTuber known for his content related to sim racing, whilst UK West could potentially refer to a geographical location in the United Kingdom or another entity entirely. There's no indication that Gamer Muscle is associated or the same as UK West. Is Gamer Muscle's real name UK West? No. No, Gamer Muscle's real name is not UK West. UK West appears to be a separate entity or term, potentially referring to a geographical location or something entirely different. Gamer Muscle's real name is Matt Malone. So stupid. Oh dear. It was really weird how we typed that in that first time and it just came out with that out of the blue. Like, it was just like, oh, yes, this Gamer Muscles, Matt Malone. Oh, dear. Hang on, how long have we got here? Is this broken? Oh, I think the session's broken. Oh, no, 1 minute. 1 minute. We're good. 1 min. It sits at the welcome to iRacing with the log out button and a spinning logo thing for 30 minutes. Yeah, I imagine things probably will sort themselves out overnight. Niels, ChatGTP is a bit like a salesman on drugs with a collection of mental issues. Oh, your average sim racer, that sounds like. Who's Matt? Well, you notice we don't tend to stream at the same time. The rain seemed pretty good, to be honest, Ben. The driving in the rain was nicer with the rain tyres than driving in the dry. Oh, here we go. It's loading. Oh man, we've been streaming for 11 hours and we've just done one race. We can have a Matt Malone.
Oh, looks like gamer muscles taking a little. Oh, looks like gamer muscles.
What? Looks like gamer muscles.
Oh, looks like gamer muscles.
Oh, looks like gamer muscles. Oh, we go. Oh, hang on. Has this worked? Has this actually worked? Because there's no, like, red withdraw. Well, let's see what happens. I'll click join. Doesn't Spa look like a magpie that's been run over? Ah, unofficial. There you go. Fair enough. Oh, that's good, Brian. Yeah, I thought it was better than the drop. Well, at least with the GT3 car. I mean, obviously, we'll have to see how it is once you get up to pace. The interesting thing will really be with the slicks. To be honest, that's what we're not tested. If the slicks are basically the same, and then the track just has lower grip with the slicks, that'll be totally messed up. But with the wet tyres seemed a lot better. Right, this is the LMP2 car. Also, it'll be interesting to see what it's like set with an actual competitive car as well. 24 hours of waiting for iRacing to start. It's been the most exciting iRacing event of the year, the 24 hours of waiting for iRacing to start. I don't know what my camera's in this place. We need to adjust this. Hello. If you lock up it, we need the brake bars further back.
They say you cut the course. You'll have to slow down and give up the time gained.
Oh, it is working. Hang on, is this dry at the moment? I know, the track's a little bit wet. Half the track's dry, half of it's wet. Oh, we're going rain. Oh, qualifying. Okay, let's see what happens. Ooh! What are we doing? Need to set up garage. Where's the fuel? Where's the fuel tank on this? I have no idea where this is. Oh, here we go. Dry tyres. How much fuel will we need for a 15-minute race in this car? Oh, we need to move the camera. How do we do that? Well, I think in the wet, people that are all right at AC will definitely find this a lot easier. But this seems a lot sloppy. This seems more like old iRacing. This car is way sloppier than the GT3 car was. Fun's over. But then the track's not that wet, so... You know. Right, we're not just spinning though, as long as you can catch it from a gameplay perspective. Also, this is not really a wet track, is it? Like, slicks would probably be alright on this. This is more of a drying track. Yeah, I'll put wet tires on. This is. I mean, I can't actually tell. Well, no, we've got spray coming off the back of the car, so it would be a wet track still. Yeah, exactly. So that would be an interesting thing. So some part of it you'd be like, oh, actually driving on the wet bit to keep the tyres cool is an interesting dynamic.
Okay, here comes your first time back.
It starts further back because I increased the field of view on the virtual mirror so I can see the sides of the vehicle. So it acts as like it helps me avoid people. Yeah, it's difficult to tell how wet the road is because the texture looks the same. Whereas in reality, I think it'd be more obvious. In some, not always, but you know what I mean. You can tell even if you threw a bucket of water on the floor, you know, it'd be a different colour. Yeah, I mean the force feedback's not too good on this. I mean, we're not crashing, but I think this. Maybe I could turn it up. Oh, we're not. The car's not doing any like super dumb slides. But this car does have traction control on it. But yeah, I can't really feel where the limit is like you can in AC, so. Thanks for subscribing, Sebastian. It's not raining like at the moment. ACC, the track's just wet.
Like the normalist. That is amazing. So probably one of the.
Presumably
one
that's
of the or not the best simulation to practice like.
Vandis, it'll be just due to
GT mods. It's really good.
You just need to turn. You can put some road texture on. Yeah, I don't think we can go on dries because Eau Rouge is totally saturated at the bottom. It's not Eau Rouge. We've got full-on rooster tails behind the car, so it looks like the road's dry. But if the road was dry, why is there so much spray coming out the back of the car? You know what I mean? It wouldn't make sense. Also, like this corner is totally saturated. There's like streams going across the track there. Yeah, it's actually quite a wet track. This is like not raining, but the track's being rained on pretty hard. Yeah, you do get quite nice variation in the force feedback for when the grip's lower and higher, and like when you go over a bit of damp track or a puddle, and it's a little bit reminiscent of how the puddles were in Netcar Pro, but obviously in this the puddles are in the right place better, not just individual puddles. I like the sound of the rain as well, to be honest. You can also see how like the car's not really compliant to the steering when it goes on the water. Thanks for following. Welcome. Oh, great. Yeah, look, the track's meant to be quite wet, but from the front camera, maybe I'm running lower graphics, so you know, maybe. Maybe on higher graphics it will will be better. Right, we can do some fiddling with the graphics and see how it works. Yeah, not in other sims. Yeah, I really like LMP2s. In iRacing, I kind of liked it. I just find it a bit dull to drive. Like, just it's too stale in iRacing. In like the general, I like LMP2 cars. I like prototypes. I used to like it more in iRacing when it had more draft. They removed that, and so it made it really the racing a bit stale in it.
One to go. Next time by. Line up on the right side. Closed. Pit road is closed. We expect rain soon. You're on a wet tyre.
Ah. Was I meant to be on a slick?
Strength of field is 3,100.
And they got wet tyres, I can't tell. Oh well.
There are a lot of points on the table. Be smart and get a good finish.
Yeah, we thought it was pretty good, Anti-Hero, so far. Mostly positive, to be honest.
Okay, let's go.
Heart seat. It seems it's hard for me to tell, but I was saying it seemed about 15% performance impact compared to dry, which is really quite good. Like, rain's normally quite a demanding thing in terms of particle effects, reflections, the additional layers for the dynamic track, the additional stuff going on, the extra particles off the sprayer for the vehicles, you know, all the stuff that's happening. More people crashing, there's clouds in the sky, you know. So I think performance-wise, it's hard to say though, because I have a 3080 and a fast CPU, so maybe on different CPUs. Well, we'll see. We're getting some frame rate issues here.
Get ready, going green.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist. So that is amazing.
Get ready for Wreckfest.
Probably one of the one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1, GT mods. It's really good.
Green.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist. That is amazing. It's probably one of the one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1, GT mods.
Still there. Still there. There's an incident ahead. Clear. Car stops on the right. You got a slow car on the left. Slow car ahead. Go right. The next the leader.
Rain's definitely making the driving safer, that's for sure. It's normal.
Probably one of
Nothing
the
to see. Whoa, guys, it's wet. Brake earlier.
Or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1.
Yeah, it's definitely helping. The rain is definitely making it easier for people.
That is amazing.
Car on your left.
It's probably one of the one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1. I don't like.
Yeah, can you stop spamming, guys?
Car on. Clear. You got a slow car on the left. There's an incident ahead. Car stop on the left. Go right.
Ah, yes. Well, what was I saying about how I think the rain will make it better for me? But not most people.
Slow car ahead. You got a slow car on the right. Go left. Car on your left. Clear on the left. Clear. Go right.
I'm enjoying how clean the driving is from the rain. I really, it's just relaxing, to be honest. Why are you driving into me? What are you doing? Why? How are they still driving into me?
You're in fourth position.
Oh, we're in fourth. Yeah, well, you know. Oh, it's almost as if, obviously this is unranked, but it's still put into splits. It's almost as if, guys, iRacers predominantly drive through memorising what they can and can't do. And when you have to drive in a way where you have to approach things based off what's happening, it's almost as if, exactly as I said, that they struggle. Oh, how could I have been right? Oh, how did the bold idiot know? How did he know? Oh, unbelievable. I'm sure we'll get a lot of apology notes in the, you know, or maybe we'll get some more death threats, guys. Oh, I was still in it. Don't worry. It's just I'm enjoying this. I'm enjoying it. Nothing like being proven right. Ego, big head game of muscle, the head expansion, maximum head expansion. This looks nice. The sunlight, the way the sunlight's picking up the puddles is nice. Oh yeah, go on our Twitter and you can read the death threat email I got due to the comments I said about this. Why is he driving into me? What are you doing? It's raining, mate. Calm down. What is this guy doing? Why does he just keep driving into me? I'm trying to have a nice race here. Stop driving into me. Oh, and again. No, I'm not joking. Go on our Twitter. So it's just stupid. Yeah, we've had them from ACC as well in the past. And random call sign. I'm beating random call sign. I'm on like 2. Let's just let him go. He'll wreck us, won't he? I'll just let him go. Yeah, I recommend not using Twitter. Twitter's good for posting announcements, but it's really bad for chatting. Oh yeah, I think the track's actually drying off. So you probably would want to go to slick soon. These tyres are driving alright though. It doesn't seem like they're overheating. I'm really under-driving because I'm so used to how iRacing is. Let's go out of the way there. There's a car dead. I'm so used to iRacing just binning you from being on the limit. So I need to. You can actually drive this much more aggressively. Ah, what are you guys doing? They're out of control. Yeah, I know. Those comments were really funny. It was worthwhile writing those comments though, because I got a nice message from a GT3 driver that sent me a video of him driving. It was just, and with him, it was just interesting. Also, there's a good chance I might meet him at a track, so you know.
The car is P1, just at the fastest lap, 11.0.
That's what, and I mean, A Lamau Zedong, yeah, that'd be really interesting. Esteban, yeah, it's been really good actually. It's way easier to drive with the wet tyres than it is to drive in the dry in iRacing. Even if you do have some shit, I don't have shit takes. Excuse me, all the kids these days would say that I'm base, mate. Base. They're talking about basic. Mid, yeah. I'm a white lining mid-base basic male. Yeah, I'm gonna have to report it to the police, which is annoying, but I just have to, because if something did happen, then at least there would be some evidence that there was some intention, and also in terms of like, basically if there was another thing, or I got a threat somewhere else, I could then go. They'd have a record that there's been a note of intention. So you'd then be like, right, yeah, we need to send some security or something. Do you know what I mean? So I'm pretty sure it's a child being stupid, but unfortunately, even if it's a joke, I have to take it seriously, even though I don't think it is serious. That's just how it is. It's just one of those things. Annoyingly, unfortunately it's real life. It's just annoying. But there you go. On the plus side, I do actually it's quite good, because it shows that I'm being more successful. So I'm, it's quite nice actually. The fact that I think there's a group of like 20 or so people that really don't like us. But actually, that's quite nice that we're disliked by people to that extent. Shows that we're actually having an effect, or. So I take it as a compliment in many ways. You heard about you and people were making fun. Then I watched you, and you can see why people try and ridicule me. Yeah, but they try and fail. So, well, no, I'm glad. Like, people should ridicule me. I welcome that. Like, the irony is, anybody that actually knows me knows that my primary motivation in life is humour, like comedy and stuff. That's my passion. So, the really weird thing is, people straw-manning what I say as making out as if I'm like some really serious person, or like really, oh, my view, or like, it's so absurd. Like, obviously, what I'm saying, I feel, is the truth. But the whole channel's... my logo looks like a cock and balls. What do they want? Could they not put together... I've got a pigeon on my shoulder and a fish on a Housingveld sign. Honestly. Like... how can people not put together the dots? I sing songs about gamer menus. I have a video. Like the videos on my channel of me playing Counter-Strike with the steering wheel, and then playing Counter-Strike using my groin. Playing driving games on an exercise bike. Yeah, I really come across as someone that's serious. Like, the irony of it is insane, because the one thing that you should get from this channel is that I hate authority. I'm like, really? It's like, how could someone miss... Like, they can disagree, and as I say, I still believe in what I'm saying, but to come to the conclusion that I'm like anti-conversation, pure authority, like, it's just insane. I did do them pretty seriously, to be fair. Killed you. I'm really proud of Killed You with my voice, because that was really hard to make. I go on my Twitter, you see it. Some like a real mental email. The dumb thing with sending an email and comments like that to me as well is that obviously I will repost them, and it's completely counterproductive for the person sending it, because if I get emails like that and I repost them, even people that don't enjoy my channel or don't particularly like what I do, most people will go, oh, that's really shit, and they'll be sympathetic. So, obviously, as I would be, like, even if there was someone was even if I thought someone was a complete arse and I really didn't like what they did, if they have someone being abusive to them, I would be sympathetic to them. So, sending death threat emails or, like, comments that are moronic, it's only going to be in my benefit. So, like, on so many levels, it's so stupid. Niels. Oh, hang on, last lap. We need to overtake this guy again. I was cruising. Yeah, but Niels, I've been selling your email, the photos that you put in your emails, and they've been making good money. Everyone just keeps asking, how does he balance the waffle in that position? How does he keep the waffle held upright on the tip of all things? How does he manage that without any cream? That's the main thing. It's super impressive. But yeah, no, it's been that's I've been passing that off as my OnlyFans content. Yeah, well, you know, it is what it is. And my driving was slow here. We've just lost like 3 places. Which I could actually be driving a lot more aggressive than I have been. Let's attack here. Just cruising. Because I'm so used to playing iRacing in a super passive way. Let's get this place back. Come on, guys. Let's go. Let's go. Woo! Woo! Whoa! Bit slidey. Let's go. Woo! Woo! Let's go. Oh, no, he's pulling away. How is he pulling away so quickly? That's ridiculous. I must have damage from the from being rear-ended. We were way faster through the corners, and he's just rocketed. What? Ah, I thought we were going. We're not. How are they like? My car's damaged for sure. Where did we finish?
Chicken flag.
Oh,
chicken flag.
5th place. It's not bad. Oh, he's in a hypercar. Oh, the other car. Ah, there you go. Well, I thought I was going quick, all right. He's cheating. He's got a better vehicle. Absolute scam, guys. There was an LMP2 in front of us. Oh, hello. Thanks for the raid. I think my car's hyper. How dare he drive as if he's in the hypercar? I'm hyper. My car is the hypercar. Don't leave. What? Don't leave this session. I can't do anything else. Yeah, this was good fun. The wet tyres are way better than the dry tyres in this game. Session. Oh, here we go. Whoa! Let's see what happened here. Who was it that raided? Arbaz Motorsport. Guys, check out his channel if you haven't. Really appreciate the raid. Was this you? Hope you had a nice time. Hope you managed to get into the game. Oh, I need a cup of tea, but I ain't got no tea bags. Right, what's weird with this? Based off the other YouTubers, Jimmy, TK, Morad, if you play this on the wet tyres, you would have to be really hyped about the... Don't say... I like Daniel Morad, man, Sean. He's a nice guy. If you are aware of how effed the slick tyres are, and then how much more controllable the wets are, along with the dynamic track, how would you not be? How could you be so, like, neutrally anodyne either way? Like, surely you would have to go... Oh, yeah, no, this is actually really, relative to the dry tyres, this is actually substantially different. Because it is. Like, you saw us do the race on the Nordschleifer. It's substantially different in terms of you being able to catch... Like, it's easier to drive in the wet than the dry. With the wet tyre, the car drives more like a car. So, like, I don't... What is... Like, either way, like, positively or negatively, why do people... not seemingly look at what they're doing, contrast it with previous stuff, and then have a response to that that's based on some kind of reasonable, logical scale and framework? with how they... like, are they not... Do people in general... But I'm not knocking... Jimmy does a good job with his content. He's done really well, whatever, and his videos are nicely edited, put together, whatever. Morad is a really nice setup, does nice presentation, great merch store seller, and TK is really nice and friendly, really down to earth and not egotistical. Like, he's really nice guy, where he doesn't have to be at all. So I'm not knocking them for what they're doing, but I just it's really strange to me that the way people seem to approach stuff. Just is a bit weird. Like, I don't know, just inconsistent, or I don't know. What? Why is the cars flying? Hang on, there was... Oh, he's done the classic into the wall. They understand iRacing and really enjoy... No, because it's not about that. It's not about understanding it and enjoy... I obviously understand iRacing. Like, I think anyone really understands it. I don't really know what that means. No, but it's not really about perception of it. It's like, I think maybe it's just to do with how critical people are of stuff in general, or not critical. Yeah, no, but ironically, what I'm saying is, you could be more hyped about the rain in this than any of them were, relatively speaking. I'm not accusing them of... Oh, my Jesus Christ. I'm saying the opposite. I'm literally saying the opposite. I'm saying they could be... They could, relatively speaking, they could be being more positive than they were. It's just... Rather than just... pointing out the marketing points. I don't know. It's just... I guess if you play iRacing and you're coming from the perspective of there's no issue with the slick tyre, or not much of an issue, you've just accepted it, then you would be like, oh, well, okay, so I think what happens is a lot of people accept stuff for what it is immediately. They go, it is what it is. They don't have like some like constant critical thing on everything. Like they approach stuff as, oh, it is what it is. And then it's a case of, do they like it or not? I'm not talking about them in particular, those other YouTubers and stuff. I'm just saying people in general. No, I'm not even saying that, Jared Paul. That's not what I'm saying at all. No, how would it be complicated promotion for someone to go to say the stuff that I've said? Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's too complicated to explain. I don't think people will get what I'm saying. Yeah, I think the rain's really good. Like, it's actually really well done. Well, it seems like it so far. I mean, I don't have to put more time into it, but it seems really good. What happened here? Is it just from the... Oh, he just... Oh, he just turned in too much and then went over the limit. Yeah, no, right. So this is what I actually mean. When I do live streams, or when I talk about anything, I literally talk about it how it is, right? And people in chat are constantly, like, they always want to infer that there's some, like, preemptive, oh, you want to be negative, or, oh, you want to be positive. Rather than the fact that through the 10 years of this YouTube channel, I have always just said how I think things are, and I specifically say, these are the reasons for why I think they're like this and why this is good, and this is the reason why I think it's good, this is the reason why I think it's bad, this is the reason why I think it's interesting. This is how it compares to this thing, this is how it compares to that thing. That has never changed. I've always been like that. And then the bizarre thing is that so many comments are people that always approach stuff from a predefined, like a preloaded idea that then everything has to conform to that. I think that's the difference. I think is that you shouldn't. That's not how. I mean, people do what they want. I don't think you should operate in reality. Shoehorning stuff into a preconceived notion. Like you might be pessimistic or optimistic, but surely for anybody, as soon as you have evidence for anything, you would go, well, that's what the evidence is suggesting. So yeah, I genuinely thought iRacing Rain was very likely to just be like still have the dynamic track, but effectively just be lower grip than the dry. Maybe it is with the slick tyres. But obviously we drove it, and immediately within 3 corners, right, within 3 corners on the Nordschleifer, I was like, oh, this is really good. Why did we not have loads of people in chat going, how can you know within 3 corners? Tyres are cold. But when we spin due to the tyre model being dog shit, and I go, it's because of the tyre model, everyone goes mental in the chat. But if I'm driving perfectly fine and I'm like, oh, this seems really good, this is controllable, there's not loads of people in chat going, it's like, yeah, if it's intuitive, like, the inconsistency that people apply. Yeah, I think I don't like go away, Max Verstappen. I think I just reflect what's going on, equally negatively and equally positively.
Of the or not the best simulation to practice.
You were waiting for you to bin it.
Even F1.
Fair enough.
It's really good.
This also goes along, like Boosted Media gets a lot of this, where he will do a review of something. He enjoyed the product for XYZ reason. And then, because it's a positive review, there's loads of comments under the video with people going, how much were you paid? Why are you shilling this thing? And it's like, no, he just bloody likes it. Same thing happens to Jimmy. He's done videos of stuff he likes. I think he really likes BMMG or whatever. I don't know. I don't watch his content that much. But he's done stuff where he said, oh, he really likes this. He likes it. So that doesn't mean he's shilling it. He might just like it. But then there's I don't know. Who's Carl? Oh, Carl Gosling. No, I think Boosted tells the truth. I think he goes through a process of reviewing. Personally, I think he could spend more time on the individual items, but he does so many items to review, you just don't have enough time, and he has a family, he has to make money, so. Psychology note. Yeah, of course people are more reactive and negative to, responsive to negative material. Yeah, no, obviously that's the case, but you're asking why people online are morons. Well, also, everyone's a moron in many ways. I mean, I am as well. Not quite sure what happened if he just overcorrected. Does anyone know why on LMP2 and hypercars why they put these, are these part of downforce, like this rear diffuser component? Does that actually act as downforce? Or is it just like what's the point of the that configuration? Like you have like the rear diffuser part, but I mean these grill bits. I've not really seen any of Carl's content. I don't know him. I've not met him, so I don't know what he's like. Right, he seems all right. I'm pretty sure he is a nice person. I've just never met him. Beavers, I think we can all agree we want all Sims to be the best. Yeah, exactly. You have a sincere question for me? It better not be another question about why I'm so good looking. It's for cooking sausages in the pit lane. That makes sense. What happened to Barry? He just took a break from sim racing. He's doing some other stuff. I mean, I'd imagine once you've reviewed like 40 motion rigs, you'd be like, well, he's doing it mostly as a hobby anyway. This car's just flying everywhere. Where was the next crash? The replay works well in terms of frame rate with the wet. You have to give them credit for these like smoke effect. They're not as good as AC's spray effect, but it still looks like a nice particle effect. There's some nice like division in between the spray from the diffuser, spray from the wheels. And it's going for all these cars, obviously there's less of it over there, but that's quite a lot of particle effects. Also, we've got this like water particle effect, and it's running all right. It doesn't look as nice as AC spray, but it's doing what you need. I don't know. I think the rain, as long as people don't drive into you, with the wet tyres at least. I think the issue will be the slick tyres. We need to try that. But on the wet tyres, it's easier to drive in the wet than it is to drive in the dry. I mean, when I say AC, I mean AC1. Oh, yeah, I don't think I don't like ACC. I don't play it. It's banned. ACC's timed out like tortellini. We don't even talk about ACC. That I am an ACC hater. That's when you know when I really just don't like something. I won't touch it. I won't even talk about it. I just find it so soulless to drive. I think it's the antithesis of driving. Even though the physics, I think, are more realistic in many ways than iRacing. In many ways, not entirely. It's just so dull. So dull. But AC1, that's the glory. The beauty of AC1. Why did this guy reverse into the racing line? You've got so much copium for AC2. Oh, jeez. Bonk. Whoa! Why did he not slow down? Outright. What is this? Oh, okay, I understand it. To be fair to him, that wasn't entirely obvious. Oh! Right, that's so stupid. He's like got the views obscured by the car in front. AC2 will happen. It's one of the game. Yeah, don't worry, AC2 is happening. Hang on, why is there a raindrop being? Look at this. Is this synced with the replay, or is it separate?